Good morning, L.A. D-Fish and Decker here with you for the next 4 hours of your Los Angeles drive time commute. And that's right, we are live here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. And I'm Cody Decker, and with me as always, my friend, my pal, my buddy, and of course, my legend, the one and only Derek Fisher. What is up, D-Fish?
What's up, Derek? How you doing this morning, man?
Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm still feeling sore from golf 2 days ago.
Well, I mean, you walked 87 country miles.
I don't feel like that. But again, it was only supposed to be 6, but that's how bad I played that day. And I'm still feeling all of the mountain walking I did. How are you feeling from the 8 hours in the sun 2 days ago from that golf tournament?
Yeah, I'm feeling better today. Yesterday, I was cooked.
Dude, you know what's funny? You couldn't tell in your voice, but you could definitely see it in your eyes.
Yeah.
You were like glazed over. You're like,
he had the Michael Jordan prime, the second three-peat eyes.
Michael Jordan three-peat eyes? No, he had I would say he had the Worm Vegas eyes from that story, man.
It was a struggle bus yesterday, but back today, energy's up.
My man.
Ready to talk some sports, man.
Lots to talk about.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Man, so much to talk about today. One, LeBron James. Hey, do we have information? Do we know where he's going?
No.
Miami's social media team seems to think they do. We will discuss later on in the show. Yahoo Sports would put together a little bit of a list and a grading system on a couple of the Lakers' new moves. We will take you down on that. The Chargers. Listen, I am a diehard Raider fan, and I absolutely despise the Chargers. That being said, Chargers are going to be pretty damn good this year, and we do need to discuss just how damn good they're going to be in that AFC West. Granted, I will make plenty of jokes about how bad they'll be in January. That being said, is there something that can get the Chargers through January? And is that man's name Mike McDaniel? We'll get into that as well. But right now, we need to open up with the Dodgers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. By the way, right before the show started, D-Fish pointed something out to me, and something that really hasn't crossed my mind until you said it. And it was this. The Dodgers winning another one-run game. The Dodgers have had a lot of one-run games this year, both on the victory and losing side. This season, they are 19-13 in one-run games. And listen, they get a one-run victory last night on the road. The game was postponed about an hour and a half due to rain. They did end up playing throughout all of the night in the rain. But listen, the Dodgers get a 2-1 victory. This has already been a weird-ass series, D-Fish, because game one, high-scoring, high-octane, 2 home runs from Mookie Betts, 2 home runs from Trey Turner, 3 errors from Trey Turner, which you never see. So kind of just a weird-ass game there. Last night, another weird-ass game. Somehow, everyone and their cousin forgot how to run bases last night. And first, I'm actually going to start with the Dodgers on this because Los Angeles Dodgers go ahead and try to strike earlier in the game. Now, Alec Boehm gets an RBI single early in the game. Dodgers down 1-0. Justin Robleski on the mound. And then Shohei Ohtani comes up with a runner on second base. That runner being Alfonso, the catcher who's catching the game that day. We talked about Alfonso getting called up a few weeks ago. So Shohei Ohtani comes up with 2 outs and hits a single up the middle. Nice, hard contact. Shohei Ohtani, hard out the box, running as hard as he can with his knee that was very recently drained. And as I said on the show just 2 days ago, dear Shohei Ohtani, please stop trying to stretch any single into a double. You are not to steal bases. You are not trying to turn doubles into triples. You are not trying to turn singles into doubles. Shohei Ohtani did not listen to me. He tries to go ahead and stretch this single into a double, and he gets thrown out at second base. Now, that being said, I didn't love how he was moving, but that might also have been in the back of my head because I know that the knee's been drained, and I'm always very cautious when it comes to the world of Shohei Ohtani. Dodgers desperately need him. Hell, I'll go a step further. I think Major League Baseball needs him, D-Fish. But that wasn't the big problem with the base running issue. The base running issue was Alfonso because there were 2 outs, and Shohei Ohtani gets thrown out at second base. Getting thrown out at second base means Alfonso needs to score before he's thrown out at second base. Guess what happened? Alfonso does not score. Alfonso takes his time and starts jogging as he's getting closer to the plate. Turns his head left, see that there's a tag at second base. He tries to rush and touch the base. Review shows Shohei Ohtani out. Alfonso doesn't touch the base. No runs scored. That is a stupid base running blunder. No reason for it. That was just pure unadulterated effort and lack of effort on Alfonso's part. So that right there, big problem out the gate. Dodgers still down 1-0. Thank God for Max Muncy, ladies and gentlemen, because Max Muncy comes up into the fourth inning and does this.
First start. Here's Muncy driving a ball in the air to deep center field. Hill's going back. It's into the trees. Straightaway shot from Muncy. Dodgers take the lead.
That right there from Sportsnet LA, last night's Dodger game, of course, Max Muncy. By the way, that home run right there for Max Muncy tied him with Ron Cey, second most home runs in the history of the Los Angeles Dodgers as a career goes. That being said, I want to specify that again. Second most career home runs for Los Angeles Dodgers, not all Dodger history. Of course, there are other Dodgers that are higher on the list, like a Duke Snider, but in Los Angeles Dodgers history, Eric Karros currently at the top of that list. Game goes on. Kind of a pitcher's duel. Zach Wheeler getting it done. Justin Robleski getting it done. We go to the ninth inning. Tanner Scott tries to go ahead and put this away for the Dodgers, getting himself a 5-out save opportunity. Gives up a single. Pinch runner comes in. JT Realmuto hits a double. Second and third. 1 out. That's the winning run on second base. The Dodgers are going to pitch to Brandon Marsh. They're not even going to play infield in. They're going to concede the run at third and plan to just hold the runner at second so they can go to extra innings. Wow. The play was pure chaos, and let's just be real clear. Let's go ahead and hear the final play of the game.
Sawed off to third, and it got him hung up. Crawford's hung up. Crawford is out. Throw to second. That is the game. That is the ball game. What a way to finish it.
Another great call right there from Sportsnet LA. And yeah, dude, what the living hell did you just hear? How about this? Go look at it. What the hell are you going to look at? This was the dumbest play humanly possible. Now, D-Fish, you've seen this play.
Yeah.
You even agree. You agree this is dumb, right?
I mean, it's not smart.
It's not smart.
Not smart.
You even looked at the play, and by the way, D-Fish, who is a baseball fan but novice as compared to JT Realmuto, who was at third base at the time, you looked at me and said, "Why is he going anywhere?" And my answer was, I don't know, D-Fish. I have no idea where the hell this cat's going. Just so you know, just for full transparency of what the play was. Ground ball to third base. Crawford gets kind of caught in no man's land. So here's the deal. This is what I assume was told to Crawford. You're running on going home no matter what. Or they told him, see the ball to the shortstop. But because it was an awkward hit off the bat, he probably thought it was going to the shortstop so he can easily score. As he takes a couple of steps, he sees it's going to Muncy, and Muncy is right next to him, gets him in a rundown. Good job on JT Realmuto's part. Goes and takes third base. No problem. The Crawford should just get tagged out. JT just stays on third base. Runner will then advance over to second base. Second and third, 2 outs.
That's the only way I've ever seen that play happen.
That's how it should happen normally. That's not what happened. JT Realmuto, who, by the way, has been in Major League Baseball for like a decade. A very, very smart guy, very good catcher. He just had a full-on brain fart. I have no idea what it could have possibly have gone through this cat's mind.
Was there sound after of him?
There was. We don't have the JT Realmuto sound. He just basically falls in the sword saying, that just can't happen. That's a dumb play by me. I don't know what I could have possibly been thinking. And he's right. It was just a terrible, terrible play. He just stays on third. There is no problem. But for some reason, he vacates third and tries to run back to second base. leaving Mookie Betts in a position to make a real awkward throw for two reasons. One, he's running in after making the tag, and two, I don't think he knew that JT Realmuto was running back to second base. So the play was pretty damn close. Gets the bang-bang play. Dodgers win. Series evened up. Game 3 tonight. And that's going to be a hell of a thing. Eric Lauer going on the mound tonight. Now, those of you that look at Eric Lauer's stats, you're like, oh, well, this might be a tricky game. Yeah, but this team's won 7 straight games with Eric Lauer on the mound starting for the team. So this is going to be a hell of a rubber match. It is a day game, 3:40 p.m. here in Los Angeles, so you guys can check that game out before the Dodgers head back to New York City to take on the Mets. But, man, Justin Robleski, another phenomenal outing for this kid, 6.1 innings. There is one thing I was worried about, though, D-Fish, and I love your thought on this. The idea that he went in the All-Star game, right? And, he wasn't initially selected. It took some time for him to get in there, but he gets in the All-Star game. And he gets in there and he gives up that home run to Vargas. There was a part of me in my head thinking, I hope that doesn't just kind of like something small like that kind of like affect him a little bit. Because I've seen guys go into an All-Star game and something bad happens in the game and it like affects the next 3 months of their season. I remember there's one player at the time, he was with the Miami Marlins, Florida Marlins at the time, Dan Uggla. He was like one of the best second basemen in the game. He went into this All-Star game and had a horrible game. I think it went extra innings. I think he like made a couple of errors. He couldn't get any hits. It was just he had a bad game. He ended up having like a bad year and a half after that game. And there was a part of me in my head going, man, I hope Justin Robleski, because he gave up one home run on one pitch that in an All-Star game, that won't like weirdly break him in the wrong direction. Thrilled to see him come out and have a dominant ass performance.
Yeah, just confirming why, it was an original snub. Mm-hmm. He still ended up making it, but just great. I mean, to be able to, this is in all likelihood an NLCS preview matchup.
Could be, man.
And,
could be.
For him to have the confidence, the command to go out and put together a good performance, it's great to see. Mm-hmm. And like we talked about even with the series against the Yankees, like you just coming out of the All-Star break, everybody's body responds differently to that time off. And so then, for him, it's good that he was able to participate in the All-Star, get a little bit of a rest, and then like really come out and perform really well. And again, playing in a lot of close games, like you said, there's some pros and cons to it. Mm-hmm. But I like the fact that the Dodgers have kind of just found ways to win throughout the season. Sometimes they haven't played their best, but they make great plays at the right time. And, I feel like the base running last night by Realmuto was not smart.
No.
But you have to give, as you talked about with the base running of the Dodgers, like who slowed down when Ohtani was running towards him?
That was not Rosario, Alfonso, the catcher, backup catcher.
So little things like that are how you lose close games, mm-hmm. and then little things like what Mookie Betts did to finish the game are how you win close games. And so Mookie's immediate reaction to covering third when he sees Max Muncy get involved in the rundown. He sprints from short to cover third, mm-hmm. which is what you're supposed to do. Technically, you don't jog to that base.
Nope. Get your ass there as quick as humanly possible.
Because you don't know what's going to happen. But that's what we practice. So do what we practice. Mm-hmm. Then he makes the play on third. And then now, okay, let me react to what I'm supposed to do next. I think either Muncy or somebody got his attention, might even been the pitcher. They got his attention to get the throw over to second.
Yeah, awkward throw. Through almost behind him, that throw was made. It was a perfect throw right there.
And the catch, too. It was kind of a short hop, one hop type of catch that he needed to make. But that's how you win close games. It's like you do what we practice. And Mookie was able to do that to help them get the win, but all set up by Robleski's performance.
Absolutely. And here's Justin Robleski in the postgame after this win.
Off of the all-star pitching here, what was it like just kind of getting back on this mound, especially building off of the remarkable season that you've already had thus far?
Yeah, it was fun. I think, anytime you get to pitch at these kind of ballparks, it's fun. It's a good time. I think for me, today kind of going up against Wheeler is pretty cool. I think he's a really good pitcher, and it's super fun to kind of have those matchups. And then it was raining too, so on top of that, just trying to battle the elements, and I don't know, it was fun. Just a little adversity out there, and I had a good time. So yeah, it was fun.
When you look at just how you navigated through their lineup, it seemed early they were being very aggressive to you. Did you have to make adjustments to find ways to kind of get back to the result you wanted?
Yeah, I think every outing there's adjustments to be made after that first time through, after that, whatever. But we had to make some adjustments and figure some things out. But it just all comes with reading the game. Just like every other game, we're trying to figure out what they're trying to do, trying to figure out what their plan is, hitter to hitter, and just trying to attack as best we can. And I think Fonzie and I did a really good job of that, and he called a great game back there and did a good job. So it was good.
He is not wrong about what Afonso did behind the plate. Great game called by him. They worked really well together. It was nice to see. It's just funny playing in the elements. D-Fish. What is like the elements that you play in the NBA? Because like you see those games that are being played like in the haze and the rain, picking up a ball when it's just damp out there. Like even something as simple like what drove me nuts in a rainy game, and I mean this, drove me nuts, was like water on my bat. It drove me insane. Was there any, like, obviously you guys are playing indoors. What is like the comparable thing for the NBA for elements that could be taking place on the court or field?
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, sometimes the basketball, gets a little slick or wet in terms of, whether it's sweat from other guys. Probably early in my career, when they didn't have, alternate basketballs nearby at all times, and the ball was still made out of like actual leather, not kind of composite. Synthetic material.
Yeah.
And so once that basketball got wet, there was really no way to dry it out. It's real leather. So now you're like, it's almost like a wet sock halfway in your hand, like on whatever side the ball is wet. Because you can feel the leather is like, it's just wet. You can't do anything about it. Other than that, I think there are some places that are colder than others based on, if there's an NHL hockey team that plays there.
Is there something with like the ice underneath?
So with the ice being underneath, if it's not kept at a really cold temperature, that ice can start to melt, and then you get the condensation coming up through the rug, through the floor. So
what places were worse than others?
Chicago and Minnesota were just always just brutal. I mean, those are just cold places to begin with. Mm-hmm. On top of the fact that then the Blackhawks played at the United Center. So then it's cold outside and it's cold inside. so you just, as an indoor athlete, ideally it's, worst case, it's like, 72 degrees, not 52 degrees.
Yeah. Well, good news on the NBA side right now, because we're about to get ready to talk about LeBron James in the next segment here, because here's the deal. Have you ever spoiled a surprise birthday party, D-Fish?
I hope not. If I did, it was on. It's always on accident, I guess. Mm-hmm. But I don't think so. I don't think I have.
Well, the Miami Heat seems to want to spoil the birthday party this year, because apparently, and this is 100% true, last night the Miami Heat may have accidentally made a announcement, boo-boo, air. They're saying complete accident. We don't know how this happened. What happened? We will discuss on the other end. Right here, and D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, you can join us right now live on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. We see our guys in there. We got Donnie in there. We got No Tan Lines Rob in there. Trash Can Banger in there right now. Let's start the day, ladies and gentlemen, because once again, it's LeBron James's world, and we're all living in it. And I did pose the question, D-Fish, have you ever ruined a surprise party? And man, oh man, it seems like the Miami Heat may have ruined a surprise party, because yesterday this happened last night. And by the way, the Kalshi odds have been shifting up and down, left and right, nonstop about the teams that have been involved. And we will get back into what those teams are and where those odds have reshifted to. But this took place last night, and I still can't believe it's real. Last night, fans discovered the Miami Heat had posted a scheduled live stream titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, and very specifically slated for July 27th. Now, those of you that are wondering, and I even texted to a friend of mine who's in this industry who I trust very, very much, and that person's response was, oh, but you got to understand, every team's probably got this already kind of queued up just in case. And I said, you're not wrong, except for one thing that to me seems like a smoking gun. It's the July 27th of it. If it was for tomorrow, or which would have been today, if it's a July 22nd, okay, yeah, I can give it to you that this was not going to happen today, and they just have the day set for this is a week from now. Let's be real clear. This is specifically something that they were setting up for next Monday, to where I'm like, I don't know. Seems like the Heat might know something we don't. And that being said, whether they do or don't, the Kalshi odds have absolutely responded, because when we ended the show yesterday, here's where everyone was currently landed on. And by the way, a couple of teams have absolutely fallen off a little bit. It seems as though the 76ers are nowhere to be found in this conversation at all. It seems like the 76ers possibly could be out in the LeBron James sweepstakes, which we discussed yesterday. That would be a very fun place if LeBron James's main goal is to win a ring, considering the fact how loaded that team is.
Yeah, I'm not sure, again, I know the Kalshi odds, people are, kind of just going off of,
They go off a lot of things.
Yeah, they're reading different.
I will freely admit, it's not infallible. The Kalshi odds are certainly not infallible. But I will tell you this. I will tell you that predictive markets are shockingly good at predicting the future. Like, shockingly good. One where they've actually shown how good their models work. The mayor's race, political races, they really do have the finger on certain pulses, and it's taking in a lot of things, and buyers and bettors are always kind of also involved with these type of things. So people trading at this usually has something to do with it.
Yeah, because it's from the people.
It is from the people.
It's not something that's necessarily being swayed by technology or an algorithm, et cetera. This is just people predicting what they think.
That being said, vibes are definitely involved, which vibes sometimes should not be involved in these things.
Correct.
So that, of course, adds in the human element. But as we left yesterday, this is where all the odds were. 15.7% for Golden State, 34% for Cleveland, and Miami, 39.2%. After, of course, this accidental post last night from the Miami Heat, those odds have shifted to 13% Golden State. Hanging on by a thread down there is Golden State. Cleveland at 28%. But man, oh man, Miami has skyrocketed. Right now, currently, about an hour ago, is trading at 53%. Right now, it's dropped down to 49%. But that was basically all after this one little thing. And here's the thing. It seems as though things are pointing towards Miami. The last 5 days, seemingly things seem to be going that way. And you keep mentioning, and I have no reason to doubt this, the Eastern Conference definitely seems like the direction LeBron James is headed.
It seems that way. I mean, every time we give a reason why Golden State makes sense, it's like literally the next day something happens that kind of pushes that down even more. The Miami Heat situation, yeah, I mean, it honestly probably provides LeBron more space to be the version of himself that he's still capable of being.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the other situations we've discussed, whether it's Golden State, Philadelphia, even Cleveland, he'd be almost asked to have a similar role than the one he just left in LA, right? In terms of like being a second or secondary, or not necessarily the third best player, but Luka, Austin, and LeBron were kind of like the three guys that handled a lot of the usage and the responsibilities. In Golden State, the way their offense is dictated and run, a lot of what makes Golden State go is like tilting Steph Curry around the court and using the gravity that he creates in order to shift defense, manipulate defense, and create opportunities for other people. And so changing that style in order to, add LeBron, I don't think it would be that hard, but maybe a different role than what he's accustomed to. And then in Philadelphia, of course, with the multiple guys that they have there, he'd have to find a role that made the most sense, and they'd have a lot to figure out with how to best put all those guys on the court together to still be effective. And so when you think about Miami, and it's like, okay, there's Bam, there's Giannis, and you plug LeBron in, and it's just, the two other guys that are going to fit best next to those three guys. Mm-hmm. And then, okay, Andrew Wiggins is the fourth guy. So now it's just one more guy that, you put out there. Is that Davion Mitchell? Are there other guys? The Heat are notorious for finding some undrafted guys or guys that are kind of below the radar type guys, and they can add impact to the team. But, a lineup with Bam, Giannis, LeBron, Andrew Wiggins, I mean, they can switch everything defensively. It'd be tough to score on that group. The Heat switched over last season for sure, maybe parts of the season before, but they were playing really, really fast. Mm-hmm. They limited their pick and roll use, and they were using a little bit more of drive, kick, space, cuts, drifting, and I'm not sure if that's a style that they would stick with if Giannis is now there combined with adding LeBron. Maybe they'll adjust some of the things they did offensively last season, but it makes sense, from a basketball perspective, like being next to Giannis and Bam, again, it'll allow LeBron to do some basketball things that he probably would prefer to do. He doesn't want to be a decoy guy, which he could possibly be at times in Philadelphia, or, to some degree maybe in Golden State a little, in Cleveland some. You can't disrupt, Donovan Mitchell and James Harden are primary ball handlers.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of reasons why it could make more sense. And then from a business perspective, in terms of, and then financially,
it's Miami.
It's Miami, but there's no state tax. And so there's other reasons why. There are people that live in California that don't play in the NBA that are moving to Florida.
That's factual. Plenty have done it, to say the least. But here's the thing on D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. A lot of people have been talking about this. I don't know if you know this, D-Fish. We're not the only ones that have been talking about where LeBron James could end up going, of course. But here's something that's really interesting that happened yesterday. Kendrick Perkins talked about very specifically what Rich Paul told him, and here's what Kendrick had to say.
I had to call Rich Paul, little snotty nose ass, and I asked him, "Hey man, what is the holdup?" I said, "What is the holdup? Is it money? Does a team need to make a move?" And you know what Rich Paul told me? He said, "Perk, listen, man, this has nothing to do with money. Whatever LeBron James, the teams that are at the top of his list, they're all going to pay the same dollar amount. He's not asking a team to move anybody that's contradicting what they standing for. It's not about the money. It's about the fit. He's had his mind made up. Like, I believe that it's been a time where he had his mind made up, and then all of a sudden he's changed his mind and he's back to, the drawing board again.
It's wild about that. It's the fit, and he's talking about the fit. How do you compare the fit right now in Miami to the fit to the Lakers last year. And, of course, that was Kendrick Perkins talking on ESPN yesterday.
Well, I think in L.A., which, with the Lakers, it worked well for the team overall. Again, prior to the injuries, April 2nd, they were playing good basketball, but I'm not sure if it was as enjoyable for him as, maybe we thought. Mm-hmm. But I think it was clear, like Luka's a different player than Giannis is, right? Like Luka, he can score 40 points with his eyes closed, to be honest. Shoots a lot of off the dribble threes, and he can manipulate the defense by himself, and so he plays the game in a way that between Luka and Austin Reeves, it's kind of how LeBron ended up in that more third usage rate role, and they had to figure out how to get minutes with maybe Luka and or Austin are off the court and LeBron is on, and splitting up those three guys because it's hard to have three primary ball handlers on the floor at the same time. I think Giannis is a different type of player, although he is an on-the-ball, high-usage guy. His on-the-ball play is to, go put absolute pressure on the rim and on the basket. He's not going to, take a between-the-legs sidestep three off the dribble before exploring getting 2 feet into the paint. Mm-hmm. And so, I think there'll be a lot of situations where LeBron will almost kind of be a point guard-ish type role at times. In transition, both Giannis and LeBron will push the basketball, and other guys will run and get out in front. But there are going to be a lot of times when they initiate their offense, LeBron is going to initiate what they're doing offensively. And I think he's excited about the opportunity of kind of getting back to that type of role, the role he basically had for the Lakers in the playoffs.
Being kind of more the guy?
Yeah, but not the guy just in terms of scoring, but the guy trusted to make sure the right basketball decisions are being made.
Okay.
And more,
so being the quarterback out
there. More opportunities to do that as opposed to a guy that's, being asked to kind of be off the ball or away from the action or be a screener to create advantage, which he's willing to do and has done. But I think a little bit more of that quarterback role. I think when you think about the sacrifice and all the work that goes into still playing at the level he plays at 41, 42 years old, you don't then want to only play like a quarter of the snaps. Like if you were playing football, if you're Aaron Donald, there are reasons why he might only play a certain amount of snaps because it's football. He's a defensive player. But in basketball, in order to come back or play at a certain level at that age, to be used sparingly or a little less than what you're capable of doesn't feel as fulfilling. And I think for a guy like LeBron, it's he wants to ride this thing until the wheels falls off and be a guy that is a guy making decisions.
I mean, listen, he is LeBron James. He's making the decision right now. But it's a fun fact. This is actually the longest LeBron has ever taken in any of his free agencies combined.
Yeah.
This has been a long, long wait for LeBron, and this is the longest he's ever. The decision didn't take this long. Signing with the Lakers didn't take that. The Lakers took a day for him to sign there. This is very, very fascinating. So I'm very excited to get the news, and of course we will keep you posted about it as time goes forward. But guys, coming up, our march towards camp begins here in the NFL, and yesterday we got into some good details about the Rams. Well, today we talk about the new secret weapon that the Chargers have and why that secret weapon's name is Mike McDaniel. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, it is time to talk about the old pigskin. Let's talk some football, ladies and gentlemen, because the countdown to training camp really has begun. And yesterday we started talking a little bit about the Los Angeles Rams, but as much as it is to my chagrin, and a lot of people's chagrin, especially the people down in San Diego, the Rams are not the only team in LA that have Los Angeles written across their chest, ladies and gentlemen, because the Chargers are going to have themselves one hell of a season. Granted, in the juggernaut AFC West, where you got the Chiefs with a returning Patrick Mahomes and some new pieces over there in Kansas City. Of course, you got the Raiders who, listen, we talked about the Raiders a little bit yesterday. I'm a diehard Raider fan. I like all the things that the Raiders have done. I like Clint Kubiak. I think this is going to be a nice fit for him. I'm really excited to see Fernando Mendoza when we get to see him. I'm not sure. We talked a little bit about the Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza thing yesterday. But looking at that division, you also have the Denver Broncos, who took a massive step forward last year and quite frankly, was really this close to getting into the Super Bowl themselves. So the Chargers have themselves one hell of a task ahead of them, considering the fact of the division that they're in and everything in between, not to mention the narratives that have been created, and they're very justifiable. For those of you that are Cowboy fans, D-Fish, I know you're a recovering Cowboy fan, Raj, recovering Cowboy fan. We all know the narrative around Dak Prescott. Playoffs. You know what happens to Dak in the playoffs. And I hear what you're saying. Definitely do. 2-5. That's still 2 more wins than Justin Herbert, who is currently ranked as the 7th best quarterback in the game. He is 0-3 in his playoff career, and his last playoff outing was arguably the worst one he's had. That being said, cue in the new offensive coordinator. And I have to say, I was not happy as a Raider fan when I heard that Mike McDaniel was coming over here to the Los Angeles Chargers. Because let's be real clear, Mike McDaniel, now you could say a lot about him as a head coach. There was almost like a love affair with this guy in Miami for like 3 to 4 years. Because it wasn't just what he got out of his team. For instance, he inherited Tua Tagovailoa, and he got so much out of Tua. Like, truly so much out of Tua. Let's look at the 2023 stats. He got nearly 4,700 yards out of him. He got 29 TDs out of him in 2023. Like, that was career highs in just about everything. 2022, he got efficiency numbers through the roof for the Cat. Now, Mike McDaniel had a couple of issues with Tua, notwithstanding the concussion issues that happened, a lot of injuries. And it seemed, now I don't know this for sure, but it seemed like Mike McDaniel really schemed around that, kind of protecting Tua a little bit. The kind of games changed. We saw in the past how much he got out of Tyreek Hill and the huge numbers he was putting up, and that was with Tua throwing him the ball. Now, give this guy over Justin Herbert. Let's really see what he can do. Because Justin Herbert was playing under Greg Roman's scheme. You know, it's kind of a more heavier ground-focused type of scheme, kind of an old-fashioned scheme. But that scheme would always kind of keep Justin Herbert as kind of a classic kind of pocket passer setup type of routine. That's not Josh McDaniel. Josh McDaniel went from the running game coach over there in San Francisco, so he has a very interesting dynamic running game, in motion type of play action plays.
Mike
McDaniel.
Yeah.
So everything that's taking place is just going to be very, very, very different, to the point where he's even got Justin Herbert working on different type of footwork drills so he can work in a slightly different transition. And quite frankly, if I'm Ladd McConkey, I'm the happiest man in the history of the world, because those yak yards that he's going to get, the way that Mike McDaniel schemes, and we've seen him do it with Tyreek Hill, he loves getting that ball in transition to a receiver while he's right there in stride. This is going to be very good for a guy like Ladd McConkey. And man, I'm, as a Raider fan, kind of scared about this little marriage that's taking place with the Chargers and Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, sometimes as a coach, you have a particular your brain works a certain way, whether it's offensive, defensive mindset, special situations. you know, in the game scenarios, just different things. And Mike McDaniel's one of those guys that like is brilliant offensively, and I think he was a good head coach. He may not have been the greatest of all time, but he was.
He was up for other jobs this offseason. He was.
He was a really good head coach. And sometimes as a head coach, there are so many other things that you're managing and directing and supervising and leading that it can get you away from what your gifts are and what you actually were designed and coded to do.
Yeah.
Which is possibly for Mike McDaniels is to coordinate great offense. And so for him to kind of be like back in a position where all he has to do is like Jim Harbaugh has to deal with the media, all the other stuff that comes with being a coach.
Mm-hmm.
Mike McDaniels just gets to think about how to light this offense on fire.
Which is going to be great for him.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Which, by the way, I was a big fan of the Mike McDaniel press conference. The Mike McDaniel press conference was always elite viewing. He would always say something just weird as hell. He would always say something funnier than hell, whether it was intentional or not. Don't care. I couldn't get enough of these things. His weird antics, all the different pairs of glasses he was always wearing. I truly love his shoe game. His shoe game is so elite. There was a game, it was either last year or the year before. He got his hands on this pair of Air Force Ones that were so like rare that he had to wear them. They were size 14 shoes, D-Fish.
What size does he wear?
Not 14.
Not 14?
Not even, how about this? Not even close to 14.
Oh, wow.
He looked like he was wearing clown shoes.
And he still wore them?
And he made them look all right.
Wow. Okay, I gotta go pull this
guy's
up.
a different cat.
Yeah.
The dude was like vaping on the sideline one game.
Yeah, I gotta go pull that up and see so I can see him in these clown shoes.
You ever think of that? You ever think one day in the NBA you'll just sit there vaping on the sideline as you're calling the game?
Yeah, no vaping for me in any circumstances.
The funniest thing, if you see the video of the alleged vape thing that he did, it was like cold outside, so I think he was trying to pass it off that it was cold breath air. He like goes like, I was like, what? No way did he just do that on the sideline of a game mid-coach.
Yeah, he's gonna have fun with this group. And I mean, I think Jim Harbaugh coming in a couple years ago allowed the Chargers to establish an identity, start to help form an organizational culture about how they want to do business and play football, some old school, hard-nosed, smash-mouth football. And I think that has worked well for them until, and then when you get to the postseason, it's just really difficult to play against the best teams in the league, which they do in their division. I'm not saying they don't play during the regular season, but you get to the postseason, and you have to be able to score more than 20, and sometimes that's what the Chargers have run into. So to think about them now adding someone that's so talented and creative and innovative offensively to help move personnel around and putting guys in motion before the snap and kind of manipulating defenses and forcing the opposing side to kind of show what they're in is going to, Justin Herbert might be an MVP candidate this year.
He could be. He legitimately could be. Listen, I like making fun of Justin Herbert, but it's more because I'm a Raider fan. Like I see Justin Herbert. I see how beautifully he throws the ball. The talent is through the roof. There have been questions about him when January comes around, whether or not that's toughness, whether that's health, whatever it may be. You might have hit the nail on the head. With that hard-nosed coaching style of Jim Harbaugh, with the creativity of Mike McDaniel, this might be a match made in heaven specifically for Justin Herbert.
It'll allow even Jim Harbaugh to be more effective, as a football coach, just trusting that, he can close his eyes as far as what the offense is doing and really focus on, he's kind of a transformational type of leader, just really gets in there with his guys, hitting them on the shoulder pads, like really bringing that football coach energy to the group. And so, I'm sure he's going to trust Mike McDaniel to put these guys in position to be successful offensively. And it's probably going to be a really fun team to watch play.
I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, but they might be a lot of fun to watch play. You're not lying about that. And it's also this. There's also a vibe around Mike McDaniel. And I do mean this as a positive thing. Players really dig him. Players like being around him. He's kind of a different cat, goes to the beat of his own drum. He's from that Shanahan tree. But you've seen the post-game interviews. You've seen him interact with his players. Dudes seem to really like him on top of the savant nature he has when he's talking football. I think there is an energy and vibe he's also going to bring to this team, because I feel like there is so much negativity around the Chargers based on the fact that they are the Chargers. They're in LA, which is not their city. Their fan base is in San Diego, and they've basically abandoned them because they feel abandoned by the Chargers. They were the only team in town in San Diego, and now they're the 19th most important team in Los Angeles. It's a weird spot the Chargers find themselves into, existentially.
Yes, I mean, it's similar to, in some ways, the Clippers had to separate kind of from Staples Center, Crypto.com to
and even before that, also from San Diego.
Yeah, to kind of build their brand in a different way. But yeah, in terms of Mike McDaniel and that vibe that he brings, a lot of young players and veteran guys too, seeing somebody it's all about authenticity. And I think they feel that from Mike McDaniel. Sometimes as a coach, and I've struggled with it at times as well. You're so focused on being the coach and showing up as the coach that you're not just vibing like you would normally vibe.
Just being a dude.
Daniel brings that energy, and I think guys really respond well to that. And so, yes, the balance between he and Harbaugh could be great.
Yeah, this is going to be a very unique year for the Los Angeles Chargers, and of course we will keep you guys updated on that. Training camp right around the corner. Cannot wait to get into it, but man, what a wild game it was last night for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and what a wild trade deadline it'll be for the Dodgers. Dave Roberts got some thoughts on that. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. We've already opened up the show talking about last night's Dodger game and what a Dodger game it was, ending in really crazy-ass fashion. A really bad base-running blunder from JT Realmuto. It was seemingly the whole story of the game was the bad base running. First, we saw it from Alfonso, and then later on, of course, the really bad base running to end the game by JT Realmuto, getting the Dodgers a 2-1 victory. And as they march along, the Los Angeles Dodgers reclaim it. They are back ahead of the Milwaukee Brewers right now for the best record in Major League Baseball, getting them back into the home field advantage conversation when the playoffs roll around. I do feel like these two teams will be jockeying for this position as the season goes forward, but the Dodgers, notwithstanding, in a very good position, D-Fish, going into this second half. As we know, here's the thing. The trade deadline, right around the corner. We've talked about it a ton. There are so many names that are out there. There's the names like, well, if you asked me about 2 weeks ago, I would have said, well, there's an amazing closer that's going to be available over there out of Boston. Well, Boston just seemingly can't stop winning all of a sudden. So seemingly you would think that the Boston Red Sox will not be moving on from their closer. And that would make a lot of sense that they keep Aroldis Chapman. They've won 14 in a row and they're holding on to the third wild card spot. Joe Ryan, out of the Minnesota Twins, a name that's been thrown around quite a bit. Well, as we currently stand, the Twins have lost 4 in a row, and they're 3.5 out of a wild card spot. Is that going to be enough for them to start selling guys? We will see. And the name that is circled, highlighted, dotted, underlined, italicized, and so much more out of the Detroit Tigers, Tarik Skubal. Will they be moving on from Tarik Skubal? I'm willing to bet the answer to that one is going to be yes. I'm hoping it's going to be yes for multiple reasons. One, for the Detroit Tigers themselves. They're not signing back the guy. It's not going to happen. You got to do something to replenish your minor league system. 2, you're 5 games out of a wild card spot. I would make the argument usually, hey, go for it. It's anybody's game. I don't believe in this team right now, really at all. They had a really good end to their first half, but I'm not really expecting them to do any crazy things. If they make up a couple games in the next week and a half, maybe we can have a different conversation. But as the trade deadline comes up on August 3rd, the Detroit Tigers have some very serious questions they need to ask themselves. The A's might be sellers. The Kansas City Royals might be sellers. The Angels might be sellers. Watch out. Colorado Rockies have some pieces. They could be sellers. The Giants, the Mets, all of these teams could be sellers. Maybe even the Cincinnati Reds. The Padres are still within 2 games of a wild card spot, so I'm not willing to bet A.J. Preller is going to sell a damn thing, even though they are dangling Mason Miller, their closer. But the interesting thing is, what do the Dodgers need? The Dodgers have so many prospects, but do they have needs right now to give up those prospects for? I know everybody and their cousin keeps saying, man, oh man, Tarik Skubal would be great, right? And I hear what they're saying. Tarik Skubal would be great, especially with Shohei Ohtani not pitching right now, and who knows if we're going to see Shohei back on the mound this season. I'm inclined to believe we will, but I don't know when that's going to be. But Dave Roberts had some very unique comments specifically surrounding this upcoming trade deadline. Here's what Dave Roberts had to say.
Often talk about, this team, you guys pick up wins because you do the little things right. When you look at that double play with how this game ended, how do you just kind of describe a play in a moment like that in the game?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that play.
Well, it's all right. Well, Dave Roberts had some interesting things to say, specifically around the trade deadline, and here's what it was. Personally, I don't see any glaring needs. I really don't. I could almost argue that we're sellers more than buyers. And that is a really unique thing to say when you're a team that has the best record in the National League. And on top of that, if you're the best team and the best record in the National League, you're the best record in baseball. The Dodgers are monsters, but to say that they're sellers is a unique thing to say, D-Fish.
I mean, it's unique, like you said, when you're sitting at the top of the standings, but specific to the Dodgers roster and construction, it's not necessarily, a crazy idea.
Yeah, it's not crazy
because of
it's just unique.
Yeah, it's because of how many guys are hopefully returning from the IL.
Yeah.
That kind of starts to compress, like, all right, well, you're going to have 4 or 5 guys that are playing now that have helped the Dodgers reclaim the best record in baseball that are essentially going to go to not even playing when some of these guys or all of these guys return from the IL. And so I think that's why he's kind of saying that. And it's, it's also a part of, you don't know what conversations he's having with Andrew Friedman and the front office. And, I'm sure they're aligned on many things. But you also want to message that to the rest of the league as well. Even if they're at the same time he's saying this, they could still be having conversations around Skubal. But I'm not going to give you an idea that we're willing to give up certain things to get him. We're actually sellers more than buyers. So if you want to trade a Skubal, we'll take him. But we're not giving you everything to get him.
And that's why the Dodgers are flat out on the Skubal thing. And I'm glad you brought something up. It's the injured list is why. This is where the Dodgers, I think, are sellers. And when I say sellers, it's not really how we normally describe sellers. The Dodgers just find themselves in a position where they have too many bodies. Like, legitimately too many bodies playing at too good of a clip right now. So here's what happens when a guy gets hurt and you need to fill his spot. You put him on the 60-day IL. It means he gets removed off of the main roster and moved off into a secondary. It's almost like they're a phantom. It's like when you see somebody's name grayed out on a sheet and you can't click on it. It's like that. It's like we grayed out the name Blake Snell for 60 days. And now that spot is just open, so they fill it with another spot. But at some point, when a guy comes off the 60-day, he's got to take that spot back, and somebody's got to come off the roster. And that's the issue that the Dodgers currently find themselves in. Because currently, on the 60-day IL, they have Edwin Diaz, about to return very soon, Blake Snell, going to return soon, Tyler Glasnow, going to return soon. That's 3 spots on the Dodgers extended roster that they're going to need back, which means they're either going to remove someone from the roster, which means if they remove somebody from the roster, they hit waivers and anybody can pick him up, and they basically lose the guy for nothing, or they can trade him while they can and then use that spot and maybe get something for it. Now, there's also Will Smith that's going to hopefully come off, and that's a 4th spot. Bobby Miller could come off at some point. I'm not sure if he's coming off this season, but that's another one. We're talking 5 or 6 roster spots that need to be reclaimed by Dodgers coming off of injury. That's 5 people that need to be either sent down or moved based on the 60-day IL of it all. So, yeah, the Dodgers could be sellers, just in a very different and unique way.
Yes, not selling, a big name, big trade target type guys. More so, are there some things at the margins that they could do to add, and reclaim some draft assets or some draft capital? Maybe you can get, a certain round pick. I'm not sure in terms of obviously everybody loves first round picks regardless of the sport. But
you find gems in baseball.
Yeah, you really do. And so to get some draft assets for some of the guys that, to the point you just made, you're going to end up losing, on the waiver wire anyway for nothing. So, get some type of assets that you could use to find some players in the future. You could use to in a sign and trade or some type of package that comes together in the offseason. So I'm sure they're looking at all of these scenarios in addition to just tracking what the realities are of these guys that are on the 60-day IL. How soon are they actually to returning? And, is there any risk that some of these guys are going to end up, out the entire season?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And what do you think, LA? Give us a call, 855-975-2326. Do you think the Dodgers need to go all in and buy somebody? Or is this a scenario where the Dodgers are weirdly sellers? Because the Dodgers did make a move already, and it's not exactly like a high-impact move. It was more like a reliever type of swap situation. Seth Halverson, pitcher they just picked up, solid arm, another arm to add to the bullpen, to the litany of solid arms they already have. I think the Dodgers are going to look for more impactful moves in that way. That's the thing the Dodgers have been astonishingly good at. Like, I know everybody looks at the big name acquisitions. Of course, the Shohei Ohtanis, the Freddie Freemans. When the Dodgers traded for Mookie Betts, like, yeah, there have been massive trades that they've made. You know, the Dodgers once got their hands on Yu Darvish when he was in his prime in a trade. The Dodgers have made these trades. Manny Machado, Manny Ramirez. We've seen the Dodgers have a history of this. But the trades that have made like the biggest impact for the Los Angeles Dodgers, notwithstanding like Mookie Betts, dude, like Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman came in here and helped win the Dodgers a World Series. Tommy Edman was not some sort of massive name that everybody was clamoring for, but Tommy Edman came into this town, crushed it, and signed a long-term deal, and Tommy Edman is a phenomenal member of this Dodger team. I think how the Dodgers have acquired certain talents to really help supplement themselves as a franchise has been astonishing. They do everything right. Their scouting department is second to none.
I'm sure they would, they probably could tell us where they've, made a misstep or two.
Oh, no, there have been misses.
But I mean, and not misses, like I know some of the names, Yordan Alvarez and some other
that's
guys
one
we've talked about. But again, I would trade the World Series titles for the talent, the individual talent. And I think that was the calculation the Dodgers made. They knew the guy was good at baseball. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have drafted him in the first place.
Completely.
But you're right. I think, and many championship teams and organizations have made what later feels like big transitions and big transactions with guys around the edges that, don't necessarily jump off the stat sheet, but provide a tremendous amount of value. I mean, I think about, I think even for the Knicks, right? Like Jose Alvarado was a player that added a tremendous amount of value to their championship run this past year.
Guy.
That was a late season addition. Landry Shamet was a guy that I think he was in training camp with the Knicks. They liked him, but at some point on the calendar they had to waive him. So he was not on the team at all, and then they picked him up later in the season. Alex Caruso is a good example of a guy that isn't an all-star caliber player, but has impacted championships and winning. And so the Dodgers have, I think, been able to create that same opportunity where guys can just come in. Andy Pages, Miguel Rojas, like guys that are not superstar, all-star caliber players. I mean, Andy Pages obviously made the all-star team this year.
Yeah, but seriously, Miguel Rojas, who they picked up from Miami, what a pick. Huge. Got them a World Series last year.
So that's, it's just like they asked the players to, the little things, do what we practice. Mm-hmm. It's the organization also operates that way as well. There's no rock they're not looking under. There's no corner they aren't looking around to try to find players and people, I think more importantly than even players, the type of people that the guys are that they bring in are also like extremely, extremely important. And that's how they balanced like winning and success without, locker room and dugout and clubhouse issues to manage. That makes the job harder. Mm-hmm. And they've kept a really clean, other than some of the fun stuff we talked about with Dalton Rushing, there's really been
very clean. In fact, Dalton Rushing is such an outlier to this team. It's factual, but you mentioned it. You're sure there were a couple of misses. There were, but let's go through those misses that the Dodgers have made when it comes to their trades, because you mentioned the one already, Yordan Alvarez. Now, a miss might be an overgeneralization. They got their hands on relief pitcher Josh Fields, who was a very good relief pitcher at the time, but they traded Yordan Alvarez for him, and this was in 2016, and now Yordan Alvarez is one of the scariest left-handed bats that is currently living. So yes, I would say maybe that one we lost on. However, we didn't know at the time. We weren't aware that he was going to become the monster that he is. Josiah Gray became an all-star. We traded him away. Gray was one of their top pitching prospects, and he ended up getting his first all-star selection in 2023. that we got back. He was a part of the whole Scherzer, Trey Turner blockbuster. This one is an actual recent one, and it was actually brought up the other day. Someone was saying, wow, what a loss that we traded away Miguel Vargas, current All-Star, homered in the All-Star game, off of his former minor league teammate, Justin Robleski. Vargas was a Dodger that was traded away, and now he's an All-Star. But you know what we got for him? Yeah, it was a 3-team trade. We got Michael Kopech and Tommy Edman. Now, Kopech, not with the Dodgers anymore, but was a very important piece. Pitched some very important innings in that World Series team that was 2 years ago. And Tommy Edman played so well, he got himself an extension to the contract. Hell, he made the final tag and the final out last night.
I mean, it made me think about when the Lakers traded for Pau Gasol in February 2008. Guess who was involved in that trade?
Who was it?
His brother Mark.
Really? Of course he was.
His brother Mark was like, I think,
was a monster for some years there,
round
man.
Pick. The Lakers had drafted that, and he hadn't really carved out any particular opportunity. I think they just had his draft rights or something. So those rights were traded to the Memphis Grizzlies. He's a Hall of Fame basketball player.
Yep.
Pau's brother. So there are scenarios where, yes, you are trading away a guy that becomes a Hall of Fame level player, but I don't think Laker fans are complaining about
No,
Pau Gasol.
I think we're happy. I think we're happy with our Gasol situation here in LA.
Right. So it just, sometimes it works out both ways. And, Mark went on to have an amazing career and show what he was capable of doing. But I think, I understand Vargas. I get it.
But we're fine.
But yeah, all good.
Tommy got you a title.
Yeah.
Vargas has not won a title for the Southside Chicago
All
White
good.
Sox. Another name that's out there, not an all-star, but a young star in baseball. And I didn't even know this. I'm actually kind of mad that I didn't know this. O'Neal Cruz of the Pittsburgh Pirates was actually a member of the Dodgers, was traded in July 2017 for reliever Tony Watson. I'll admit that one's a miss. That we messed that one up. That's a miss. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, Tony Watson brought some value.
I don't know who Tony
Stop
Watson
it,
is.
Rod.
I have no
Stop
idea
it.
who it is. I'm sure he's a Major League Baseball player. He's clearly fantastic.
You talking about Randy Watson?
No, I'm definitely not. If it was Randy Watson, I'd be thrilled,
Tony
man.
Watson. Okay, got it.
Randy Watson. But yeah, the Dodgers find themselves in just a really good spot. The only need that I see this team having right now is their catching situation. And it's because we still don't have any information on Will Smith, which again, that lack of information is more concerning than anything I'm currently feeling about this team. Because he has been transferred to the 60. It's a neck bulging thing. It started as just neck tightness, and all of a sudden, it's just gone quietly longer and longer and longer, and now the Dodgers have quietly kind of just moved him to the 60-day, which I kind of mentioned a few weeks ago they might retroactively do because they can, one, fill in that spot, and two, man, it gives him a little bit more time to heal, but I'm starting to think we're not going to see Will Smith again this year. If they're being this quiet about it, Dodgers need to make a move in the catching market, and there are names that are out there.
Alfonso replaced Chucky Robinson?
He did. Chucky Robinson was sent down. Alfonso came up to replace the injured, of course, Will Smith. And, of course, this injury report brought to you by Ozaran Law, the injured worker hotline. Yeah, he got sent back down, which I'm still not super thrilled about. I'm a Chucky Robinson guy. No batting gloves. Yes, please.
Yeah, except some of that other stuff you guys were talking about with the guys that don't wear batting gloves.
Well, I have never heard a single thing. Moises Alou allegedly would pee on his hands. But I heard that, to be fair, I heard that rumor about a few guys. And each one of the guys I heard that about were all guys that never, one, disgusting, and two, they never wore batting gloves.
That's sustainable living. They're not wasting materials and cotton and things.
Yeah, sustainable living, my.
Batting gloves are nice, I'll tell you that. But Chucky the issue with Chucky is literally his defensive catching metrics. I think they needed somebody with a little bit of a more defensive mind, so they went with Alfonso. It just happened to be Alfonso got called up at the same exact time as that tragic Venezuelan earthquakes where he lost family members. He had a nice base hit, doubled yesterday, his first extra base hit of his major league career, but then he did make that base running blunder at home plate. It was funny. Raj put it in the rundown, and he's not wrong. Ohtani's rounding of second base, his speed does not look exactly right. It looks like he is favoring that left knee right now. But the base running blunder wasn't for him stretching out on second base. The base running blunder was Alfonso not busting his ass all the way through home. That was a free RBI that Alfonso, due to lack of hustle, took away from Shohei Ohtani. I have no doubt that Alfonso had a mild talking to and learned something, but I have no doubt also that the Dodgers front office went like, let's look into some catchers just in case. Just in case.
But getting back to that Ohtani, and this is a little discussion you and I had on Twitter. My concern's high. We can book this, put this back for later because I know we got some stuff to get to, including the break. But I don't want Ohtani being Cody Decker on the base pass, and I mean that. In all real talk, like he's only got 6 steals on the season. His last one was on the 6th this month or 12th, whatever it was. Maybe it was the 12th,
and he shouldn't attempt another.
So I'm saying I need him right. You know what I mean?
Do I.
If he's not going to be pitching and you're not going to be, why the hell are you leading off?
Bro, I'm with you.
So, I don't know. We can talk about that later.
I'm wholeheartely with you, and we will talk about it later. I firmly believe that Shohei Ohtani should be put on the IL for the shortest time possible, just to give him a breath and some time, D-Fish.
Nope.
Not happening. Then we will discuss later on in the show. But right now, when we come back, hey, these new look Lakers. It's a new look. It's a new team. But there was some grades given to them by Yahoo Sports. And we are going to break down whether or not we agree or disagree with these grades of the new look Lakers right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, we got Aaron, we got Crash, we got Raj in the back, making us look and sound better than we ever deserve right here. And, of course, you can check us out live on YouTube as we currently stand right now at The Fan LA. Join the chat. We got our regulars in there. We got a few new faces in there as well. Get in the conversation. We were talking a little bit about the Dodgers and the upcoming trade deadline. And now we got to talk a little bit about the Lake Show, the new look Lake Show. And yes, we got ourselves a whole new team on this roster right now to join Austin Reeves, to join Luka Doncic. And there are a few names that are out there right now that have rejoined this team, and now we got some grades. Yahoo Sports went ahead and put together the new names on the team and decided to go ahead and give out the grades, and we're going to break that down. Now, the team mentions of this that they did not give grades to are the following names. No grade for Looney, for Zaire Williams, for Jaden Hardy, and for Matisse Thybulle, who was just signed just the other day. But we'll stay focused on these four names that are in front of us as we currently speak. All right, let's start with the big piece, Walker Kessler. We were talking about how in the summer of 26, the Lakers needed an A-list center. Enter in Walker Kessler via trade from Utah. Let's see here. Walker Kessler, 4 years, $130 million. And this did include, of course, an outbound draft capital, 2 unprotected first-round picks in 2031 and 2033, and pick swaps in 2028 and 2030. Kessler, and they do a little breakdown as well. Kessler brings elite game-changing rim protection. He immediately fills a massive need for a legitimate lob-catching starting center. Now, with that information in front of you and the price that it cost the Lakers, here is Yahoo Sports' grade for Walker Kessler. They are giving it an A/A-. D-Fish, your thoughts on this deal, and do you think they got it right that this is an A?
Yeah, I think considering what he brings to the team on the defensive end and the rebounding aspect of it, I would give it an A as well. I don't think you could get through this round of free agency without a player of this caliber to protect the rim. And when you think about the matchups in the Western Conference and the types of teams you're going to have to get by and get through, having a center that is comfortable, defending at a high level, Nikola Jokic, I think the Houston Rockets with their size are, a team that you can't forget about. Obviously with the OKC Thunder and Hartenstein and Holmgren, and then the Spurs, of course, with Wemby. And so there's just not a lot of teams that you can consider getting by without that quality size and rim protection in the middle. And I think his offensive rebounding could also be really interesting as well. That could just add extra possessions for the Lakers. He's extremely tall in terms of his length and his reach. And so with Luka's ability to manipulate defense and pick and roll, like the amount of just easy lobs he's going to be able to throw over to the top to set Kessler up for easy 2 points, it's going to be, it's going to be easy, really, for he and Luka to operate in pick and roll. Like, dumb easy.
Nice. Very nice.
So I would give it an A as well for Walker Kessler.
Very nice. Walker Kessler getting an A, not only from D-Fish, but, of course, Yahoo Sports as well. Let's go to another name, Quentin Grimes, guard/forward. Contract, 4 years, $60 million. Of course, they didn't have to make any concessions outside of the $60 million. They got him via free agency. Right now, here is his breakdown according to Yahoo Sports. Prized from Philadelphia, Grimes provides premium 3-and-D capabilities that upgrade the perimeter rotation. Grade, according to Yahoo Sports, A-. D-Fish, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that maybe even Quentin Grimes can get bumped up to an A from an A-, or do you think that the Yahoo Sports nailed it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, A- is probably 1 or 2 percentage points.
Possibly.
Yeah, he's close enough. I think, his 3-point shooting is definitely going to be key. But I think he also has a toughness to him in terms of the defensive side of it that the Lakers are really going to need. I think they're going to miss the heck out of Marcus Smart. I really do.
I'm going to miss the hell out of him.
And I think Quentin Grimes brings a bit of that defensive edge and toughness that is going to be extremely, extremely vital for the Lakers. It really is. He played at the University of Houston for Kelvin Sampson, and you could almost check the box. And I know Roger's seen it with his Celtics already. Chris Sinek Jr., which I think was the 15th pick in the draft this year, somewhere around there. Guys that come out of the University of Houston are hard-nosed. They can guard. They get after it. They don't run from contact and physicality. And so I like that about Grimes. And, I think the A- is fitting, and I think it slides up to an A. If he has a career year where he's shooting 40+% from the 3-point line and getting after the ball on the defensive end, he's probably going to get that initial assignment of guarding the other team's best perimeter player.
Yeah, by the way, he played 75 games last year, 19 starts, minutes per game last year, 29.4 minutes, averaging 13.4 points, 3.6 rebounds, 3.3 assists. I'm very excited about him joining this team, but you're not wrong, dude. The one thing you said, I can't get it out of my head. I'm really going to miss Marcus Smart. I don't know what else to say. I loved Marcus Smart on this team, but Quentin Grimes, certainly not a bad pickup.
Now, another point I want to add. Where did Luka play in 24-25?
In Dallas.
Where did Quentin Grimes play in 24-25?
Oh. So are you saying that there's a chance?
I mean, I guess I'm going back to the conversation we had yesterday about all the lay GM conversations.
Because Luka GM all of a sudden seems to be getting his guys.
And that's the way it's supposed to be.
It makes sense. It's a guy he trusts. It's a guy he's played with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay.
Let's go over to the next name. That I got to say, of the names, I know there's some sexy names on this list. But this is actually the name that I'm really excited for, and it's because of his shooting efficiency. Boy, oh boy, Colin Sexton, guard. I'm really excited for Colin Sexton. 2-year deal, $19 million via free agency. Pretty nice deals financially for the Lakers side, I should say. Adds dynamic, explosive secondary scoring off the bench. Just real quick, just to give you full transparency of what I mean. 63 games last year, 61 starts for the Utah Jazz, 27.9 minutes averaged, 18.4 points, assists 4.2 averaged, rebounds 2.7, but it's the field goal percentage, 48%, and 3-point, 40.6%. Man, I am really excited to have Colin Sexton on this team, but the Yahoo Sports, they gave it a B+. What do you think? I think it's an A.
Yeah, we could probably debate that one, to be honest. I mean, this guy, his nickname is Young Bull. He gets after it. Another just kind of physically tough, scrappy, defensive player as well. Also just some of that, Marcus Smart energy that the Lakers are going to miss. He also brings some of that next to Quentin Grimes.
Some toughness.
Other than a year where he had some injuries and only played 11 games, almost every other year he's shot, 37, 38, 40% from three-point line. He's a 40% three-point shooter for his career. And the type of shots that he's going to get playing next to Luka and Austin, and the way that the ball is going to fly around, playing for JJ Redick offensively, I think this is going to become an A. It's fine to be B+ today, but I think this is going to become an A. Great backup guard depth, the Lakers now have it.
Very much so. And last name I want to throw out there, I want to throw Mamu out to you real quick. 4 years, $52 million. They are currently giving him a grade B+. What do you think he is going to add to this Lakers squad?
Well, I feel like the Lakers have kind of almost been on the search, right? Like LeBron was a forward, but he wasn't necessarily a stretch forward. Like he didn't, he could shoot the three, but that's not necessarily what he was out there to do. I think Mamu can stretch the floor offensively. You can play him in multiple lineups. You can play him next to Walker Kessler. He's 6'9". You could also play him as a smaller 5, which I think in Toronto for the Raptors they did a lot of, where he was almost kind of like a small 5-man, big guy that stretched the floor. And I think defensively he's better than in what you think. He started in San Antonio and was taught, how to play the game the right way. Went up to Toronto, had a good year there. And so, I think he stretches the floor, shoots the ball well. I think he's a guy that they'll trust in multiple offensive lineups. And then it'll really come down to, like, defensively, how can he impact the game? His rebounding isn't super high level, but if he can increase that, I could see this bumping up to an A. But B+ makes sense. It's really going to come down to his perimeter shooting. Like the Lakers need, with Luka on the court, you need at least 3 guys that can stretch the floor with Walker Kessler in the middle.
I absolutely love it. Listen, this new look Laker team, I'm getting more excited about it by the day. I really think this is going to be fun. You've said some great things that you think this is going to be a fun team for JJ to coach. I'm excited for this Laker team. Let's see what it's going to be as the offseason continues. But guys, coming up, could World Cup ratings beat the NFL and AFC Championship game ratings? We will discuss when you find out when D-Fish and I hit it or quit it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. let's bring in our hype man, Raj. What up?
What's up, fellas? What's up, good folks? Of course, it is time for the Hit It or Quit It. And the first thing I got for you, gentlemen, they are making a beer that tastes like ranch dressing. It's served up in Minnesota State Fair. Hit it or quit it on a beer that tastes like ranch dressing.
No thanks. I quit. No way. I mean, I'm not even really a beer guy when the beers taste great. Mm-hmm. But ranch dressing beer? Nah,
Dude.
No thanks.
I've never been a huge beer guy either. I do occasionally dabble in some beer, but I've always been more a hard liquor guy myself. That being said,
Or a nice glass of white wine.
Or a nice glass of white wine. Mm-hmm. That being said, my goodness. This is why nobody visits those quote unquote flyover states, guys. Yeah. Minnesota, what are you doing? One, I'll go hot take for you. I hate ranch dressing, period.
Yes.
Let alone beer-flavored ranch dressing or ranch dressing-flavored beer. I hate it. And I don't understand why anyone likes ranch. All the English people here for the World Cup taking home ranch, what's wrong with you? Ranch is gross.
Agree. Speaking of the English people and other people around the world, not too loud, I'm on the phone there, please, or on the air. Oh, Jesus. All right. The U.S. World Cup viewers for the World Cup final in America hit 66 million viewers, smashing U.S. TV records. And guess what, guys? That beat out every AFC and NFC championship game on record. Hit it or quit it, Fish, on the viewers for the freaking World Cup, man.
Nah, I'm rolling. I hit it. I mean, it's once every 4 years. It's it's the world's number one sport when you consider it in terms of globally. Mm-hmm. I think.
But this is U.S. record, not world.
Yeah.
No, I understand
Domestic.
That. But the U.S. is. We got quite a few people, guys, that are from other countries that live here.
Here?
Yeah.
No.
Not 66 mil. This was a lot of Americans that were watching, too. What do you say, Cody? Hit it or quit
Dude,
it?
I'm hitting it. I'm hitting this all day long. And this was an electric tournament. Like, I'll go a step further. This was an eye-opening tournament for a lot of people. Soccer is electric, man, especially when you get the best soccer in the world all in one place, especially when you get it all in one place that happens to be here in the United States. It was must-watch television. Every single aspect of it.
You say all that. Are you watching on Saturday? Are you watching it? Yeah, was is the key word.
I said the World Cup. I'm sorry. Are we talking about the MLS going forward? No, we're talking about the World Cup.
We're talking English Premier League, too.
We can get to that when it gets here, which is going to be on the weekend. Early, bright and early. You know what's cool about this? It was at noon to like 6 p.m. It was phenomenal.
But also pump your brakes on U.S.
Yeah, tell them, Fish.
Soccer is not in certain parts of Texas. Nobody was watching this. In certain parts of Alabama, nobody was watching this.
Possibly. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers to see who was doing it.
I'm just saying,
I don't think the numbers are going to continue.
Well, you were just
over
saying
those
how
parts.
electric it is. And oh, my God, eye-opening. Eye-opening what?
I said the
You're not going to
World
open your
Cup.
eye for another 4 years.
Because
Stop.
the World Cup's not for another 4 years. You're right. I'm not going to open my eyes for
So
the
don't
World
say
Cup.
soccer. Say the World Cup. Because you were saying soccer is electric.
Oh,
and I'm just saying.
Why do you gatekeep soccer? It's such
I'm not.
a weird
The gate's
thing.
open. You nerds don't come in. That's not my fault.
So weird.
Hey,
so weird.
Cristiano Ronaldo, speaking of the World Cup, seemingly, endorsed this conspiracy about FIFA rigging the World Cup in Argentina's favor. He liked a post that was, a lot of people were complaining. He liked the post. So hit it or quit it. I know you know, Fish, Cristiano Ronaldo's, what would you call it? What would you call that with Messi? I mean, it used to be a debate, but it's not a debate anymore. That's long gone.
Right.
His rivalry, I guess, you say, with Messi. But now liking the conspiracy that FIFA is rigging it for Argentina or was trying to. Hit it or quit it?
I quit it. Mm-hmm. I don't think people realize this is low-hanging fruit for not just Ronaldo to say, but a lot of people just – it's not easy to, manipulate a live sporting event. Mm-hmm. like there's too many human beings out there,
dude. I agree.
Doing different things.
It was very difficult to do that.
Yeah,
the script, as people say, like that was the most ridiculous thing I heard.
That's hard, man.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there aren't bad calls made or even certain things that could imply that that's what it is.
But that everybody's on the script, Fish.
But yeah, no, I quit it.
I'm going to quit it, but here's the reason. I'm quitting it because we know what Ronaldo was really doing. This had nothing to do with what he thought. This had everything to do with how dare you guys. Yeah, they're just trying to make Messi better than me.
That's why I only had one game where I scored goals.
That's why. It's because of Argentina, yada, yada. That being said, rigged for them? No.
Favorable call.
Swaying for them, maybe a little, maybe a little. It would have to be something so egregious, like, I don't know, calling back a goal about something that happened 40 seconds beforehand.
On the complete opposite end of the pitch.
Just have to be that ridiculous.
That was pretty bad. That was
awful.
pretty damn bad. That was pretty bad. And he probably should have got the red card, at least for stepping on someone's ankle in the first game. But whatever, we're over it now. Hey, let's stick to a sport you guys love with the real boxing. Cody's favorite boxer, Jake Paul,
not a boxer,
says that he plans to make an NFL roster because, quote, there is a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes. Hit it or quit it, Fish, that there are not a lot of good athletes in the NFL. I don't know if you're paying attention, fam.
Oh, my goodness. No, I quit this too. I don't. Yeah, I just don't, it's hard for me to comment on, what other people are thinking or saying other than, I quit it. There's not – a lot of not good athletes. Okay. That's his opinion. Nobody's just walking up and down the street you're just going to jump on and get on the NFL roster. Even for guys that played football their entire lives, it's not that easy to get on the NFL roster. So I don't see somebody that hasn't played football their entire lives just jumping on the NFL roster.
Not only are the football players unbelievable athletes, we are currently dealing with the best athletes we've ever seen in the history of the NFL. So the fact that this delusional clown is literally saying this is just baffling to me. I've had so enough of the Paul brothers altogether. One is trying to make his way in the NFL by having the dumbest feud ever with Tom Brady, of which Tom Brady, can you stop destroying your brand?
That's on Tom, not Logan. Logan's good at the WWE. He's a good wrestler.
Okay.
He is.
Okay. As for Jake Paul, not a boxer, not an athlete, not anything. Just go away. Honestly, you know what? Fine. Go on a field. I would love for you to go on a field right now.
Who the hell's going to let him on the field?
I don't know. I'd love to see a Vontaze Burfict to remove his head from his body. That would be great.
Yeah. That's wild. That's wild right there. Hey, guys, a Caitlin Clark story, but guess what? This one isn't negative.
Hey,
that's right. The WNBA honors Caitlin Clark as the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Hit it or quit it on a positive story for Caitlin Clark, Fish.
Yeah, no, I hit it. I don't, I think everybody else is turning the stories about her into negative my read is that she really just wants to play basketball. Mm-hmm. So I hit it that we're finally just going to talk about her being one of the best players in the league, and she's the Eastern Conference
11th best guard according to her peers.
I mean, yeah, that's always a debatable thing. That's no different than the GOAT debate or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like us turning it into like some type of social, racial reckoning because people feel like she might be the 10th or 11th guard in the league. That's like some people that feel like Kobe's the greatest ever, Michael's the greatest ever, LeBron's the greatest ever, Paul George is the greatest ever. Like, have your opinion, whatever you want. Yeah. Like, nobody. I mean, people care, but we got to stop turning everything into like
everything needs to be the GOAT.
Yeah, this whole, we got social things and cultural things we got to figure out every time somebody has an opinion.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to hit it, obviously. I mean, she had a game this week where she had 45 points and 10 rebounds. First time that's ever happened in the WNBA. Also, the fastest player to 200 career three-pointers in the exact same game, 74 games.
She had 200 three-pointers in the same damn game?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Incredible, right? Astonishing. No, in the same game, she got her 200th career one. 74 games in her career. Listen, she had a very good week. That being said, stop faking contusions and whatever the hell that weird thing was before that. After that, great stuff.
All right, I feel you. Hey guys, that wraps it up for Hitter or Quitter. But I know we talked recently, about the Laker additions. Fish, we talked about it on Monday a bit when you weren't here, and you were, of course, out of that great golf tournament that you did. Did the Lakers get a steal in Cameron Carr? That's word on the street, and just what you see. I know it's Summer League, but we were talking about Monday. Is that a steal, what they got for Cameron Carr so far from what you've seen?
No, I don't. No, I don't think it's a steal. I think he's a good player, but players you're drafting, at 23, 24. He has a lot of things that he does really well. He shoots the ball well. He's confident. He's got good wingspan and length. But again, a steal is just. We said that about Dalton Connect. This is the steal of the draft. He was 17th pick. How did it? There are too many things that players have to adjust to when you start trying to pump everything up to like it has to be like somebody's smarter than somebody else. It worked out. He got drafted. He's doing well. We don't have to label it anything. He got drafted in the first round. He had a good summer league. Let's let the man's career get started. Like, let's not start labeling and putting names on everything. And was it a steal or was it a bust or they could have done this or they could have done that? Like, it's positive that he had a good summer league.
I'd say it's positive. It's more positive than negative, to say the least.
Yeah, but we start wanting to say it was a steal as though like everybody before the Lakers weren't smart enough.
Like they blew it.
Like they blew it. No, they didn't. It's okay that he got drafted by the Lakers. He had a good summer league, but it doesn't have to be a steal as though there were mistakes made elsewhere. Mm-hmm. Like the guys that got drafted in front of him, they're good basketball players too. So I just don't know if it was a steal because his numbers look better than some other guys' numbers in summer league.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will discuss the future of Cameron Carr as the offseason goes forward. But coming up, last night, the Dodgers stunned the Phillies in not only great, but comical fashion. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we did a little quick hitters just now and talking a little bit about Cameron Carr. Of course, we've also opened up talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers and the upcoming trade deadline, not to mention LeBron James and where the odds currently are. All of this and so much more. Later on the show, we got Broderick Turner joining the show to talk all things this upcoming hour. Very excited to talk to our great guy, Brod. Here's the deal. Dodgers, what a game it was. What a game it was last night. Of course, they dropped game one over there in Philly in a barn burner offensive barrage, 10-7 the night before. But last night, the Dodgers get their hands on a pitcher's duel. We got Zach Wheeler. We got Justin Roblesky. We got one All-Star and one guy who turned down the All-Star facing off over there in Citizens Bank Ballpark. And it was one hell of a ball game. Both pitchers showed up, did their job. Game was rain delayed for about an hour and 20 minutes. Then, of course, there was spatterings of rain throughout the entire night, a little bit of a mist and some sprinkling throughout the game. But Justin Roblesky goes 6.1 innings, 7 strikeouts, another phenomenal game, 1 earned run, and that was to Alec Bohm very early on in the matchup. In fact, it was in the first inning. Alex Bohm gets himself a single to left field that scores Bryce Harper. But then you get over there into the third inning, and Shohei Ohtani comes up with a runner on second base, Alfonso. Now, Shohei Ohtani hits a laser beam to center field for a base hit, and he tries to stretch his single into a double. 2 outs, kind of a dangerous play, but he's going for it. Shohei has been a speedy guy in his career, and he gets thrown out at second base. Well, no problem. It should be no issue for Alfonso scoring to tie the game. Did not score. No way. No how. Why did he not score? That's a really good question, actually. If you look at the videotape, it's kind of an embarrassing moment for Alfonso because he is kind of taking his time rounding third, and he starts to do the jog in through home plate. Perhaps he was not aware that Shohei Ohtani was going to try to stretch that into a double. Thus, the base run, the guy that's on deck, which was Andy Pages, should have been there yelling at him to go, 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 go. You got to get your ass through the base. Because Shohei Ohtani was thrown out trying to stretch that single into a double. And upon review, which, by the way, Shohei Ohtani was initially called safe. It was a close slide and tag. Upon review, Shohei Ohtani was, in fact, tagged out. Alfonso, roughly 1 foot away from hitting home plate, which means no runner scores. Luckily, Shohei Ohtani kind of had a smile on his face about it. But listen, you're robbing an RBI of the potential MVP candidate going for his 5th MVP. Do us a favor. Don't rob him of RBIs. That's a stat he could use. That being said, 4th inning rolls around, and Max Muncy does this.
First start. Here's Muncy driving a ball in the air to deep center field. Hill's going back. It's into the trees. Straightaway shot from Muncy. Dodgers take the lead. His 3rd career home run against Zach Wheeler.
3rd career home run versus Zach Wheeler. Forget everything else. That alone is the most impressive thing of the night. 3 career home runs off of Zach Wheeler? I would give anything to own anyone like that. I take that back. I actually did own one guy like that. Sonny Gray. I could always homer off Sonny Gray. I don't know why I could homer off Sonny Gray, but for some reason I could do that with Sonny Gray. Max Muncy absolutely owns Zach Wheeler. 3rd career home run off of him right there, but also very important for this. That was also his 228th career home run. What's interesting about that, it also happens to be his 223rd career home run, specifically for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He has 5 home runs elsewhere with the Oakland Athletics between 2015 and 2016, but 228 home runs for the Los Angeles Dodgers is no small feat because that officially ties him for the 2nd most all-time for the Los Angeles Dodgers in home runs, tying Ron Cey. only a few more away.
I was a little surprised when I heard that. Were you surprised? I was watching the game.
A little bit, but I am aware who has the record for Los Angeles Dodgers. It's Eric Karros. There's a lot of Dodgers on that list. I mean, Mike Piazza probably would have gotten higher on that list. Of course, we traded him away before he could have. Matt Kemp didn't spend enough years in Los Angeles.
One of your favorites.
Andre Ethier. Hey, listen, Matt Kemp should have got an MVP here in L.A. Matt Kemp got screwed out of that MVP here in L.A., and he eventually did come back here to L.A. and kind of wind down his career. He could have done this because he was a star. Andre Ethier, same thing. But yeah, Max Muncy, for the last 8 years has been a mainstay here.
Love it.
228 career home runs. Congratulations to you, Max Muncy, in tying that mark. What a phenomenal thing for him to do. But as the game continued, Dodgers are leading 2-1. Bring in the 8th inning. They go with Tanner Scott. They're asking him to get himself 5 outs to secure the save. And it looks like he's well on his way. Runner gets on first base, and they bring in Crawford to pinch run in the 9th inning. And then JT Realmuto hits a double. Second and third, base open at first base. And now we have an issue. The Dodgers are going to concede the run. They're playing infield back. They're looking simply to get a ground ball to get the out, keep the runner at second base, and get ready to win this in extra innings. And then this happens.
Sawed off to third, and it got him hung up. Crawford's hung up. Crawford is out. Throw to second. That is the game. That is the ball game.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a bat bleep crazy way to end that game last night on Sportsnet TV right there for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And those of you that couldn't tell what just happened, ground ball from Marsh directly at Max Muncy at third base, who was playing even with the bag. Now, the old attaché is simply this. When the infield is back the way they are and the corners are kind of pressed in, D-Fish, what you basically got to do as a runner on third is make sure, see that ball past the third baseman, past the pitcher. Basically, you just got to see it get to the middle infield. If you see the ball's trajectory is to the middle infield, you have a cakewalk, easy jog into home plate to score. The only time you're not going to go is if it's hit directly at the third baseman, which this ball was. Now, to give Crawford some credit, the ball was kind of sawed off on the hitter, Brandon Marsh, so it kind of squibbled out of the batter's box to third base. So to him, it probably looked a little different because it had a weird spin on it. Or his coach at third base said, you're going on anything. Anything on the ground, you take off. Here was the thing. Right off the bat, Crawford kind of hesitated. And when he hesitated and Muncy had the ball, he was caught right there in no man's land. So now his new job, stay in the rundown. And he did. JT Realmuto did his job too. Took third base. Then as Crawford was running back to third base with the rundown in a good old-fashioned pickle, JT Realmuto just panicked. A veteran player like that, panicking. He immediately just turns around and runs back to second base. Tagged out there, Mookie Betts makes a ridiculous throw to second base. Tag out at second by Tommy Edman. Dodgers win in comical, ridiculous fashion. D-Fish, have you ever seen like a very veteran basketball player make that boneheaded of a mistake?
Yeah, I mean, not obviously not exactly the same, but yes, there's basketball plays we could go back for years. I mean, whether, guys missing, Patrick Ewing had a famous layup that
lives forever.
Was notable. Yeah, that lives forever.
We almost had that with Josh Hart this year too.
Yeah, Josh Hart had
Thank
a play.
God for OG.
I've had plays on the defensive end where I just kind of went for a steal or something late in the game and somehow missed the ball, like coming right for my hands, and then the guy on the other team catches it and turns around and makes a shot or something. Like it tends to happen in sports to some degree, but not necessarily like brain freezes.
Yeah, because that's a mental mistake.
Yeah,
that wasn't even physical.
Yeah, that's a little different. Sometimes on a shot or something that requires a lot of movement, you tense up or you freeze up, but the brain freeze in terms of just taking off running and doing something that typically isn't what you would do in a situation. I'm not sure how often that has happened. I would maybe liken it to, sometimes when if the team doesn't have any timeouts. Like I think there was a play this past year where Kevin Durant was signaling, like he was about to signal timeout, but they didn't have any timeouts left. Mm-hmm. And his teammate had to grab him and make sure he didn't really get the timeout signal up, because then it's a technical foul if you call a timeout and you don't have any left.
Uh-huh.
So, you've seen some of those types of plays happen over the years, but it's very rare, like very rare. Most of the time, everybody knows the situation, and I'm sure in baseball, people you see like the manager come out or the pitching coach comes out, the infield huddles up, like everybody gets on the same page about this scenario, this situation is 2 outs, it's first and third, and you guys practice this stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was definitely probably he just had a moment, man, where he just panicked.
Just straight up panic. And by the way, Dave Roberts did have some quotes after the game, specifically on this play. Here's what Dave Roberts had to say about that game-ending double play. Oh, we don't have that sound right now. Okay, well, listen, it was a very, very odd play that took place. And listen, Dodgers get the win, but luckily, Justin Robleski had himself another phenomenal.
Talk about, this.
Was that the Dave Roberts sound right there?
I believe so. Give me 1 second.
We're gonna find that Dave Roberts.
We're gonna find it.
Let's go. Efforting. I love efforting. Dave Roberts, of course, had some quotes about this after the game because, listen, it was a weird-ass play. It's a weird panic play, and I think it caught everybody off guard. There was actually a camera. My favorite thing about this is there was a camera on Kyle Schwarber the entire time that this play was happening. Just the utter disbelief on his face because he's just like, what just happened? Didn't we just win? How did this take place? It was pretty funny to see. We got that sound, Aaron? Well, let me know when we do, my guy. But we also got some Justin Robleski sound that we also have that we're going to play for you, because Justin Robleski had himself a great game as well. Another seven strikeouts, 6.1 innings pitched. Great game from him, out-dueling Zach Wheeler in Zach Wheeler's home spot. Here's what Justin Robleski had to say post-game.
Off of the all-star pitching here, what was it like just kind of getting back on this mound, especially building off of the remarkable season that you've already had thus far?
Yeah, it was fun. I think, anytime you get to pitch at these kind of ballparks, it's fun. It's a good time. I think for me, today, kind of going up against Wheeler is pretty cool. I think he's a really good pitcher, and it's super fun to kind of have those matchups. And then it was raining too, so on top of that, just trying to battle the elements, and I don't know, it was fun. Just a little adversity out there, and I had a good time. So yeah, it was fun.
When you look at just how you navigated through their lineup, it seemed early they were being very aggressive to you. Did you have to make adjustments to find ways to kind of get back to the results you wanted?
Yeah, I think every outing there's adjustments to be made after that first time through, after that, whatever. But we had to make some adjustments and figure some things out. But it just all comes with reading the game. Just like every other game, we're trying to figure out what they're trying to do, trying to figure out what their plan is, hitter to hitter, and just trying to attack as best we can. I think Fonzie and I did a really good job of that, and he called a great game back there and did a good job. So it was good.
Yeah, I like that he gave Alfonso some credit. Did a very good job behind the plate. But it's even here in the chat. This is actually interesting. David Horse, who has been one of our listeners, joining us on YouTube. And, of course, you guys can join us on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Also, give us a call. Your thoughts on that Dodger victory right there, 855-975-2326. He says this. David Horse just put out I was watching live on TBS, and JT should just stay in second. But that was the madness with that Dodgers W. The madness is right. Honestly, no, he should not have stayed at second. He should have stayed at third. There was literally no reason for him to vacate third at all. The other runner would have gotten to second base, especially with Crawford staying in that rundown, and you would have had 2 outs with runners on second and third base. Him going to second base, honestly, there is a realm that he could have gone back to second base, but it would require the base runner Crawford to get all the way back to third base for him. That way he can then take off for third. That way it creates a little bit more chaos. But him vacating the bag that early led to chaos on the Phillies side.
Yeah, 2 things. One, Mookie Betts, I think in terms of, but it started with like him just doing what I'm assuming is practiced almost every day.
Getting over there to third base.
Getting over there to third base from his shortstop position, regardless of the rundown or whatever. You see that third baseman leave, you go cover. And so just the discipline of that for a Hall of Fame player, it was autopilot. He got there. He was able to make the play. The throw is obviously unbelievable. I think his teammate got his attention because I don't even think he recognized Realmuto was running back to second. So at the last second, he made that decision, got the ball out, quick one-hop catch there. And then question around the pitching. So Wroblewski, to me, continues to separate himself from everybody else.
He's
in terms
looking
of
great.
There's 1, 2, 3.
That's right? The shark, baby.
Ohtani, Yamamoto, Wroblewski.
Yeah.
One at a time. Blake Snell comes back. Sheehan slides back. Sasaki slides back. So Sheehan will go off of the starting 5 rotation.
Most likely, unless they decide to keep a 6-man rotation, which the Dodgers can do.
Okay. So Sheehan slides back to 6.
Yes.
Sasaki 5. Snell maybe 3.
3, 4
I'm sorry, 4.
4.
And then Wroblewski,
3.
Yamamoto, Ohtani.
And Ohtani.
Tyler Glass now comes back.
Yes.
Now what?
Now someone's got to go. Now Sheehan is likely out of the starting rotation. Now you got to decide what you're going to do with Sheehan. Are you moving him to the bullpen? Okay, then you got to move somebody out of the bullpen. That bullpen guy is going to get sent down or put on waivers or traded. So those are the options you have there. And then you got Blake Trinan coming back from the bullpen. Somebody needs to come out of the bullpen. That's another guy you got to send down.
Robert said there are more sellers than
That's
buyers.
exactly why you said that. Oh, and then you got Edwin Diaz coming back. Another guy's got to come out of the bullpen. And now you got 4 guys and 4 roster moves you have to make because each one of these names that I'm mentioning, not Blake Trinan, but the other 3, each one of them is on the 60-day IL, which means they're going to return and get their normal roster spot back, which means somebody else has to go. And then say Will Smith comes back. There's another spot that's got to go on the offensive side. So, yeah, there are a lot of dominoes that still need to fall for the Los Angeles Dodgers right now as far as health goes.
Okay. It's going to be busy between now and August the 3rd.
Oh, baby. We got like a week and a half, and it's going to be a busy-ass week and a half. But it's fun. I'm glad you noticed that thing. And this is when I love talking about, like, the insides of baseball. It's probably not unlike how you love talking, like, the insides of basketball, especially when we talk about rotations and pick and rolls. And so that play right there, you're talking about him coming to cover third.
Yeah.
So that's a wheel play. So how it all works out, whenever a play like that happens and the runners are going in, the counterclockwise motion, the defense will shift in the same counterclockwise motion. So the shortstop is going to move down to third, second baseman goes and covers second, and then even the first baseman will trail behind the runner that's trying to round first to go to second, and he will trail that guy if sometimes all the way to the bag to be a secondary tag or just to back up the guy at second base in case an errant throw happens. So you're covering your bases kind of everywhere in case more chaos takes place.
Oh, I see what you did, covering your bases.
See what I did there? That's how you do it.
Oh, okay, Raj. Good catch. So, and then who's covering first in that situation?
No one will
Nobody's
be.
covering
in that
first.
particular situation, no one will be. Because now the priority is the rundown. So you have the pitcher. He's going to go.
Yeah, in that exact situation, because it's worst case is guys on second and third. First would be open.
Yes, we don't care about first. We only care about keeping that guy on second. So the pitcher will go behind the catcher, and they will just do a rundown situation. It's just, it's like when the game looks beautiful.
Yeah.
And seeing that play by Mookie Betts. Also, the running throwing behind him. Perfect tag by Tommy Edman. That's the reason you love baseball, man. That's why the Dodgers are what they are right now. And the Dodgers are going for the rubber match today. They are playing at Citizens Bank Ballpark. 3:40 Pacific time is the matchup. We call it a getaway day. They're going to get into a bus. Well, actually, maybe they're not getting into a bus.
Train?
I mean, what do? Philly to New York? That's not a long ride.
I made the drive a few times.
So
just a couple hours.
2 hours, right?
I think it might be, depending on traffic. It is summer, so there's no school, but there is work. Depending when you get out, a bus might be faster than a plane.
See, that's what I would assume. Because I'll say this. When I was playing for the Padres, the only place we didn't fly to was L.A. We would drive up to L.A. in a bus. That was the only place we did that. So I'm assuming Philly, New York, same thing.
It's close enough to where I think getting in a plane is just too far.
Yeah, a lot of extra work.
Too long, excuse me.
That being said, I've been on a couple of big league flights. They're pretty sweet. Those chartered flights are great, man. What were you guys' flights like when you were with the Lakers?
There were 2 different eras. There's like the early era, before like teams were like seriously investing in the type of food that was served and you know, the type of catering that they would provide, you know, post game or on travel. And then, you know, there was kind of like a second era, like, you know, my last, you know, probably 5 years or so in the league, you know, where teams really had started, you know, investing in making sure, you know, the travel was first class, high level. The type of food that was being served actually was good for you. And so, yeah, it was great. Like, you know, the travel, to think about all the time zone changes and how late you're getting in, that's the only way you can even remotely make that happen.
Now, this is a serious question, Fish.
Yep.
I'm not playing around. Did you guys have, like, internet when you first started on the plane?
I doubt it. When I first started, we were still in VHS tapes. So that was, you know, that was late 90s into early 2000s. Like, we were still using VHS. So I don't know if there was, you know, Wi-Fi on the plane. That was later, for sure.
Yeah. So what would you do on the plane? Would you read books or play cards?
No, read books, you know, take a nap or watch you know, that was when like DVD box sets first came out, so you could watch an episode of, you know, 24 with Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh, classic,
you
dude.
You could watch Alias with Jennifer Garner.
I remember the old days.
Watch a movie.
I had a portable DVD player that I would take on my old bus rides and everything, and I would collect so many TV show DVDs and just watch them on full trips.
Yeah.
That was classic. I love those. All right, guys. Well, it's your time to call in 855-975-2326 because we got some concert tickets to give away at Crypto.com Arena on October 28th. YG, that's right, Young Gangsta coming over there to Crypto.com. And
I say, Cole, Young who?
It's Young Gangsta. Say what you want. It's spelled gangsta. You can't even try to throw that out.
I love it. Yeah, you did right.
No. I see what you're trying to do, and it ain't gonna work because YG is coming over there to Crypto.com Arena October 28th. We're giving away tickets via Ticketmaster.com. Give us a call, 855-975-2326. Which callers are gonna be today, Raj?
Let's do 6.
I like that number. Caller number 6, 855-975-2326 to get your hands on some Young Gangsta tickets over there at Crypto.com Arena. Give us a call. Caller number 6, again, 855-975-2326. And it is that time for us to take a quick break, but coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Broderick Turner joins us yet again to talk all things Lakers, everything under the sun, NBA, and maybe we'll even ask him where LeBron might end up going. All that and more right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Aaron, Crash, and Raj making us look and sound better than we've ever deserved a day in our lives right here on YouTube as well. At The Fan LA, get in the conversation, get in the chat. We've been talking a little bit about the Los Angeles Dodgers. We broke down last night's game. We broke down everything around the trade deadline. And, of course, so much more. We've been talking a little bit about LeBron James. And, of course, we've talked a lot about the Lakers. And we're going to keep that going right now because, listen, the Lakers got a new-look team. And now that the dust has settled, who better to talk to than our guy from the LA Times, legend in the industry, BT Brad Turner, rejoins D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. BT, how you doing, my guy?
Man, I could not be doing better. I got the D&D fellas to talk to this morning. Come on, man.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey, now that the dust is kind of settled with this new look Lakers, BT, what's your takeaway on what this team is going to look like in this next season? Or is it a lot of questions still running around in your mind?
Well, if you are to believe Luka Doncic, who's done quite a few interviews over in Europe, he says they are going to have a very good team, at least have a good team in his eyes. So if he says that, I still have some questions. Obviously, I don't think the Lakers or anyone in the West is as good as San Antonio and Oklahoma City. They're the two best teams. Does that mean the Lakers now are somewhere in the next group along with Houston, with Denver, teams like that? I mean, I like some of the moves they made, but I still have question marks because they have 9 new players. And how do you put together a team that can win a championship with 9 new personalities? Mm-hmm. That is going to be a tough thing to do.
BT, man, appreciate you hopping on with us this morning, my brother. It's always good to hear your voice, man. And, hopefully we'll get to hang out soon, man. I had to come out your way, and check up on you.
Man, I'm ready for your fish coming up. Me and Robert Horry out here in the San Gabriel Valley, man. Got some good wine out here too, D-Fish.
Yes, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I'm on my way.
No, I think your point about the 9 new players is kind of an understated aspect of this turnover. I think the names, I do believe they're more dynamic, they're more athletic, they have more versatility within the roster. But just talk to us about. You've seen so many different teams. Just talk to us about that many new personalities and faces in the locker room and how they can impact the team coming together.
D-Fish, I spoke to a friend of mine named Tim Tucker, who you know him as well. He's a high school basketball coach. And I was asking him at the high school level, when you turn over the roster every season, how difficult is that to put together a nice run in the playoffs or even just during the season? And he said it's hard. So I started talking to my friends who have coached in the NBA and asking them the same question. When you bring in 9 new prominent players who are going to play big roles in the team, how does that work? I mean, think about this, guys. Once upon a time in the playoffs, all 5 starters the Lakers have are gone. Austin didn't start playing until, I think he missed the first 4 games. Obviously, Luka did not play. So you're looking at a brand new starting 5 for the most part. Obviously, Luka and Austin will be back. Who will be the other starters? Walker Kessler. We think those are the top 3. Who are the next 2 guys that fit in? I will give them credit for this, as you said, D-Fish, the depth. That was one thing JJ talked about when they played Oklahoma City, was not just the depth, but the quality of depth that the Thunder have. Now the Lakers do have quality depth, quality players, but going into camp, man, all these new faces, all these new bodies. And I think back to, Fish, when you came back to the Lakers in, was it 2007?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you guys went to Hawaii for training camp. There were a bunch of new faces then, but not this many. So that's a big thing to deal with. I mean, JJ and his staff, they are on board with this. They're looking forward to this. And I want to see how it plays out because it just can't be easy having 9 new players, 9 new people, 9 new personalities to try and figure out.
Well, we got Brad joining us right now, talking all things Lakers out of the LA Times. And BT, who's the leader on this team? I know the initial eyes are always at Luka, but just because he's the best player doesn't necessarily mean he's the leader. What is the veteran leadership on this team, and who's going to carry this team forward?
Ooh, that's a great question. You would want it to be Luka, but I don't think that's quite in his DNA in the role of a Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Magic Johnson. I mean, guys like that have been with the Lakers. So who does that leave? Austin Reeves is sort of a quiet individual. Will it be Colin Sexton? I'm just not sure. He seems to be someone who wants to take the bull by the horn, so to speak. Maybe the leader will be J.J. Redick. But when you're playing, you need someone in the locker room who's going to take charge and who's going to be that guy. I say it has to be Luka because he not only has the ball all the time, how about this, all the damn time, he has to be the one to, speak up a little bit more, to be a little bit more forceful. And also he has to be forceful not only with his offense, but with his defense.
BT, and looking at this roster, I'm trying to kind of think about what else the Lakers could be visualizing, right? There's a bit of a log jam. There are obviously drafting Cameron Carr in the first round this past year. At some point, you want to see, where he is. Can he carve out a role? You still have Dalton Knecht from the draft a couple seasons ago that hasn't quite carved out his role. Jake LaRavia, who played every game last year and was a guy that played 28, 29 minutes a game. Jared Vanderbilt, a guy that, is a veteran player with $12 million on the books. Where does he fit in? And then young guys like Adu Thero, and then the signing of Zaire Williams. Like a lot of those kind of tweener between 6'5", 6'8" type guys, there's not enough minutes for all of those guys. And so is there something else the Lakers are thinking about maybe trying to do to consolidate some of that and turn it into a piece? Is it the Jonathan Kuminga conversation? Is there something else the Lakers might be thinking about?
Right. Think about this, guys. The Lakers have a 16-man roster. You can only carry 15. So by the time camp opens, they have to cut it down to 15 guaranteed contracts. So that makes us think there's something else in the works. Now, it could be just waiving someone. It could be trying to put together another deal. But obviously, we know the Lakers don't have a lot of draft capital left after using so much to get Walker Kessler. And as you said, D-Fish, Kuminga's name has come up. But apparently, that's been really slow because Kuminga wants more money than the Lakers have. And, of course, Atlanta wants to fleece the Lakers because every team does. So something is going to happen. I don't think it'll be big. They may be looking for another backup big man to have a third big man to go along with Walker Kessler. So there's work to be done, but not a lot of work. The one day where they just agreed to deals with so many players, so many guys, that was their big move. Right now, it's just trying to see how all the pieces fit. And as I said, having 16 guys on a roster, you can only carry 16. Something is going to happen. I don't think it'll be major, though.
We have Brad Turner joining us live here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, of course, out of the LA Times. And BT, all these new names, and you mentioned Walker Kessler, and you mentioned them even still kind of being in the hunt-ish for Kuminga. What were some other names that maybe the Lakers missed out on that they were trying to get their hands on?
That's interesting because I think they feel as if the guys they really wanted, that's what they're able to sign. I know early on before they signed Walker Kessler, there was talk about Jalen Duren, who, by the way, is still looking to get a contract. And he's a 6'10", 6'11" center that they had interest in, but they went a different direction. So he may have been the main name that was kind of out there that they were looking at. And of course, you keep looking at the buyout market to see who might be available. The one thing the Lakers have done, Decker, is they've carried like 14 players on their roster, which allow them to then have an open roster spot. And then once we get past the trade deadline and teams are starting to waive players, you pick up a veteran player that can help you going forward. At this stage, with 16 players, having to get down to 15, they've got a ways to go if that's the direction they want to go. Maybe they love the roster. Maybe they think this is a roster that takes them into the season and into the future. But as of right now, having 16 players, it's just curious to see how they whittle it down and who ends up being the odd man out.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he is Brad Turner. You check out his stuff over there at LA Times, and we cannot stress this enough. We love having BT on this show
yes,
as much as humanly possible, so we cannot wait to have you again, my guy.
Man, look, the D&D guys, I'm always available, fellas.
Appreciate you, BT, man. Have a great rest of the day, bro.
The legendary Brad Turner from the LA Times joining Derek at D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Coming up, we talked about it earlier and looking forward to getting to some new spots about it because the training camp right around the corner here for the NFL. And listen, the Rams aren't the only team in town. Them Chargers are getting ready to have themselves a pretty damn good season. And boy, oh boy, did they get the guy that might be able to unlock everything great about Justin Herbert. Who is it? We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker. We got Ron. We got our hands on Crash, and you better believe Raj back there making us look and sound better than we've ever deserved a day in our lives. You can check us out on YouTube as we speak. At The Fan LA on YouTube. Get in the conversation, get in the chat. And of course, if you're taking us on the go, anywhere you go here in Los Angeles, well, you can take us outside with the Odyssey app and listen back to anything that you might have missed on the show. We just had Brad Turner on the show. Yesterday, we had some phenomenal guests, and obviously we have more guests coming in the future. So always check us out on the Odyssey app and take us on the go. Like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. That is D-Fish and Decker. Now, let's get over to the training camp of it all, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about the Rams yesterday. Let's get over to the other team in Los Angeles. That would be the LA Chargers. And as a card-carrying Raider fan, D-Fish, I got to tell you, man, I've hated the Chargers my entire life. I really, really, really have. I dislike this team, and I will continue to dislike this team. That being said, I'll never sit here and lie about the team. The Chargers are damn good. I hate that they're damn good, but man, on paper, they look really, really good. They have their hands on a phenomenal head coach in Jim Harbaugh, who's only won everywhere he's ever gone. They have a quarterback in Justin Herbert, which I will freely admit, as much as I will always point out his playoff history thus far, being 0-3 and some of those being some really bad outings, Justin Herbert during the season has been spectacular, year in, year out, especially when he's healthy. That being said, it leaves a little bit to be desired when it comes to the playoff nature of this Los Angeles Chargers team, but cue in a few new additions to this team, and this team looks really, really good. I got to say, though, of all the names I can mention on the field, I can mention Njoku, who's just joined as a major late off-season addition for tight ends. I can mention Alec Ingold, who joined over here from Miami, who is going to add a lot of blocking aspects for this team. The real star that they went and got their hands on was Mike McDaniel, who's now going to be the offensive coordinator of this team. I really think he's going to bring a new dynamic to this offense, and a new dynamic specifically for Justin Herbert. I think the way that they kind of had him under center, the way they kind of had him in an old-fashioned pocket passer type of thing, not a whole lot of dynamic play. And I also kind of understand that. When you got a guy that's got the cannon of a right arm the way that Justin Herbert is, I get making him just being in the pocket. But now, with this new coaching staff, and specifically Mike McDaniel, I think there's going to be a lot of movement before plays. I think there's going to be a lot of play-action plays. I think a lot of movement and a lot of throws in transition, quick throw plays. I think the dynamic of this offense is going to look completely different, and I do mean that in the very best possible ways for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, some coaches, man, I mean, and Mike McDaniel sounds like one of those guys that and coaches that have like a genius level understanding of how to tactically and strategically create opportunity, especially for their best players. Mm-hmm. You saw what unleashing. I mean, Tyreek Hill was always a dangerous threat down the field, but some of the things that they were able to do in Miami with Tyreek Hill and Tua Tagovailoa, they had good years. They were productive offensively. And some coaches just have, again, like a genius level understanding of how to set those things up.
Man.
And so when you think about the Chargers and their roster and, the talent that they possess on the offensive side of the field and now having a coach that can unlock that talent, like you said, get some guys moving before the snap, allow Justin Herbert to have even more time to kind of read and see what defensive coverages they're in. Mm-hmm. Are there two safeties deep? Are they blitzing? Who's blitzing? Showing him all of those things with some of that pre-snap motion will allow him to actually Justin Herbert, to me, has a chance to be an MVP in this league at some point if they're able to win enough games. They're in such a tough division that it's hard for him to kind of overcome the fact that Patrick Mahomes is in his division.
Very big problem.
That's a tough problem to have. So it's been hard to win the division. It's been hard to advance in the AFC playoff race because of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, indeed.
And so, this is one of those years. I mean, Mahomes is coming off the ACL. Think he'll still play well, but the Chargers have a chance, I think, to make a push in the division. Bo Nix will be back for the Broncos, but he's coming off a pretty significant injury as well.
Yes, indeed. Like it's a very weird time in the AFC West right now because, listen, the Raiders are rebuilding, and the Raiders are going to take steps forward. That might not accumulate to more wins, technically, but they are going to get better this year. New coaching staff, new quarterback who we may or may not see at some point this season, depending on the situation. You mentioned the Bo Nix of it all over there in Denver. I think you're dead right about just about it. This is a unique chance for the Chargers to strike while the iron's hot.
Very unique chance. And, one of the things about pro sports is, and that's what's been impressive about the Rams and Sean McVay, is like over time, the more teams see you and the more they get accustomed to your concepts, your principles, how you attack defenses, how you attack offenses, it's harder to replicate that year in and year out. The Chargers are also going to have a unique advantage for probably the first half of the season. Nobody's going to know what they're about to do because Mike McDaniel is going to be moving the chess pieces around in a very different and unique way that is going to take several weeks for the rest of the league to catch up to. And so they could get off to a fast start while Mahomes is still working his way back to 100%, while Bo Nix is still working his way back to 100%. And the Chargers could be early on, kind of sitting at the top of this division with a lot of returning guys, a style of football that, they're going to take more risks, so you could see a few more turnovers. But Jim Harbaugh's teams have always been, hard-nosed, old school. They take care of the football. They don't turn it over. They don't take unnecessary risks. But Mike McDaniel is a guy that, by nature, you have to take some risks just due to the opportunities that are created offensively. But it's going to be a fun team to watch for sure.
It really is. And you mentioned that name, Mike McDaniel, of course, who I think is the best pickup that the Chargers made this offseason. I want to give you a little quote from our man on the inside over there with the Los Angeles Chargers. And, of course, this is what he had to say about the new addition of Mike McDaniel. His outside zone run game, Mike is an elite run game guy. He's been that way since he was a low-level guy. He has a way of seeing the run game and how to put it together where it really puts pressure on the defense on all three levels. Play action pass off of that run game, which creates all kinds of run-pass conflicts, which gives skill guys great opportunity to catch the ball in space and run after the catch. His ability to marry everything together with O-line, backs, tight ends is really high level. And this, what he does and how he calls it, is helpful to O-line and QB. Hopefully means QB takes less hits, sacks, and hurries. It's basically just very eloquently saying he handles everything in the game incredibly well on the offensive side. And we've seen that. We've seen that over there in Miami. We saw the numbers that Tua was putting up, especially before the concussion issues, specifically with Tyreek Hill. Hell, we saw what he was getting out of Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill went from playing with Patrick Mahomes to putting up bigger numbers with Tua. That is just, that math doesn't math. That's a coach who really knows what he's doing with the pieces he has on the field. And not to mention that speed game that he can get the ball into guys' hands, like kind of in that speedy transition and while in stride. I'm just wait. I have a feeling Ladd McConkey is going to be one of the tops in the league when it comes to yak yardage this season.
I mean, Ladd McConkey, but to me, it all goes back to, as we know, I mean, in football, it's all about the quarterback. And Justin Herbert has shown the potential to be, a top 5 QB in this league. And to think about him having more time in, when he is in the pocket, when you think about him taking less hits and less sacks, when you think about him not having to take as many risks in terms of like physically having to run and finish plays the way he has. I mean, he averaged 6 yards per carry last year. Like he's pretty athletic. And so it's going to be really interesting to see all of these guys paired together, how they go about attacking defenses, protecting Justin Herbert, taking enough risks to score points, but also not too many risks that puts too much pressure on the defense. I think Jim Harbaugh is going to make sure the defense is in order. But yeah, the Chargers are going to be a team to watch. There's obviously here in LA with the Rams and the Myles Garrett addition and the Aaron Donald talk. But the Chargers would be a team to keep an eye on and competing, top 5 or 6 teams in the AFC to have a chance to come out.
Could be very legitimately the case. Hey, let's bring in our hype man, Raj. Raj, how's the poll looking there on YouTube, my man?
Yeah, we asked the poll because when it comes to the Chargers, guys, and we didn't mention this for this discussion, but down the line, of course, we will. It's all about a playoff run. We asked, will these new-look Chargers, will they make a playoff run? And our listeners, 65% of them said
no.
Yes.
Wow.
65% said yes, it's going to be different this year. And, of course, 35% said no, same old Chargers. So this new-look offense and you're talking about, and keep tuned because we do got an inside source. I got an inside source that's going to give us stuff all year long, and we'll keep you posted on them.
That's right. So all you Chargers fans will get all of that all season long here on D-Fish and Decker. And coming up, remember that time that the Heat ruined a surprise party? Well, we're going to discuss it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back to E-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, check us out on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Get in the chat, join the conversation, and man, oh man, we're going to get right to it because, ladies and gentlemen, we have talked quite a bit about LeBron James, and how can we not? This is the sporting world, and the sporting world very much revolves around LeBron James right now. We heard it from the commissioner of the league. And by the way, the commissioner of the league did not get a lot of flack for this, and I gotta commend everybody for not giving him the flack. He is right about this. He verbalized out loud at Fanatics Fest last week that we can't even make a schedule until LeBron makes a decision. Now, that being said, LeBron's decision has got to be fairly close by, considering the fact that right now, and this is not a joke, this is 100% true, this is the longest LeBron James has ever taken in free agency in his career. And when I say that it's the longest it's ever taken in his free agency to make a decision in his career, I mean total. This free agency has been the longest LeBron James has not been associated with a team in his entire career. This many days is more than every other free agency combined. We're talking the decision, we're talking the return to Cleveland, and of course him coming out to Los Angeles, all of which took less time than this current free agency for LeBron James. And where we currently stand, it seems like there are only 3 teams left in the mix. Now, one team that seemingly is fairly out of the mix, or so we are very much told, is the Philadelphia 76ers. And D-Fish, I will tell you this. I'm a tick disappointed in that. Because of all the teams that have been mentioned, I have to say, the team that I think would be the best and maybe even, dare I say, basketball-wise, the most fun to watch, I would love to see him with Tyrese Maxey. I'd love to see him with a healthy Joel Embiid. I would love to see him with Jaylen Brown, who seemingly carried the Celtics by himself last year. So who knows what he can do over there in Philadelphia. But if you believe reports, Philadelphia out of the mix as we currently stand. So let's look at the teams with the 3 shortest odds. And of course, those odds have been ever shifting and ever changing from the get-go. If you look over there on DraftKings, the Golden State Warriors are currently down to 14%. Now, if you look at the prediction markets, it's very, very similar. Right now on Kalshi, it's at 12% they're currently trading at. What are your thoughts on where we currently stand as far as the Golden State of it all? Because it was sounding like it was loud. Even a couple of days ago, it looked like, because their odds shot back up again, because it seemed like perhaps he is going to go join Steph and Steve Kerr and Draymond and all of that company. What are your thoughts with right now where we stand with Golden State?
I mean, we're just making up stuff. The conversation around Golden State was at its highest level when there was more talk about it. He spent a day with Draymond, and Steve Kerr made the joke that got posted on social media.
Yeah, he said throw it on Twitter.
Yeah, so to me, these percentages or odds are following the trends necessarily, not setting the trends. Nothing's changed about the scenarios. I mean, even LeBron and Rich Paul have said that. The percentages aren't changing based on any new personnel joining the teams or the teams haven't traded anybody away since last week. So what are we basing the odds on that are changing so significantly?
It's tricky.
Other than just what we're reading on social media.
That is definitely one of the things. There is a lot of this that involves around vibes and basically rumor, innuendo, a lot of things that have been said, even things that aren't being said are even taken into account. But as of right now, it looks like they are in third place if you believe the current trends and current odds of everything that's involved. That being said, who knows? LeBron might change his mind last second and just about face and say Golden State it is. And that could very well happen. Who knows? In fact, Kendrick Perkins had a whole thing talking to Rich Paul, and he describes his conversation with Rich Paul like this.
I had to call Rich Paul, little snotty nose ass, and I asked him, hey, man, what is the holdup? I said, what is the holdup? Is it money? Does a team need to make a move? And you know what Rich Paul told me? He said, Perk, listen, man, This has nothing to do with money. Whatever LeBron James, the teams that are at the top of his list, they're all going to pay the same dollar amount. He's not asking a team to move anybody that's contradicting what they standing for. It's not about the money. It's about the fit. He's had his mind made up. Like, I believe that it's been a time where he had his mind made up, and then all of a sudden he's changed his mind and he's back to, the drawing board again.
Yeah, and we even heard Rich Paul, talk quite a bit about how there's nothing else any of the other teams can do. We've already gotten all of the pitches, and now it's just all down to LeBron, and no one should rush him because he's making a huge business decision. And I hear what he's saying on that. I get it. He's making a huge business decision, but man, how much longer are we going to wait for this huge business decision? Everything's held up. The league is held up, D-Fish.
I want to see the damn schedule.
I actually do, too.
Nobody cares about the NBA schedule right now.
I do. You don't know what I got planned for Christmas?
Stop it.
But what if the Lakers are on?
Yeah, but stop it. Nobody. The World Cup just ended. Everybody's excited about NFL football training camp starting. Like, NFL season, NBA season schedule normally doesn't get released until like the third week of August.
Yeah, but they got to make it.
Yeah, they do have to make it, but they have all the scenarios ready.
Good.
Like, all the algorithm. This is where AI helps everybody. Like, they already have based on the teams that are still possible, they've run all the scenarios. If he's on this team, if he's on this team, if he's on this team.
Yeah, well, what happens if he hits the Hornets? I doubt they made that schedule.
They probably didn't.
Well, he's not going for it.
Yeah, they probably didn't. But yeah, it's. Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, it's not because the situations are changing necessarily. Again, with the teams in terms of rosters and personnel, et cetera. But you also never know. I mean, there are probably phone calls happening, and conversations taking place. I mean, some of the rumors around, where the Wizards are with Anthony Davis, is that a factor? Where the Warriors are with re-signing Draymond Green, is that a factor? Some of those things that, for him to make a commitment and then, Draymond Green signs to go somewhere else, that he may not be happy about that. So, there are a lot of things that are factoring into it. And he's probably wavering as well on like, okay, this team may give me the best chance to win a title, but may most negatively impact the type of family balance I want to have. So how is he reconciling that, internal dialogue? This team, I've been here before. I would be very comfortable here. I love all of these aspects about it, but maybe the basketball part isn't quite, that team doesn't have a chance to win a title, even though I'm most comfortable there. So, it also sounds like coming to the decision to not return to the Lakers, I mean, that's only been approaching 3 weeks maybe.
It's wild.
So to really
feels like a year.
I mean, the high school kids that are deciding where college to go to take longer than 3 weeks. So again, like we want the information just so that everybody's brain can calm down, but 3 to 4 weeks isn't like the longest amount of time to think about these types of moves and choices.
Fair enough. Well, as of last night we could see that the odds were very neck to neck when it comes to the final two teams. You mentioned the two teams that were kind of left over, two places that he'd already been before, one of which is his hometown, one of which he's played for twice, another which he's played for as well. He's won a total of 3 titles with these two teams, and he, quite frankly, has his pick as he currently stands. But as of last night, we kind of went to bed with Miami trending at 39.2% on Kalshi and the Cleveland Cavaliers trending at 34%. And if you checked on DraftKings, it was very much the same ilk. Then something changed last night. Something changed quite drastically last night. And I look no further than, of course, the Miami Heat social media YouTube page. Because the Miami Heat accidentally, and this is what they said was an accident by mistake, that they accidentally posted and scheduled a live stream on their YouTube page titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, and they slated it for the date of July 27th, which is next Monday. The reason why this is interesting to me is, one, they quickly deleted that as if that was not supposed to get out. And two, it was the specificity of the date, July 27th. I could see them saying this was an accident if they were posting it for today. Sure, I could see that. They had something kind of planned, yada, yada, yada. But having something preemptively planned specifically for the 27th, which at the time was 6 days away, was a very uniquely, oddly specific day. To where I'm thinking, this must be the case. He's going to Miami. Oh, and the odds happen to agree. They're currently trading at 49% right now for LeBron James to return as a member of Heat culture.
See, that's the kind of stuff, though, that'll blow it up.
That'll definitely blow it up.
That's why nobody can know. And that's why, things are played as close to the vest as they are when you're operating at a certain level of business and legacy and impact, because it changes things. And so, yeah, if that's the decision that's been made and communicated to the Heat already, I would find it hard to believe, that they would start it doesn't take a week to prep a YouTube press conference link.
It really doesn't.
So I don't.
It's really easy. As someone that has worked a lot on YouTube, I can't stress this enough. Really easy to make a link on YouTube.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily think the date, tells us more or less about, what may or may not be going on.
But how about the fact that it's made and actually was out?
That's why. That was actually my point. The fact that it is that easy to make. Why make it 6 days ahead of time for something that's not coming and someone didn't tell you to do?
No, I'm sure somebody was working on the possibility of okay, if this happens, we want to have this ready. But I don't. Man, the amount of things that teams are managing and navigating that never see the light of day.
Oh, I can only imagine.
I don't know. Maybe this is the summer crew, but
it's not the A squad.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know.
Summer intern.
Yeah, like that. To me, that's the only way something like this could happen. Is that maybe some new young person that just hit a wrong button or something, but. I don't get the sense. And if Heat culture is all about, there's a certain level of privacy and respect and discretion that they operate with. You don't hear things coming out of Miami Heat locker room. You don't hear leaks coming out of the Miami Heat organization.
No, they've kind of got it pretty. That's why the Jimmy Butler thing was kind of such an outlier with his ugly exit there. You don't see that specifically in the public when it comes to the Miami Heat.
Right. So, they have things going on that all teams and organizations have going on. You just don't hear about it. And so, I don't know. I'm not saying it's impossible. Could make a lot of sense. I don't love it from a basketball perspective. I just don't know if there's enough perimeter shooting and versatility in this group to make them, the favorites to come out of the East. Could they still contend in the East? Sure. But you would need some guys to, overperform beyond measure from a perimeter shooting standpoint. The addition of Tim Hardaway Jr. helps, but you start talking about lineups of Bam, Giannis, LeBron, and Andrew Wiggins, 4 phenomenal players, but again, not enough floor space to give those guys a chance to actually dominate the paint and the rim the way they would need to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I don't know if it fits well in terms of the basketball aspects of it. But I don't know, to return to Miami, if sometimes you feel like there's unfinished business. And, if you left Miami, you didn't love the exit and there's a feeling that you could go back and finish up there and, and have that be a more positive experience for you. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And real quick about that exit, because I remember when that exit happened, it kind of was abrupt. I just remember it kind of came out of nowhere, and he was just back on Cleveland. And I think I remember D. Wade even said, yeah, that caught me off by surprise as well. Like, it was kind of a unique kind of just exit from the Heat, and he's just back on Cleveland. Of course, wins his title in Cleveland. But I could see that, wanting to kind of go back to a place that you've been, and you might feel there's some unfinished business over there at Miami.
Definitely can see it. Yeah, it's also, he doesn't owe anybody anything, and I think
that's factual.
I think
he's
even with
James.
I think that's kind of what Rich Paul is implying with the, everybody pump their brakes. Like, this is not something that you can rush or should rush. It's not everybody else's schedule or clock that, he needs to be working off of. It's his clock, his family's clock. And, he's in a position where, there are a few teams that are going to allow him to go through that process and wait for the clock. And so I think we all have to just kind of continue to have these debates and conversations and not really know exactly what he's thinking, how he's viewing these situations. But, unless Miami has some other thoughts and plans and moves, I don't necessarily – the names are impactful, but I'm not sure the roster elevates them to, a top 3 team in the Eastern Conference.
That is fair. That is very fair. But here, we're kind of talking all about this LeBron thing because the odds have skyrocketed in Miami, mainly because of a massive blunder last night by the Miami Heat social media team. So I got a question for D-Fish and, of course, everybody in the back, because I want to know everybody's opinion on this one. Who had the bigger social media blunder this week? Was it the Miami Heat or the USC Trojans and the nightmarish hellscape of a weekend they had because of the post that they made? Do you guys know the post I'm talking about by any chance? Oh, baby. D-Fish, did you see USC's tweet that went viral for all the wrong reasons?
I did not.
So USC decided to put out this really lovely little post. And honestly, it's a good-looking post. Good looking. Basically doing a movie trailer poster for the movie The Odyssey, but for their schedule release. And they wrote down The Odyssey 08/29 to 26. And it's got the Trojan, mohawk thing that's on top of their helmet, right? And it says, our Odyssey begins August 29th. Everybody was very quick to say, you guys didn't read the book, did you? Ladies and gentlemen, Troy is barely mentioned, really, in the Odyssey. The book takes place right after Troy, the Trojans, are decimated and wiped off the earth. So everyone's like, ooh, I'm not sure you guys want to post this. It didn't end up well for the Trojans. So everybody under the sun is all over them for it. And a few people are coming at me. He's like, no, what are you talking about? It's because their first game is against Michigan State, the Spartans. And I just pause. I'm like, yeah, that's not better. It's the Spartans who beat the Trojans. What are you guys talking about? I don't know what's going on with social media teams lately. Everybody seems to be dropping the ball.
Well, sometimes it's just about the attention and the engagement that they get from it. Whether it's a mistake or poorly thought out, it literally creates the same thing as like they're getting this out of it. They're getting all of the engagement and conversation around it. Mm-hmm. It's driving more traffic. It's driving more impressions.
Oh, it drove traffic. Maybe in all the wrong reasons, because USC football is supposed to be pretty good this year. But I couldn't help but laugh my ass off reading this. I'm like, guys, please, you're an educational institution. That's the worst part.
Right.
Like, if the Chargers posted this, I'd be like, all right, guys, well, there is no required reading to go to a Chargers game. There's required reading to go to USC. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Bruin, but let's get over to the calls. 855-975-2326. Mitch and Callie, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
What's poppin', Derek? Cody, how you guys doing?
What's up, Mitch? How you doing, my guy?
Pretty good. I like the late teams. Chargers, I think they have that's the best division in all of football.
It's pretty
even better
good.
than because you guys say the Raiders have their running backs. and a great quarterback for the future.
It looks like it. No, because listen, Ashton Genty has got all the makings of a star. You got your hands on Mendoza. You obviously have Brock Bowers on the defensive side. Max Crosby. There are stars there over there in Raiderland. It's just new head coach, and I have a feeling it's going to be a long year, especially with that schedule. But you're not wrong. AFC West is nasty, Mitch.
And the Chargers, the offense is good. Justin Herbert, phenomenal. Dan Reed didn't win the big one. But I'm just worried about, kind of concerned with the defense. Mm-hmm. I like their line. Tui is an unheralded star in the making, and I hope somebody signs Joey Bosa. It'd be perfect if he goes back to the Chargers. He's got like a year or two left, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well,
wouldn't it be awesome?
It would be good. I honestly just don't know what Bosa has left in the tank. A lot of injury history over the last couple of years is really kind of the issue. But hey, if he's got something left in the tank, and the Chargers think they can use him, by all means. I'm just not into doing anything else to make the Chargers even better than they currently are. That's just me. That's because I just want my Raiders to beat them. So it's a personal thing. But the Chargers on paper have all the makings to make a run in this year's playoffs. So let's take a look at what they can do. Guys, coming up on D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. The Dodgers. Is there somehow a world where the Dodgers are actually sellers at the trade deadline? We will explain and discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA right now on YouTube. All of our regulars are in there and a few new faces. Welcome to the show. And, of course, if you're joining us around your LA commute, take us on the go with the Odyssey app anywhere you go. Like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. That is D. Fish and Decker. And, ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers had themselves a very unique win last night, to say the least. A win that ended in borderline comical fashion, a boneheaded base running mistake by JT Realmuto, a veteran catcher who does not make those type of brain fart mistakes that you would see a young cat making, but alas, he did make the mistake. And listen, Dodger manager Dave Roberts had his thoughts on the end of that game.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that play in itself was obviously a huge play, ended the game. It's just fundamentals. Max did a great job securing the baseball, understood that the tying run was going home and secured it, ran him hard back. And, to be quite frank, Dalton should have run the player back, Crawford all the way back, but he didn't. But fortunately, JT made an uncharacteristic base running mistake, and fortunately Mookie threw it dark to second base. And yeah, big adrenaline, big win. Saved some pitches from Tanner, and really, really fun ball game to be a part of.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. And he's right. Uncharacteristic play right there from JT. And that's what the Dodgers do. You make a mistake around the Dodgers, they will take advantage of your mistakes.
Yeah, we talked about their ability. I mean, they played a ton of one-run games. 97 or so games into the season.
Mm-hmm.
32 games are decided by one run or
less.
Yeah,
19 crazy.
And 13.
19 and 13.
And so that's a lot of runs that come back to a lot of games, that come back to those fundamentals that Dave Roberts just mentioned, the little things, and making sure that guys are in the right spots, in the right positions, doing the things that you've practiced and trained to do. That's oftentimes where those mistakes come from. The best players in the world, best athletes in the world, getting away from the fundamentals.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the brain pulls you away from your fundamentals because you get sped up, or you panic, or you kind of freeze for a second. And that gap between the fundamental training that you've existed in for decades, probably at this point as a pro, that gap between your training and your brain making the decision, that's all it takes. It's 1 second, and then it's over. And so the Dodgers have been able to capitalize on that 19 times. And I think that experience is good, in particular for teams that are trying to go for now a third World Series title. Sometimes when you're the best in baseball, as they are today record-wise, you end up playing a lot of getaway games. It's 10-2, 12-4. 6-3, you're not in the bottom of the ninth, mm-hmm. having to make a fundamental baseball play,
mm-hmm.
that then starts to, if Dalton Rushing is in that situation again, you just heard Dave Roberts say,
should have ran him back.
He actually was the guy that should have run him back.
Yes, it was.
If you don't get enough of those reps during the regular season, no way to expect Dalton Rushing in the NLCS, if Will Smith is still out,
mm-hmm.
to make that play at that time.
Yeah.
In the consistent way that he should.
So it's funny you say that. It's funny that Dave Roberts mentioned that too, because he is right. Dalton, as the play is supposed to be happening, it's called twins. You get twins because you get two base runners on the same base. We call it twins. You run them back and you tag both guys. I think that's where JT Realmuto got all screwed up. I think in his head, he thought he was about to have both guys on the base because he must have thought Rushing was not going to give up that ball, so he decided to pull off the chaos play and run back to the bag. Big boneheaded mistake, and JT Realmuto said as much after the game. Yeah, that was stupid of me. That just cannot happen. But Dave Roberts is absolutely right. Dalton Rushing needs to run him back to the bag, because another throw in that scenario, that one errant thing ends the game on the opposite side.
So the tagging both guys, you mean if Realmuto hadn't made it from second to third, and mm-hmm. he gets tagged before he gets to the bag, you're saying?
Yeah, so what happens is if he's on third,
yeah.
Realmuto takes over third base, and the other base runner, Crawford, is between third and home. What Dalton Rushing's job is to do, just to secure an out and end all the chaos, is run Crawford directly back to the bag and tag both runners. Both guys won't be out. Only one will be out.
That's right. I wanted to make sure.
Only one will be out.
Yeah.
But one guy will stay on the bag. The other will be ordered out and taken off the bag.
How do they decide which guys
I believe it goes to the base runner behind who now occupies that bag. I always get that wrong. I don't know why I always get that wrong.
That's why your manager told you to stay your ass on first and stop making decisions on the base pass.
No, that's not why my manager ever told me anything. Raj literally knows nothing, and that's what I love about him.
You just told the story.
I didn't tell that story. What story? Where is this story?
Where your manager brought you in and said, stay your ass on first and stop unless someone hits a home run.
This is why I love about Raj. He doesn't listen to the show he produces. Not the story I told. Yes, what does Raj know? Not a damn thing. No, what he told me was stop hitting singles, hit home runs, because I'm no good at first base. Not that I don't know how to run the bases. God, you're the worst. One day, Roger's going to listen to this show. I promise you. I'm telling you, he's going to love it, too. But no, Dave Roberts knows exactly what he's doing. But that's not all Dave Roberts said yesterday, by the way. Very, very interesting topic that he brought up, that he kind of threw out there. And I want to read this quote to you, because it is very unique where the Dodgers currently find themselves. The Dodgers have the best record in Major League Baseball, and obviously, what additions are we going to make in the trade deadline? Well, Dave Roberts says, personally, I don't see any glaring needs. I really don't. I could almost argue that we're sellers more than buyers. And that's a unique thing to say for a team like the Los Angeles Dodgers. But you and I were going over the numbers because you were asking me some questions on how do the dominoes need to fall for the Los Angeles Dodgers as guys start getting healthy. And that's where the thing gets a little weird. You could make the argument that in a way, now you got to do a little gymnastics for it, but in a way, the Dodgers kind of can be sellers in that they got Blake Snell, who's coming off of the 60-day roster. The 60-day IL means he needs to be re-added to the roster, which means somebody has to come off of the roster. That person would either hit waivers, be sent down if they are able to be sent down. But the problem is, again, it's the 40-man roster, which means they need to actually make a move on the roster. That's not the only guy. After Blake Snell, we got Tyler Glass now. We also have Edwin Diaz. We also have Will Smith, who was recently just quietly put on the 60-day and retroactive those extra 30 days. So we're not going to see Will Smith, at least for another 20 days, no matter what, and we still have no inclination on when he's coming back. I do think the Dodgers are going to need to get their hands on a catcher, but outside of that, I could totally see the Dodgers standing pat and, frankly, moving some of these names like an Emmett Sheehan, like another player perhaps. There are so many options the Dodgers have to where they're in a position where they definitely need to move more guys than they need to bring in.
And other teams are watching your roster construction and the decisions you're going to be forced to make as well.
Yes.
And so sometimes that makes trade conversations a little harder.
Because they know what you need to do.
They know you have to get off some bodies.
Mm-hmm. They're like, hey, it might be a phone call. They're like, hey, we'd like to get our hands on, I'll just throw a random guy out there. I'll just say they're going after a catcher in Minnesota. I'd like to get our hands on this guy. Okay, you can give us these three people. He's like, we'll give you these two. It's like, you're making a roster move anyways, and he's going to hit waivers, so why don't you just go ahead and give it to us?
Correct.
So, done and done.
So there's a balance to it that they're trying to strike in terms of, moving away from guys. There are some guys that they can, trade. What value? What are other teams really going to give up? Mm-hmm. In order to make a trade, knowing that you're going to have to probably release and waive some guys, and most teams will kind of wait for that deadline to approach where the Dodgers are, making decisions to put guys on the waiver wire, and they pick them up from there. My guess is, not my guess, we know Dave Roberts knows more about where the players are in their timeline in terms of injury, returning to the lineup, what the possibilities are, who's going to have a chance to be back by August, September, et cetera. And so for him to feel so strongly about the possibility of them being sellers, I think that tells us a little bit about where Blake Snell, Glass now, Will Smith are. I don't think he would say that if those guys had no shot of returning anytime soon. Otherwise, he'd probably be saying we do need some bodies. We should buy a catcher. We should buy a pitcher, whatever, because these guys, even though they may not say that publicly, he would know internally these guys are not coming back anytime soon.
Let's be real clear. Dave Roberts also knows what he's doing. He's become a real master at kind of putting little things out there. He sometimes plays that role, and him going out there saying, we don't really need anybody.
Yeah.
He's playing the game.
No, for sure, and that's part of it. I mean, that that there are live conversations happening right now. Whether it's for a school bowl, whether it's for who have we talked about as well, Chapman or Chisholm?
Oh, Chapman definitely. Well, that's funny. Chapman was a name that was definitely going to be out there, but now the Red Sox, they'd be crazy to move him if they're going to be running for this playoff spot.
Right. So just different guys, in different conversations that may or may not be happening. The Dodgers also don't want to give up too much to get people to come in. So for him to go out and say, man, we're good. I mean, if anything, we probably need to trade some guys out more so than bring guys in. Sometimes that also can impact the market a little bit and change some of those conversations they're having behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's crazy. But if there's a front office I trust, it's the Los Angeles Dodgers. We went through a list of the quote unquote guys that they missed out on, that they traded away. And frankly, there was really only one miss in there. But in hindsight, Josh Fields was a very good reliever that they gave up Yordan Alvarez for. And it was 2017. You never know. But the rest of them, the return that they got on all these things, the Dodgers constantly went out on these trades. They are that good at all of this. And, of course, baseball talk brought to you by here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, by Xfinity. It's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, guys, it is that time. And coming up, Aaron Donald. Boy, oh boy, the great Aaron Donald, huh? Where is he going to end up? Is he coming back, or is he just going to stay at home and work out from his gym and watch Rams games? We will discuss the latest on Aaron Donald and his potential return to the gridiron in Los Angeles here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, you heard it right there. Training camp is right around the corner in the NFL. And if earlier we broke down the new additions, well, specifically the one new addition that we're very excited about for the Chargers, and that would be Mike McDaniel. But there is a bunch of new additions over there for the Los Angeles Rams. Of course, the sexiest of them all being the Myles Garrett of it all. Of course, that defense and a new-look defense for the Rams, not to mention the returning offense and everything that's surrounding this team for the shortest odds going into the season to win the Super Bowl, of which this Super Bowl here right in Los Angeles, California. And of course, all of the speculation, all of the thought processes and dialogue and discussion that has all been surrounding one particular name, and that man is Aaron Donald, arguably one of the greatest defenders in the history of the NFL, and whether or not he's going to return to this team. Now, as we currently stand, based on reports that we've gotten from both Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, it's that Donald is not rushing to a decision before the veterans report to training camp. He wants to ensure that he can play an elite-level all-pro style of play for an entire season, which to me sounds very, very, very promising. That tells me Aaron Donald ain't coming back for a part-time gig. Aaron Donald's coming back to be full-time Aaron Donald, if in fact he is coming back.
That's what I would expect from a guy that, was as productive and impactful as he was for his entire career. And probably one of the variables, I'm sure there were many others, that he considered when deciding to step away from the game. Mm-hmm. That he was full, which I think was the quote.
Yeah.
Recognizing like he, one of the most powerful things that you can experience as a pro athlete is for you to exit on your terms. Mm-hmm. To either be on the team or in a situation, and especially like finishing healthy. You want the opportunity to end it on your terms, and he was able to do that in 2023. And so this is a huge, huge decision for him to consider, essentially kind of going back on that decision, basically, mm-hmm. and coming back to play football again. That it's not something that, he's just doing out of excitement in some ways because of Myles Garrett. Yes, sure, that is a huge factor. But if he can't perform at Aaron Donald's level, he respects the game too much and he respects himself too much to do it any other way. So I'm happy to hear that, actually, because there's also a probability that he chooses not to because he just doesn't get the sense that he could do that for 17 or 18 weeks. And that's okay, too.
More than okay. I mean, I'm just thinking about playing 18 weeks in a row of football right now is making my body hurt just thinking about that prospect, which is wild. But just so we're all clear, for this to work for Aaron Donald, there are hurdles that do need to be had, business-wise, I should say. Because his deal froze when he retired following the 2023 season, Donald technically remains on the Rams roster with a $30 million base figure salary remaining, with no remaining guarantees after LA's prior reconstruction of his contract. So if he officially unretires, both sides will need to kind of negotiate or renegotiate a restructured or like compromised kind of deal, likely involving incentive-heavy terms or voiding years around $8 to $15 million. And this is so it can actually fit under the Rams' current salary cap situation. So it's certainly going to be some hurdles, but anything but impossible. If the Rams can get Aaron Donald, they're going to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, they'll figure out the structures of how to execute on it, when and if they get to that point.
They got to hire that kid that the Lakers just signed.
Yeah, I don't think that
money number guy.
I don't think he's coming back, trying to figure the money part out, either way, but at the same time, football is different than the other sports. And so, if you're an all-pro level player, you still, there's still some protections that you want to have in place, and you want to make sure everything is good. But yeah, I don't see a world where the contract stands in the middle of the two sides.
Mm-hmm.
Like to your point, if he wants to do it and physically can do it, whatever levers have to be pulled, I think will be pulled, and that's also what, in terms of the 53-man roster, like you may have to move on from someone else in order to make this happen also. You may have to rework somebody else's contract in order to make, so it all has to make sense, for the team and for Aaron Donald. And I mean, hopefully we're getting closer to finding out.
God, I hope so, man. Because I want to see it. I want to hear that news, and I want to see Aaron Donald back on the field right here at SoFi Stadium. It'll be a blast. The Rams are going to be a blast to watch this season regardless. So it's going to be one hell of a year here in L.A. when it comes to being a sports fan here. But let's bring in Raj. Let's play a little game that we like to call the Final Out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
That's right, gentlemen. It's been the countdown to training camp all week, and we've loved it here, and we've talked a lot of football getting you ready for this upcoming season. So let's see if D-Fish and Decker are ready. So, gentlemen, I've looked, at some odds and this and that, in the NFLs, and win totals. You know what those are, gentlemen, that they do for every team, win totals?
Yes.
Like projected?
Correct.
Yeah.
Or, that you can bet on.
Okay.
Like, let's go to the bottom. Like the Raiders, their over-under is 5.5.
Yes, it is.
We won't be talking about such teams. There are, I'm looking for the teams that have 10.5 or over win totals this upseason. 2 of them have 11.5, and there's 7 more that have 10.5. So, Fish, you've been kicking Deck's butt lately. You are the champ. I'm pretty sure. I don't have that as a record.
I'm pretty sure I've won the last couple, whatever.
No, it doesn't count when he wasn't here. You won one with a fill-in. Amazing. So, yeah, nope, doesn't count. Go ahead, Fish. Give me a team with 10.5 or more win totals according to Vegas.
All right, well, we'll start right here in L.A. We'll go with the L.A. Rams, the Los Angeles Rams.
Ooh, that's a wise choice because they are 11.5, and they are tops tied with another team.
I'm going to go with the defending champions, Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, that's 10.5. Yup, not as many as the Rams, but of course the Rams are Super Bowl faves this year. So yes,
they are.
What you got, Fish?
10.5. Oof. That's a tough one.
That's or a tough more. One.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 2 with 11.5. So, I'll go with the defending AFC champions, New England Patriots.
Seems like a smart
move.
move.
They are not 11.5, but they are on the 10.5. Don't worry.
Nice.
Your eyes got big.
I'm going with the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills. They have an over-under of 10.5. Correct. They are on the list. We're looking for teams that have 10.5 or more win totals, according to Las Vegas.
I'll go with the Minnesota Vikings.
The Vikings. Did you think Randall Cunningham and everything came back? What the hell would you pick the Vikings for official? Did you think Dante Culpepper and Randall? Oh, my God. You deserve to lose this one. Go ahead. It is your turn. You are the champ, Cody. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Victory for your boy.
And so's that answer. Lord of mercy.
Where were the Eagles?
The Eagles were one of the teams, yes.
Boom.
The Ravens were the 11.5 point.
Really?
I do not like that.
I would have guessed Ravens for 10.5. Where were the Bears?
Not yet.
Said the Detroit Lions.
The Bears are not over 10.5?
No, the Lions are. The Lions are. Yep.
I think that's a miss, man.
There's 2 more teams you guys are missing from the
San Francisco 49ers.
No,
they're not putting them at 10.5.
Nope.
Interesting.
You can still make the playoffs, winning 10, so they might be at 9.5, but we haven't gone there. But the 2 teams are
the Houston Texans.
No, sir, not them. A team that's used to being up here. Wasn't last year, but they expect them to rebound.
Kansas City Chiefs?
The Chiefs
have
they're
giving a lot of faith to the Chiefs this year.
And then another team that has a great offense, but defense has failed them, and health has failed them as
Health
well.
has failed them. Man, so it's not going to be Green Bay.
It's in the AFC.
AFC.
Yeah, it is the Cincinnati Tigers.
Boy, that's not their name.
Or the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nailed it! I believed in you the whole time.
I was so into the sound effect of getting
No, can I get that sound effect one more time, please?
Wow.
Oh, so adorable.
Yes. I'm ready for some things.
I love the Tigers.
What do you think I'm ready for, Fish?
He's ready for some Cincinnati Tiger football,
Sound
baby.
like a cougar. That don't sound like.
We'll be talking about this tomorrow, but who wins the rubber match today?
Listen,
Phillies and
it's going to come
Dodgers.
down who's on the mound, really.
Well, we have that on there.
So who do the Dodgers? They got Eric Lauer on the mound tonight. Who do the Phillies got tonight? Is that
They got Nolan.
They got Aaron Nola.
Aaron Nola.
Okay. This is going to be a pretty good matchup. Listen, I'm going to give the lean towards the Dodgers, and the reason why it's because Eric Lauer's on the mound. Not that Eric Lauer's going to have himself.
Look what
a
they do when
game.
he's on the mound.
They just keep winning when he's
7
on
in a row?
Yeah, they just keep winning when he gets his starts. So they have won his last 7 starts. Guy's got like a 5 ERA, and they keep winning with this guy on the mound. So you know what? I'm going to put it on the Dodgers offense and say they stay hot for tonight, and Dodgers going to win this series.
I like it. I don't disagree with that. I think tonight there could be more runs scored. I know the first night was 10-7. To the Phillies last, 2-1 Dodgers. This is going to be a middle, to your point about Eric Lauer, 5 ERA. I can see the Dodgers squeezing this one out like 6-4.
Yeah, I can definitely see that as well. I think it's going to be an offensive game. I'm looking forward to see some bombs. Plus, the ball flies up there, and I'd like to see Shohei Ohtani put a ball very deep. If they're not going to put the guy on the IL, I want to see Shohei Ohtani doing the Shohei Ohtani things that I've grown maybe too much accustomed to.
But no stretching out the base runner?
No. You just stay on first. You hit a ball that's not going all over the wall, you just stay on first base. We don't need to test that at all. But D-Fish, we did it again, my guy.
Yeah, buddy.
We're going to be back here right with you bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. to catch D-Fish and Decker. You don't want to go anywhere because, of course, up next, Brock and Alex, our mid-morning show here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan will be back tomorrow morning to be the voice of LA Sports. And until then, enjoy yourself some sports. We'll see you.
Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. You guys, it's going to be a fun day. We have a giveaway. We're back to giving away some free tickets, you guys. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see YG Live at Crypto on October 28th. We're going to give them away at the top of the second hour, so keep listening for your chance to win. All you're going to have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And speaking of music, one of the cooler things about us being the only sports show kind of here at Odyssey in this music radio row.
Yes.
Is there some pretty cool people that are walking through a lot of the time. That's how we got to meet Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Today, Cage the Elephant was just cruising the hallways. And
almost gave one of them a concussion. They were leaving the bathroom as I was entering. I entered with quite a bit of acceleration.
Dude, you know better.
Disaster was averted.
Brock, that whole area, you have to look both ways, like crossing every corner in the, it's like a freeway hallway that you have to cross from one part of the office to the next. And every single turn, I'm like literally stopping, and people have seen me look both ways, and they're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, I've almost had those close calls, multiple times.
Head on a swivel around here,
dude. Wild. But I remember seeing Cage the Elephant at Coachella. I used to be a big Coachella girly. I was obsessed. And the lead singer wore a muumuu, which is like the old lady dresses.
Yes.
And was stage diving and just incredible live performance.
I'll add it to the list. Let's go.
Are you a festival guy?
Festival, no. Live music, absolutely.
Okay. What are you? I see. Does it say hour or tour on your shirt?
This is After Hours Before Dawn tour when The Weeknd was on tour last year.
Okay, so you are rocking a music shirt.
My sister-in-law is a diehard Weeknd fan, and he was performing in Vegas, and we said, well, let's go do that because it's cheaper to drive to Vegas, stay there, and have a weekend than it is to see him at SoFi.
No,
so we're gonna go
really?
to Vegas. It was a blast, though.
Do you know what's crazy? Show. I think, and I haven't checked recently, but he is like the #1 artist on Spotify.
I think Blinding Lights is like the most listened to song ever made, or something like that.
So, question: do you think because his name is The Weeknd, and it's such an easy people are just searching I want to, it's The Weeknd. I want to listen to a good weekend mix. And then they just end up on The Weeknd.
Little SEO right there.
I'm just,
okay. Was
right?
The Weeknd ahead of us all along? Did The Weeknd invent search engine optimization?
Dude,
wow.
Seriously, right? Think about it.
I got to be honest, I've heard a lot of his music. I enjoy a lot of his music. I have never even considered that. And I'm sure any Spotify or Apple Music playlist, anyone who searches just for random...
I'm looking like weekend vibes.
Okay.
I search something vibes, weekend, chill, something like that.
You're onto something.
And he for sure comes up.
Genius.
Right?
Genius move by him. Yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. Okay, so sick shirt.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm into it.
I appreciate that. It's not a raccoon wearing glasses though.
You didn't see the whole thing.
And a hot dog.
And an American flag.
Can't
guys,
forget the hot dog.
I ordered this shirt for 4th of July and the World Cup, and it did not arrive in time. And it just showed up this week. So I was like, well, it's still July.
It's never too late.
So it's a raccoon in a USA hat holding an American flag and a hot dog.
There you go.
Feels pretty.
What more can you want in life?
Feels pretty Merca.
What more can you ask for?
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, you guys. It is almost training camp week as well. Mm-hmm. This weekend, Rams report. I think it's this week, Chargers rookies report. So, yes. I don't think I realized rookies report before veterans. We didn't talk about that yesterday when we were talking about the arrival.
So, it is kind of shocking for how strict the NFL is on what you can and can't do, how different teams' training camps can be. Some some training camps just want everyone to report on the same day. Some teams have the rookies get there 2 days before. Sometimes the rookies are there almost a week before. Sometimes the rookies get there early and they don't actually go on the field. They just get accustomed to everything. They're in meetings. And
so it's kind of like orientation.
Yeah, but then sometimes, no, everyone shows up day one and we hit the ground running. Sometimes it's the rookies get here. We're going to have full-on practices for 4 days, and then the vets are going to get here. There's a million ways to run a training camp.
Okay.
And that's why the training camp schedules are often confusing, because you don't know who's reporting when year to year.
Okay. Well, we're going to be talking about the Rams, the Chargers, the Raiders today, players we should be looking out for that you guys should be keeping an eye on. And then we're going to be boots on the ground at Rams training camp and Chargers, I think, all next week.
Okay.
With check-in.
Okay.
So it's going to be a lot of fun, you guys. But let's start with last night's game, because the Dodgers bounce back in game 2 against Philly. Started as like a good old-fashioned pitching duel with a lot of solid defense on both sides. But can I just say, LA has Zach Wheeler's number. His only 2 losses this season are to the Dodgers.
It's so funny how, from a pitching standpoint, the mental aspect of not just who you're facing, but the location also plays into it. Like when Yoshi is in New York, he handles business. And when Zach Wheeler is facing the Dodgers, they handle him. It is the strangest thing. And he had a solid night for the most part. He just there's always those 1 or 2 moments that only the Dodgers can get against him. And Max Muncy was able to do that. Like you just mentioned, Zach Wheeler has allowed 5 home runs against the Dodgers, 6 in his other 14 starts.
That's insane. The Dodgers, and it's funny too, because when we had Anthony on yesterday, who was joining us from Philly, he's like, no, this is going to be like a spike game for Wheeler. Like the only loss this season he has is to the Dodgers. He's coming off his All-Star game snub where he then got asked to be a replacement, and he turned it down even though the game was in Philly, because he's like, I should have been an all-star to begin with.
Right.
So there were so many emotions and such it should have been such a big dominant game for him. And I mean, it was, minus the fact that Max Muncy has been on a tear leading up to the All-Star break and then post All-Star break. And we've heard Dave Roberts, when he was on one of the national broadcasts, was asked, who's a player people should be talking more about? And he's like, Max Muncy.
Yeah.
It's Max Muncy.
Max Muncy, speaking of players versus certain teams or playing in certain stadiums, he always tears up the Phillies just throughout his entire career. I don't know what the heck that's about.
Yeah.
But someone asked me yesterday, and I didn't want to be hyperbolic, so I kind of blew it off, but I've been thinking about it for the past 12 hours. I was like, is there a more underrated player in baseball right now than Max Muncy? And I said, probably not. And he said, can you name another player just in the history of baseball that is more underrated or overlooked or underappreciated than Max Muncy? And I said, and that's when I said, I can't answer right now because he was just the hero of the game. But the fact that I can't immediately say no means his career is just so much better than the fame that he probably carries with him. And every now and then he just reminds you of how reliable he's been for his entire career.
Well, I would call it a resurgence
okay.
because there has been great moments of Max Muncy, but there's also been injuries and a lot of struggles. But when he's on and when he's good, I mean, he has one of the most dominant, dangerous bats in a lineup. He is your power hitter when he is on. I mean, take this last All-Star game for not what he did in the All-Star game, but it had been 5 years since he had been elected and got an All-Star nod.
Yeah.
And it was for the 3rd different position that he got the All-Star nod for.
Yeah, you don't really think of Max Muncy, the older guy on a 1-year, really team-friendly deal, didn't sign until really late. Japan calls him the fridge because he rocks the dad bod. He's a girl dad. He wears his glasses, and you don't think of him as being a utility guy. But over the course of his career, he's just been a plug and play dude, and I don't know how many years of baseball he has left, but I hope that Dodgers fans, if this is the last year that Max Muncy's here, really spend the back half of the season appreciating just how special he really is.
It's just cool because, I mean, there was a moment before he signed with the Dodgers. Obviously, I think the Dodgers were his resurgence in his career where he almost retired.
Yeah.
And he was talking about he just wants to find the love for the game again. And he was playing catch with his dad, and he was hitting in the cages with his dad, and he just had to find that passion for the game again. So when he's healthy and when he's swinging the bat well, it makes me so happy for not just the Dodgers, but for Max Muncy in general. So last night he was the hero of the game with that 2-run home run. But Justin Robleski, he went toe-to-toe with Zach Wheeler, allowing just 1 run over 6 1/3 innings while striking out 7, and only threw 89 pitches. And I also love, he gave a massive shout out to Fonzie, he called Alfonso Fonzie. So I'm like, here we go, new nickname, for calling a great game behind the plate. And we've talked about this a lot before. That's when you know a pitcher is locked in. They will immediately give all of the attention to their catcher. And he was asked after the game just kind of, how this whole outing went for him.
My workload, I guess publicly is probably a little different to what it actually is internally with the organization, because I feel like I've thrown, I threw during the playoffs last year and the year before, and throwing innings on backfields and stuff like that. I think my body's ready to just kind of handle this normal workload, but at the same time, I feel good. I think it's just another thing where you got to listen to your body. Might be making a call to Kersh here in a couple days, trying to figure out how he did it for so long, throwing 200 a year. But no, I think just trying to lean on everybody in this organization and figure out how to manage my body the best I can and stay healthy deep into the playoffs and hopefully the rest of the season.
And he has just become that dependable, right now, number 2 arm in the rotation.
To go from being a spot starter that was really just a placeholder early in the year, because he really was only relied upon in playoff innings 2 years prior. And you go from a spot starter to, in late July, standing toe-to-toe with Zach Wheeler, to coming off of the heels of appearing in an all-star game where you got 5 strikeouts, and now you're calling Clayton Kershaw to learn how to take care of your body because pitching 6+ innings is just who you're going to be going forward.
Yeah.
As far as 4-month spans go from spring training excitement to now, I don't know how many players have had more of a turnaround of success and expectation than what Justin Robleski is doing right now.
The other fun thing is just how he kind of described it, because we know that he's on a pitch count, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping him on a shorter leash, and he's like, what you guys see my workload is not necessarily what's happening behind the scenes. So I'm interested to see kind of how much longer they keep him on this pitch count instead of just letting the man cook.
Yeah. I would imagine early on, of course, you put him on a pitch count. There's just an aspect of trust, and when that fatigue hits, hitters are so good they can take advantage of it immediately. But I feel that Dave has no lack of trust, full faith in Robleski. So now Robleski gets to kind of really push for an opportunity to stretch some of these games, especially as we get down to the nitty-gritty of the season. My favorite moment was actually his very first at-bat. So Zach Wheeler was excited for this game, as Anthony Gargano told us. Strikes out Shohei to start the game. And then when Robleski comes up, he gets his opportunity and immediately strikes out Trey Turner, who's their leadoff hitter. And I was like, you know what? Robleski's the man. He treats this like a boxing match, and I'm so appreciative of pitchers who it's easy to get locked into. They have their side, I have my side. I'm going to trust that the offense handles their business, and I'm just going to do what I do. He always feeds off of what that other pitcher is doing.
Yeah.
And I love that, again, a young Justin Robleski, who was a spot starter to start the season, watches Zach Wheeler strike out Shohei to start the game and says, okay,
yeah,
all right,
I got you.
Game time.
He also he talked about just kind of the energy of being in a stadium like Phillies, and just how it elevates everything around the game. And he's just like, it's always fun. He's like, you're battling the elements. It was raining. They had a rain delay, and then they were actually playing through the rain. And hearing him just like get excited about the challenge of not only the environment within the stadium, but the weather, and then just battling it out till the end. Like, that might have been his most impressive start of the season. And I have to say, like, he has earned the trust to be one of the top 3 guys come October.
Yeah, I don't even understand what could happen to take a guy who is red hot. Like, Yoshi is a more established and better pitcher.
That's your ace right now.
Right, but as far as who is the hottest pitcher right now, you could argue Robleski outside of Mizorowski is the hottest pitcher in baseball, and how you can pull the reins on him going forward. Like, you have to just keep riding this thing. You have no idea how good he can be. It's been 4 months, and look what he's done. You got to let the man, as you said, just let him cook. Let him cook. And come playoff time, I hope that Dave Roberts is comfortable enough to let that happen.
Well, let's get to the end of the game, because the 9th inning chaos was beautiful. I'm just going to let you guys listen to the final call before we dive into it.
Shot off to third, and it got him hung up. Crawford's hung up. Crawford is out. Throw to second. That is the game. That is the ball game. What a way to finish it. Chaos on the bases, and a 2-1 Dodger win.
That was the call on Sportsnet LA. Incredible heads-up play by Mookie Betts and the Dodgers to catch that Phillies runner in a pickle, tag him out, and then get the double play, throwing the ball to second to end the game.
Yes. So there's a runner on second and third. There's a little blooper hit to third base.
Like one out. One out,
by the way, yes.
One out with a runner on second and third, 9th inning.
Based off the base running, you would think it was a life or death situation.
Yeah.
It definitely was not. Third base runner takes off home. Crawford gets in a pickle. For some reason, JT Realmuto comes to third base and is standing on third base during the rundown.
Yeah.
And inexplicably just takes off running back to second base. And you hear the boos that rain down. I'm sure he has had to answer a lot of questions with a lot of coaches as to what the heck he was thinking. I think the moment was just too big.
That was
for
one of those
how experienced he is.
That was one of those brain fart moments.
Yeah.
You're kind of watching it go down, and then you don't realize what's happening. And it was funny. They panned to Schwarber, and his face was like, "What
are you doing?
What, you guys?" As like one of the better teams in the league and one of the top established players in the league. That was a full brain fart situation for the Phillies.
Just a general rule of base running. If you are already standing on a base that you have taken, there are not many situations that ask for you to leave that base and go back to the one you came from when you already ran all the way over here. And what we saw last night was not one of those moments. And yeah, that is absolutely brutal. I never thought I would say I would feel for Phillies fans, but they're just sitting there like, wait, but what? Why is he doing? Oh my! I've never been more confused sitting at home.
There it is.
And as a reminder, there was only one out, so he could have just stood on the base, taken the out from Crawford, and then let the next batter come up and try and bring him home. But yeah, I would love to take advantage of brain farts, but that's probably one of the bigger ones that we're going to see this season from any team.
No, that was great. I mean, I've witnessed a lot of weird endings to games. That was up there with one of the more strange, but also Tanner Scott's like, thank God.
Yeah, it was looking shaky for a minute.
Thank God. He escaped the ninth after allowing the single and the double. So, Tanner Scott got out of that one easy. He's, thanking the Phillies. Thank you for that giant mess up, because now we're looking just fine. So, it was a chaotic, sloppy end to the game, but, great heads-up play by the Dodgers and Mookie Betts, Max Muncy, and Justin Robleski. And I would even put Mookie in there as, heroes of the night.
And I will also say Dalton Rushing, who was not in the game until that inning, to come off cold on a delay, weather, and obviously everyone knows that Alfonso was out there playing this game as kind of a punishment toward you to get thrown into that moment and be able to dictate things and make sure that you force the double play was a credit to him. Yeah.
No, all around, great win. Rubber match tonight. I think it's also a 3:40 start. So once the lineups come up with Eric Lauer on the mound going up against Aaron Nola tonight, see if the Dodgers can take this series. We're going to take a quick break here, though. When we come back, like I said, we're talking NFL training camp. We're getting ready. All week long, we're going to talk about the biggest names in LA football this season. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, and you're going to want to save this number, you guys, because we've got a giveaway coming up in about 35 minutes. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, because we're giving away a pair of tickets to see YG live at Crypto on October 28th. We'll give them away at the top of the second hour, so keep listening for your chance to win. Ooh, sick. Who else is in that? Do you know? Producer Shay? Who else we got in there?
Yeah, so you got YG, Mozzie, Kaylin, For Real, Natalie Nunn,
I didn't even look
and
to
then
the
Chief
right.
Boy.
You're like, look to the right, Curry. Read it. All I saw was YG. Okay, sick.
There is a growing trend right now.
Yeah.
And it was started by, I believe it was Young Jeezy who did a tour, and he made it like a
festival?
No, so the theme of that is Gentleman's Club, and everyone is wearing like black tie. He made it a black tie tour. So if you came to the show, you had to be dressed to the nines, and a lot of hip hop acts are kind of riding the coattails of that. And I think it's a cool idea.
I like that.
It's almost like an adult prom night in a way, and they really lean into it. It's really cool.
I'm all for a theme.
Yeah.
And I'm all for like going all in for a fit and a vibe.
Yeah.
And we've seen that with like pop stars, and like obviously like the Taylor Swift did the sparkles and the friendship bracelets, and Lady Gaga, everybody goes crazy as like the monster, like her little monsters and the wigs and things like that. So I'm digging like the fresh, like black tie, high-end vibes.
It's cool. Yeah, you know what? It is typically a female artist thing, because I just thought of when Beyonce was on tour.
Yes.
You wore the...
She gave a theme. Silver?
Like a disco ball kind of look thing,
Okay.
the silver reflecting. And to see male artists lean into that too, and, you know, it's easy to sit there and say, oh, this is rap music. We don't do that. I like that.
What do you mean
that
it's fresh?
I like that they're leaning
It's
into
sick.
it, and people are responding very, very
And like,
excitedly
and
about
that
it.
like old school vibe, like people, like you forget, like back in the day, like they're doing like gentlemen's clubs, like the 50s, 60s, like those kind of vibes.
Yes.
Like people got dressed up to go everywhere.
To go to the grocery store to get a loaf of bread, you put on a tie, you put on some loafers, like
Oh, when people like, I
really
can't
cool.
imagine, and I like, no offense, if you're one of these people, but people who get dressed up to fly.
That's where I draw the
airplanes.
line. Yeah.
What?
That's where I draw.
What are you doing? Like every time I see, and again, like if I never want to like shame anybody for like giving it their all, but like if we're going on like a 4.5 hour flight and you are dressed to the nines, sitting there like in the heels and like the suit and all that, why? You know, you can change the moment you get off the flight. You can change right before you get on.
I don't even want my bare skin touching a plane
No.
seat. I won't wear shorts. I will always wear long sleeves or a jacket. And then, I've seen many people in suits and dresses, and I'm right there with you. I understand
Comfort.
that the second you land, you have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Please take 10 minutes and change in the bathroom.
But
It'll
I'm
make your
also
life so much
big, like
easier.
airplane clothes can't be like on the couch or in the house clothes.
Germ-wise, it's probably one of the dirtiest.
Right?
One of the dirtiest places you could
Right?
be. Yeah,
I will
yeah.
say though, on a flight to Ibiza from Madrid, we were talking about this yesterday. It's like a 30-minute flight. Everyone is like dressed in club outfits, and that is like the only time where it's like I get it. People were raging. It was
Stayed
like
out later than you
It
thought.
was a 30-minute party flight to get ready to go spend the entire like weekend raging. Wild.
I like that. I
yeah,
like that.
that's fair. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, you guys. And it is officially training camp week. And we are so excited. Rams, Chargers are entering the 2026 season with some of NFL's biggest stars. Not every player carries the same expectations. And the question that we're going to kind of break down here is which stars will define LA football this season? Who has the most pressure to deliver? And I'm going to flat out say the Rams have all the pressure in the NFL.
Yeah.
Not only did they come in as Super Bowl favorites, but after trading for Myles Garrett, they already were the Super Bowl favorites. After you get a guy like Myles Garrett, and there's still the possibility that Aaron Donald will announce that he is back out of retirement. I believe it'll happen during training camp if it's going to happen. We're still very much under the impression that, like, if we're on the meter, we are in the green.
Yeah.
We're at like an 80% sure.
I like that, yeah.
It's coming back. We're all the way over there now. But when you look at individual players, what's a name when you look at, we'll start with the Rams.
Okay.
Biggest name on the Rams that is going to have the most pressure?
I think it does start with Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
And when you're a reigning MVP, that's just what comes with the territory. When you're 38 years old, entering your 18th season. Also, 6th year with the Rams, which sounds insane that he has been here for 5 seasons.
Okay, but
already.
his first year is when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's
and
just,
it was at SoFi.
Yep.
Because he was one of there was like 2-3 quarterbacks. Tom Brady ended up winning his first year with the Bucs. Stafford won his first year.
Ben Roethlisberger did it his first year as a starter, but I don't think that counts because he was still on the team the year prior for the Steelers. But no, it is rare air. And if you are Matthew Stafford, you're coming off your best year despite being 38 years old. And really the only factor with him is health. If he is healthy, he has such command of that offense. Him and Sean McVay are best buds, it seems, and he is so interwoven with the fabric of the offense that Sean McVay has created. It is all on Matthew Stafford. Not that he has to play at an MVP level again, but that he showed, so your age is not a factor. If you are healthy, you are playing at a high level. And as the quarterback, it's you and the center, the only two players that touch the ball every single play. If Matthew Stafford does not have a good year, that's really one of the only things that could derail this offense. So it seems like it has to be Stafford.
It's kind of wild that Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford are only 2 years apart.
Yeah.
Like, I just looked that up because I was like, I knew they were close in age. I knew, like, obviously Sean McVay came in as, like, was he the youngest hire?
Yes, he was.
For a head coach?
It was him or Lane Kiffin, but both were close. But the fact that Lane Kiffin did not last very long as a head coach, whereas Sean McVay is still coaching, lets you know who was ready.
So Sean McVay is 40, Matthew Stafford is 38. So they are 2 years apart. So, like, not only are they each other's, we've heard them both talk about what they have meant to each other and how badly Sean McVay, once he realized that they could go out and get Matthew Stafford, I think he saw, like, okay, this is my opportunity to create my legacy.
Yeah.
And it's completely turned around Matthew Stafford's career and legacy, just the two of them together. But yeah, I'm with you too with the Matthew Stafford. I don't know if it's as high of expectations as maybe some other guys on the team. However, he is the leader of this Super Bowl favorite, reigning MVP team. And last was it preseason when he was in the van and we weren't sure?
He was in the big shiny van. Yes, he was.
We didn't know kind of the status of his health and how everything was going to play out for the remainder of the year. We're like, is this going to be a Jimmy Garoppolo season? The fact that he exceeded expectations, and I don't think there was a ton of pressure on him last year. It's completely different when people don't expect a lot.
Yeah.
And then you prove everybody like, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
What? I didn't see that coming. Not only did I not see him, like, we didn't see the fact that he was going to be, like, healthy, but, you were going to go out and have your best season of your career?
Right.
So that's hard because at 38 years old, to have back-to-back seasons like that is difficult. But I think he will, if he can stay healthy, he will live up to whatever the standard expectation of a Matthew Stafford is, not only for himself, but that the team has for him.
Another one I would throw in there, too, is Byron Young. And despite him leading the Rams in sacks last year with 12, and he improved so much, adding Myles Garrett in a way puts more of an expectation on Byron Young, assuming that Myles Garrett is going to get most of the attention, which he rightfully will.
Yeah.
But basically, you're saying you got 12 sacks a year ago. Now that we're assigning an entire side of the offensive line to him, what are you going to do now? And to his credit, he has improved drastically. He's improved his flexibility, his bend. He's become a multi-tooled pass rusher. Before it was just the speed rush, and then he added the bull rush. And his ability to plant that foot, bend around that offensive tackle, and just finish a play consistently time and time again. That is how you get 12 sacks. He's improved as a run defender, and a big, big, big payday awaits him if he can continue. Well, he's already going to get paid a lot, but he can dictate how much he gets paid if he can succeed this year, because this will be the final year of his contract.
Okay, so then question here. How much, I guess, pressure is on a guy like Myles Garrett? Because he's obviously the defending, the reigning defensive player of the year, the big blockbuster trade that the Rams made to have that Super Bowl-esque defense. Yeah. Because that was kind of their, if you had a weak spot, obviously it was on the defensive side. When you come to a team that's already a Super Bowl favorite, that had one of the top rosters in the league, I want to say, like, yeah, okay, there's pressure on Myles Garrett to perform, but I don't know if it's the same amount of pressure because it is such a great team. He's not expected to carry this team.
When you have a record-breaking 23-sack year the year prior, anything less than a record-breaking year technically from an individual standpoint is a step back. So because that is so unrealistic to break the record the year after you broke the record, and because we expect the Rams team success to be through the roof, I would say Myles Garrett doesn't have pressure because all he has to do is be the player that he's been this whole time. If Myles Garrett gets 18 sacks, that is an insanely successful year. If Myles Garrett gets 15, that is an insanely successful year. When you're coming off the heels, and it's really kind of the Matthew Stafford situation. Yeah. When you're coming off of a year that is historic and your personal best, you don't necessarily have to up that to prove that you're still playing at a great level. And when you are a defensive player, you are easier to avoid, right? Matthew Stafford touches the football every single play. Yes. So there is pressure on him because he dictates the offense. Teams can run away from Myles Garrett. They can roll away from Myles Garrett, and entire game plans can be removed, can be put in place to attempt to take Myles Garrett out of the game. So defensive players always get that little bit of grace. Those attempts won't be successful, but just in the scope of what is expected of you and did you reach that metric, defenders always get just a little bit of leeway there.
Okay, so then question here, because we're talking about the two reigning best players at their position, the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year. When you're coming off being the best of last season, you're saying, again, and this is a player perspective, media perspective, you can tell me which side you're coming from, you don't expect them to one up. You just expect them to, I guess, be just as good, or you're not going to be surprised if they take a step back.
I would say the last one. I would not be surprised as a teammate if Myles Garrett does not get 23 sacks, right? Myles Garrett wants to get 24 sacks this year. Matthew Stafford wants to throw for one more touchdown than he did last year. But as a teammate, I in no way would consider it a down year if you do not reach that number. You entered the history books for a reason. Yeah. And there's also the element of you did so much last year that so much attention will be on you. The other 10 guys around you numbers are going to be better. As a DB, my job is going to be easier because of what you did last year. So as long as you are healthy and out there and wearing number 95, Myles Garrett has done his job because of how much he lifts from those other 10 guys.
Okay, so it's more of the impact that he's making opposed to the numbers and the record setting, whether it's sacks or
also there was no one else on the Browns defense was solid. I don't want to take that from them, but they were not as talented as
very nice of you
as the Rams defense, right? So if Myles Garrett didn't get the sack last year, that quarterback was probably going to be upright. If Myles Garrett doesn't get the sack this year, Byron Young might get him. Braden Fisk might get him, right? Yeah. He's competing with his teammates who are better than his teammates were last year.
Do you look at it though as competing though when it's like with your teammates? Because I don't feel like he's not necessarily going for the individual stats. Now he's on a team where the goal is Super Bowl and you are the Super Bowl favorite. So it's more of like, okay, if I can't get him, you better get him. Or if like you don't get him, don't worry, I got him. Or is there a sense of competition?
Competition in a fun way. Competition in Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua each want the ball on this play. It just so happened to go to Puka, and Devontae's happy for him. But as a competitor, you wanted that play as well. The same way when there's two running backs battling it out. I'm happy that we scored a touchdown, but I want to be out. So no, competition in a solid way, competition in a positive way, competition in we're all going to make each other better by improving one another.
Unless you're AJ Brown.
Yeah. Good luck, Patriots, who are not making the playoffs this year.
That was like a whole other issue of complaining that he wasn't getting the ball enough and no one was paying attention.
There is an extreme side of it.
No one's paying attention to me.
It's exactly what he was saying.
And then we
voice.
found out that he was the one leaking all of the stories. That is a cancer in the locker room.
The Patriots are screwed, man.
I mean, they have so much. They have so much off-season drama, which is wild. And then you just picked up like the biggest. Yeah, that's wild. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? We're heading around the world of sports. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. We're also giving away a pair of tickets in about 15 minutes, you guys. So save this number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see YG live at Crypto.com Arena on October 28th. Like I said, in about 15 minutes, the top of the next hour, all you're going to have to do is call in. So keep listening for your chance to win. 855-975-2326. All right. It's that time of day, Shay. Do you care, LA?
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
What is up, guys? What's up, LA? What's up, Brock and Alex? How we doing today?
Can I just give a shout out also? BTS Nick made that commercial.
Yeah.
He had the old, like the OG Staples in there. It did not say crypto. So an old shot of Staples on there. And do you know how much I want to say Staples instead of YG playing it crypto, but you have it in the script, so I don't know if
we should
legally
call it
I should have to. It's Staples. It forever.
It's Staples.
Yeah.
Staples.
So that's how I feel.
I feel the same way.
Take it away, Shay.
Do
Take
you
it away.
care, LA? And I can tell you guys right now, Alex definitely cares about that naming situation. And who knows? Maybe we'll get Staples back. But as of now, it's Crypto Arena. So unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with that, which sucks. Do you care, LA, guys? A segment where I tell Alex and Brock different stories from around the sports world. And they tell me if they care, but from an LA perspective. With this first story, guys. You guys ready?
Uh-huh.
This one's close to home, but it's not truly LA. So Steph is getting Hall of Fame treatment before he even retires. So a little bit north, Steph Curry is becoming the first active player in nearly 75 years to receive his own dedicated exhibit at the Basketball Hall of Fame. Do you care?
What's the exhibit?
So it's going to be basically just about him, his career, everything he's done. He did this ring, he scored this amount of points on this night. It's just it's like an exhibit that you would see at the Naismith Hall of Fame.
Oh, I mean, we have LeBron James is in the Hall of Fame. He people forget he is already a Hall of Famer, and he's still playing. I love Steph Curry. He is my favorite non-Laker player. Maybe because we share the same last name. Maybe because he is a smaller guy who completely changed the style. I think an entire generation of how they looked and played basketball. I love Steph Curry. I love his wife. I love his family. So anything honoring my cuz, I'm all for.
I would argue that no one has changed their sport more than Steph Curry.
Facts.
What he did by being able to pull up from 40 something feet is change the dynamic of how basketball is played. Obviously, the 3-point line was painted far before he picked up a basketball, but changing the analytics of the game, which then changed strategy, which then changed how kids growing up wanted to play. So now you have a 10-year-old who's playing basketball watching Steph Curry and wanting to be him. Oh, I want to shoot that far. So now by the time they get to high school, they can shoot that far.
Oh, yeah.
And then by the time they get to the NBA, they're excellent at shooting that far. And the entire landscape of how basketball is played right now is from Steph Curry. You don't get Caitlin Clark without Steph Curry. Her ability to shoot that far. And it was this aha moment when the Splash Brothers were still young and rolling, and Golden State won that first championship of, oh, yeah, if you can pull up from anywhere on the court, you're kind of hard to guard, even though you're not the best athlete out there and shorter than everyone. Yeah, so I'm all for this. Steph Curry, you could argue, is the most influential person in his sport in the history of sports.
So the new exhibit's actually titled Stephen Curry Beyond the Arc.
Nice.
Very fitting.
Well done.
Very
I
fitting.
love it. I care, and I love it.
Good name.
We care here at Brock and Alex. On to the next one, guys. So World Cup became one of the biggest television events in U.S. history. We were talking about it. It seemed like everyone was talking about it in a world, or at least in a country, where we don't really talk about it. So the 2026 World Cup finally between Spain and Argentina drew more than 60 million viewers in the United States, including a record 38.9 million on Fox alone. So Fox also averaged 7.7 million viewers across all 104 matches, more than doubling its 2022 average. Do you care, LA?
Yeah, and we knew this was going to happen because we were hosting the World Cup. This was the first time that Americans got to get the full experience of why the World Cup is so special and why the entire world is so obsessed with it, because not only was it here, but they got to actually experience it firsthand. But if you didn't get to go to the game, it was actually on at prime time. It was on at moments where you could be surrounded by friends and family and see all the different cultures come to the United States and just see the passion and the love that the World Cup brings, because it's not just about soccer, it's about the people. And everybody saw that and everybody fell in love with it. And it just makes me so happy.
And what's crazy is these numbers, as far as viewership, are significantly higher when you factor in the Telemundo viewership. Fox obviously hosted the World Cup from an English-speaking standpoint, but a lot of Americans, and there's even an article saying a lot of...
So the Telemundo and Peacock broadcast of the final drew 23.9 million.
Jeez.
So what was this? Okay, so 60 million. So yeah,
Right.
This was great. And I think across the world, it was like in the billions of people that watch. So fun. Yeah. We care.
Good for soccer.
We care.
All right, guys, on to the next one. And we've cared only so far, so let's see if we can keep it going with this one.
Okay.
MLB finally letting teams trade draft picks. So the MLB Players Association wants teams to be allowed to trade draft picks for the first time in league history. So the union also wants the draft moved from the All-Star break to June and would allow college players to become eligible after their sophomore season. Do you care?
Huh. I don't think I realized that they weren't allowed to trade draft picks.
You know, there's so many rounds. So I'm going to say we don't care. At least I don't care. There's so many rounds in baseball that, not that draft picks don't have value, but as a viewer, it's hard to know what value means. So the way that MLB draft works is so unique to every other sport that I would argue a bridge needs to be built to the common baseball fan of understanding what teams are doing in the draft, because it is so confusing.
It's a lot. And then I'm also looking, so they want the draft moved up a month. So because the All-Star breaks in July and they want it moved to June, that would allow college players to become eligible after their sophomore season. Or that's just, they want them to become eligible after their sophomore season.
After their sophomore year, So
this would be more of a Cody. I need Cody to
There's
kind
a lot
of
going on here. I'm going to say I don't care for now.
Because he was the ultimate college minor league player. I need a little more information on this. But if the players want it, I'm down.
Okay.
I'm all for the players in this whole negotiation situation with Major League Baseball. So if the players are in, I'm in. And I care. All right. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we are heading out to Rams training camp. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
New home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good.
haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Messi. Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
Just a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important. And honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in the chat if you're watching the live stream on YouTube at The Fan LA. And then you're going to want to save this number, you guys, 855-97-LA-FAN, because it is time for you to win tickets to see YG live at Crypto.com Arena on October 28th. Caller number 4 right now wins a pair of tickets. Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. For your chance to win. Good luck, everybody.
All right.
All right. We keep doing all this, obviously, the training camp conversation. Everyone's getting started this week. The Rams, the Chargers, the Raiders. When you cover training camps, you talk about training camps, do you miss it?
No.
No?
Game day is the only time that I feel the fire a little bit, because training camp, day 1 is fun. Day 4 is fun. Day 5 through day 30 is when you're like, oh my God, when can I play a game? I'm so sick of this. So no, training camp coverage never really gets me much.
So perspective-wise, once training camp starts, there's no break to the start of preseason?
No, you are rolling through, and preseason's different now because there's only 3 games, and teams handle it differently. Some teams will have their starters play in early in one of the games.
Not the Rams.
And and then have the young guys who are competing for those final spots play later on. Some have it flipped. Some have it the young guys play in game 1 and game 2, and then the starters will play the first half of game 3. There's multiple ways to do it. But if you are a young guy, it's kind of unlike anything you've ever done, because a rookie really plays 2 full years of football. So you are in your final year of college, whether you're a junior that left early or your senior year. You go into spring ball and weight training really in January. Then you go into spring ball, you get a little break, then you go into training camp, and you go into your season. When you finish your season, you go straight to training. Your agency sends you, the 3 common places are Florida, Scottsdale, and Orange County. That's where most agencies have the workout facilities. And you're not taking a summer off, you're working out, because then you have the combine, which is in the early part of next year. And say in a case like Fernando Mendoza, he played all the way to January.
Yep.
And his combine is only a couple weeks
sweet,
away.
Sweet baby Fernando.
Yes. So you're still working out. And then even after the combine, you have your pro day, so you have to stay in shape. And then after your pro day, you may have individual workouts with specific teams.
Yeah.
So you're still staying in shape. Then you get drafted and you go to OTAs and your season has already started. Then you get a quick break and then you're into training camp, and training camp goes throughout the entire year. So really a rookie goes through 2 full years of nonstop staying in shape football when you factor in their final season in college, and the only true break that they get is maybe 2 or 3 weeks in summer between OTAs and training camp.
Wild.
It's crazy. Yeah.
It's wild. Okay, so you said yesterday your favorite part of it was kind of like the locker room camaraderie.
Yes.
As a rookie, what do you remember that first moment and that feeling, kind of like first day showing at the training camp?
I was very lucky because my brother was going into his 4th year when I was going into my rookie year, and I was always, when my college season ended, I would always go and stay with him because he was on the Patriots and they were always going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I got to hang around the team, the house that he lived in. A bunch of Patriots guys lived there. I mean, Foxborough's not a big town, and everyone just kind of lives next to everyone. So I knew the dynamic of a team. That being said, every team dynamic is a little unique.
Yeah.
And I just remember being a rookie. The Bears were coming off of a great year, and the tight end was Martellus Bennett. The wide receivers were Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall, thinking, well, I got to figure this out because every single day in practice, I got to go up against these guys. I was happy that I didn't have to hit Matt Forte because we couldn't touch him, which was fine with me.
You're like, great, thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, in that first day, it was just realizing the speed was not the biggest factor. I always tell people the speed difference from high school to college is 10 times the speed difference from college to the NFL. It's not the speed. It is faster, but it's not the speed. It's the processing, the amount of time you have to figure out what's going on and where you're supposed to be. And again, that sounds like the speed of the game. It's not. It's just that you have more to think about, more adjustments, and more is expected of you. So going through those feelings of my first practice, of knowing going in, because my brother kind of gave me the inside scoop of what to expect and what to adjust, but still having to prove it to my team and coaches was the biggest leap.
I mean, it's also, these are grown men making millions of dollars trying to support their families. Like that's a whole different perspective than in college.
It is a massive difference when I was in college. This was pre-COVID and before you could milk 7 or 8 years of a college career.
Well, and NIL.
And pre-NIL. But when I was in college, you had 4 years, and if you had an injury or red shirt, you can get a 5th year, right? So the biggest discrepancy, I was 17 when I got to college, but the oldest guy I would be playing against would be 22 years old.
Yeah.
Whereas when you go to the NFL, I was 21. The oldest guy I could be playing against could be Matthew Stafford. You know what I mean? Like it could be a 38-year-old who's coming off of MVP. So there's really no ceiling over how experienced the person you're playing against is. And those early practices against Jay Cutler showed that. Was how the heck did he see that? How did he make that throw? And you realize, every throw is possible for him. Every catch is possible for the wide receivers. And you just have to up your game until you get up to speed.
So exciting.
It is exciting.
It's new beginnings. I just love the feeling of like anything is possible.
Yeah.
Like draft night is dreams come true. Start of the training camp season, everyone's got the same record. Anything is possible. However, we're going to start in Rams camp, and expectations are through the roof, you guys. Rams report to training camp this Saturday at LMU, and they have one of the deepest rosters in the NFL, rated as the top. Super Bowl favorites, made the biggest blockbuster trade splash this offseason, trading for Myles Garrett. There's still a possibility that Aaron Donald might come out of retirement. They also traded for Trent McDuffie. Like, they did everything they could to put together the best possible team. And earlier we were talking about kind of pressure and expectations and the biggest names on these teams and what really what will be expected of them, even if they're coming off arguably like a Matthew Stafford and a Myles Garrett at the best seasons of their career as the reigning MVP and reigning defensive player of the year. But there are other big names, I think, that have pressure for a lot of different reasons that we didn't fully get to. And one of those names is Puka Nacua.
Okay.
And we kind of slowly talked about Puka yesterday, and you shared what makes him such a dynamic and such a dangerous wide receiver because he is willing to block.
Yes.
So Puka, we'll break it down from both aspects here. He's got a lot riding on this season.
Yeah, he does.
Not only does he need to continue his play and elevate his play, I would say he is someone where the pressure is on, where you have to be just as good, if not better, because he is playing for his contract and he is playing to prove, hey, I am better than the guy that I was off the field last season. And when you're playing for all of those different reasons, you got to come out and you got to crush a training camp.
Yeah, you do. He has an opportunity to make as much money as any receiver has made in the NFL.
Reset the market.
Yes, he does. And the offense and the structure of it relies heavily on him. And because of that, it's all in his court. If he can do exactly what he did last year, he's up there with JSN regarding $40-something million a year. It's a matter of making sure that you regain, if needed, the trust of your teammates off the field. Because while it seems like those things aren't connected, if you start losing trust off the field, you start losing trust and responsibilities and opportunities on the field as well.
How do you see him? Because as we said, he needs to not only be as good, but find a way to be better. Like, yes, his play deserved a contract extension, but his actions off the field is 100% why it hasn't happened yet. So what can Puka do this training camp, this season? I'm not sure if we'll see him in a preseason game because Sean McVay doesn't really play starters in preseason games. How are you expecting his role to kind of expand this season?
By doing the things that Davante Adams does not need to do. So as a reminder, Davante Adams and Puka Nacua go hand in hand. I phrase it as Puka gets you to the 20-yard line and Davante gets you to the end zone. Davante Adams had 14 touchdowns last year. 12 of them came in the red zone. Puka is going to be heavily involved in the run game. When you have 13 personnel, there's only one wide receiver on the field, one running back, 3 tight ends, 13, meaning there's one more eligible guy. You're allowed to have 5. And typically, in those situations, there will only be one wide receiver. Puka is out there when he needs to block or run some really long crossing route where he needs to dodge linebackers and really take big hits from safeties coming downhill. That's not where Davante comes in. That's where Puka comes in. But in order for Davante to be at his best in the red zone, Puka's got to help you get there. So Puka doesn't have to do anything differently. He just needs to be the same willing blocker, the same guy who's willing to get hit. And every game, maybe every other game, it seems like he has to sit out a series or two because he does take some massive hits. And that shouldn't be taken for granted. And every time he takes that hit, I'm sure Davante Adams is saying, I love you, Puka, because I'm glad that's not me. He just needs to be the same guy that is tough as nails, that is reliable, and has incredible Velcro hands that can catch through contact despite taking those big hits.
So you mentioned Davante Adams. Let's take a moment to talk about Davante, because they really have been that 1-2 punch. And the diversity of what Puka Nacua and Davante Adams do, as you mentioned, they kind of go hand in hand in a way where they do the opposite thing, which is perfect for a guy like Matthew Stafford. So is there any pressure on Davante Adams coming into this season, or is he just kind of like happy to be here, happy to help?
No, he's mastered the ability to run routes. And the same way we were talking about Steph Curry, who already is having a wing built for him in the NBA Hall of Fame, for how he changed really the ability to shoot a 3-point consistently from far out, and how that can can stretch defenses and change offenses and change how young kids want to play basketball. Davante Adams did that with route running. You think back to those Green Bay heydays, him and Aaron Rodgers with the back shoulders, with the slants, and really just a master of route running. There is no wasted movement with Davante Adams. He's not the tallest guy. He's not the strongest guy. He's definitely not the fastest guy, but he's open. And even when he's not open, he's open because Matthew Stafford has pinpoint precision, and all you need is the tiniest window. And Davante, again, despite not being a freak athlete, can create just enough separation because with my eyes, I have not seen a better route runner than Davante Adams.
Okay, so who would be a key player for you that you're kind of keeping an eye on where his role could be expanded this season?
There's one on offense, one on defense. We'll start with offense. Tight end Terrence Ferguson. So Terrence was drafted last year in the second round out of Oregon. He had a solid rookie year despite having a groin injury and a hamstring injury. And he wasn't on the field a ton. There was a lot of 13 personnel situations, and in hindsight, I wonder if they were just asking so much out of the tight ends that as a rookie in a really complicated and complex offense that Sean McVay runs, that it was just too much for him. He got a little more on his plate as the year went on, but then he got another injury, right? So the advantages that we talked about yesterday with 13 personnel is when there's 3 tight ends on the field, a defense has to decide, do we want to put linebackers out there who may have to cover or DBs out there who may have to tackle if they run the ball? Terrence Ferguson is the key to that advantage because he is a true wide receiver. The school of Travis Kelce, where you're now getting tight ends who are with true wide receiver ability, that's him. He's 6'5", 250, but can run by you. But he can also block. So if you put a bunch of linebackers on the field and you have a safety that is guarding Terrence Ferguson, unless he's an elite cover safety, Terrence Ferguson is beating that man. You can't even fathom putting a linebacker on. That's not going to happen. But if you put a DB on him, if you get cute and put a nickel on him, he's a willing blocker and can drive that nickel wherever he wants. And now Blake Corum or Kyron Williams is off to the races. So the 13 personnel is the key to Sean McVay's offense. And this year, Terrence Ferguson will be the key to that 13 personnel. And if they do not sign a wide receiver 3, he essentially becomes the wide receiver 3.
Okay, who's your guy on defense?
Defensively, Emmanuel Forbes. So they signed Trent McDuffie, who can play outside or inside. They signed Jalen Watson. So they trade for Trent McDuffie. They signed Jalen Watson, who will be opposite of him. Emmanuel Forbes was a starter last year and really had a resurgence. He spent his first 2 years in Washington, struggled. He's 6 feet tall, and he's listed at 170 pounds. He's probably closer to 160. He's just a skinny guy, and there just really wasn't a fit for him at Washington. He comes to the Rams, and like most great teams, he has a resurgence. Yeah. And last year was his second year there. He was a starter for 14 of the games. He kind of gets bumped out. So Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson in a base scenario, which to Chris Shula's credit, he doesn't run a ton. He'll be the guy on the sideline. And to go from a starting role to being in sub packages is kind of a tough thing to bear because you kind of lose the flow of the game. But when Trent McDuffie slides inside, when him and Quentin Lake are in the slot corner and you have Jalen Watson outside, Emmanuel Forbes comes back in, and they're still going to need him, despite not being a starter this year in the base sets, need him to be an elite guy. And I mentioned he had a resurgence, started 14 games last year, 3 interceptions, 1 forced fumble, and 18 passes defense, meaning plays where he got a hand on the football, making sure that the wide receiver didn't catch it. So it's a new role for him, but they still need him to be able to compete at that level despite possibly losing, again, the rhythm of the game because he won't be a consistent starter. But the good thing is you have depth there. God forbid Jalen Watson goes down or Trent McDuffie gets hurt or Quentin Lake gets hurt and Trent McDuffie now needs to play nickel full time. You have another corner that can play on the outside as a true starter.
It's going to be exciting to just see what Sean McVay and this coaching staff is able to do with just so many different talented pieces. Mm-hmm. I'm also interested to see what they do. And again, most people are like, why? Mm-hmm. We're probably not going to see him. But again, this all comes down to Matthew Stafford's health. The backup quarterback situation, because before the trade went down, all the conversation was like, oh my God, why did the Rams select Ty Simpson with their first round pick? And then you have Stetson Bennett as the backup. Jimmy G ain't back right now. He's contemplating retirement.
Mm-hmm.
The door's not completely closed if they're going to bring him back or not, or if he's going to retire.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you right now.
They don't have like a solid backup quarterback to the reigning MVP.
Something interesting, too, is Ty Simpson still hasn't signed his contract. So Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall pick.
Yes.
It is not uncommon for the number 1 overall pick to, especially if it's a quarterback, to not have their contract signed. Because he's the quarterback and guaranteed money is becoming greater and greater percentage of that contract, that negotiation takes forever.
Mm-hmm.
Ty Simpson is likely waiting because what he gets guaranteed-wise will be dictated based off what Fernando Mendoza gets. So Fernando Mendoza gets, we'll just throw out a number just for the sake, 70% of his contract guaranteed money. Ty Simpson gets to say, okay, well, I want 55 because I was also in the first round.
Oh.
So he's probably waiting, if he has really good agents, which he does, he's waiting for Fernando Mendoza to sign. Now, Ty Simpson showed up to all offseason activities. It's expected for him to be at training camp, but that is something to monitor. That being said, the last time we saw Ty Simpson, he got benched in the Rose Bowl. Ty Simpson is probably the most polarizing quarterback in this most recent draft.
Yeah.
I wasn't terribly high on him. It took him a while to crack that starting lineup, and Alabama last year was not the Alabama that we were expecting to see. On the flip side of things, also he's a rookie.
Yes.
On the flip side of things, Stetson Bennett is entering his 4th season and has never appeared in a regular season game. So I say all this to say, if Matthew Stafford gets hurt, Jimmy Garoppolo will be the backup
They're
quarterback.
gonna,
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Hey, man,
yes.
you're not retiring, okay? You gotta.
Exactly.
We need to bring you back. We're gonna dive more into that throughout the entire show. But right now, we have to give a huge congratulations to Arnaldo in Riverside. You just won a pair of tickets to see YG live at Crypto. Congratulations!
Hi guys, thank you so much. 97.1.
That's what I'm talking about. Who you going to bring with you?
I'm going to be my wife, Jessica. She's probably not listening to this right now, but she's going to be surprised.
Oh.
Arnaldo, have you been to a YG show before?
I have not been to a YG show before. We do listen to him, and we're really excited. I'm excited. I know she will be too.
You're going to have a blast.
love it.
Bring your dancing shoes, my friend. You guys are going to have a great
Let's
time.
go. Arnaldo, thank you so much for calling us. And congratulations.
Thank you guys so much. Always listening in the morning since the get-go. And we represent the Rams house over here.
That's what I'm talking about.
Rams and Dodgers.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Whoop, whoop.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I love giving Ray free stuff.
you get so much joy, and it's incredible to watch from here. It is.
No, because when the holidays happens, I don't like receiving gifts. I like giving gifts.
Mm-hmm. Right
and
there.
I just love the joy. And everyone loves free stuff. So now you're giving free stuff to fans who are hanging out with us every day, and it's
Yes.
our chance to meet them.
Arnaldo and his wife are going to have a great time. I actually hope she's not listening so that he can surprise her later. Yes.
Oh, we love that. We love that so much. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, did an NBA team completely ruin their chances of possibly getting LeBron James? We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We had a little bit, or we didn't. Someone in Miami had a little bit of a whoopsie this morning.
Yeah.
So the Miami Heat, you guys, briefly posted a scheduled YouTube stream titled LeBron James Intro Press Conference for July 27th before quickly deleting it. Now, a Heat's spokesperson told ESPN that the social media team was preparing for the, quote, possibility of LeBron signing and accidentally published the link. But with Miami being one of the top landing spots for LeBron James, the internet has been going crazy. And there are two big questions that I have here. First being, if Miami and LeBron have already come to that decision, and then this social media team accidentally did this, what are the chances that, if he was on the fence and it was a close decision with another team, the fact that he didn't get to break the story, he's like, yeah, dog, that's a no for me, I'm out. And he goes to the other place. Or because everything is so orchestrated in LeBron's camp, this was all planned to keep the conversation going?
I'm going to have to chime in a little bit. I'm a little busy. I'm on LinkedIn applying to the new job posting from the Miami Heat. Would you like to expand on what I'm applying for right now?
Please go on.
Director of YouTube Strategy, posted 22 hours ago.
Yep. Nope. So then there was, I went down a long, just creep sesh. Apparently that job has been posted since July 1st, but then got reposted. And then people were like, well, maybe the YouTube strategist was already on his way out and was like, oh, I'm just going to let everybody know.
Screw this place.
Yeah, I'm going to let everybody know. I know I'm already getting fired, so I might as well drop a bomb.
Yeah. No, so LeBron loves to control a narrative.
Yes.
We know that.
And the media.
And the media. And the idea of however he plans to announce where he's going, the idea of that being spoiled would kill him. Because I'm sure it's part of the documentary that they're going to make. I'm sure there are billboards.
So this could be a part of the drama. He is definitely being filmed this morning while all this was going down, getting his reaction. Yes. This is just think about a reality TV show, right? Documentary similar to a reality TV show. You need moments and you need drama. So this is definitely going to be a part of that, whether it is the landing spot or if it's oh, did you see what happened? And you see him checking his phone. I see it.
The rollout, if you will, is always very perfectly curated and detailed, as a man who is a master of the media would like. So if he is going to the Miami Heat, then I would imagine he will spend the next little bit of time trying to convince us that he's going elsewhere so that he could have the surprise element. Whereas if he is not going to the Miami Heat, it's funny because he can't come out and say, well, no, this isn't this is a scorned ex-employee who was just trying to screw over his organization, because that lets us know, oh, you're not going to the Heat. So he almost has to ignore it and not do anything. But if he is going to Miami, I know it kills him that this was stepped on.
Right?
Yeah. He is furious about this.
Could it though? Could this change his decision? Because again, when we heard Rich Paul talk, he's like, there is no timetable of when he's going to share, where he's going to go. And he loves this. We talked about it yesterday. The fact that LeBron James gets to be the headline conversation of the offseason, to the point where Adam Silver kind of begged him to make a decision so they could move forward with scheduling and advertisers and what games are going to be on what spotlight days.
Yeah.
Everybody is waiting to see where LeBron James goes and makes his next decision. And he's loving this. You know that he's loving this.
It's exactly
right now.
what he wanted. The offseason started, and where LeBron was going to go was in the top 10 of topics, but it wasn't in the top 5, and that was unfamiliar territory, and he waited it out. And now he is the only show in town until training camps officially get underway for most of the league. You know, some teams start here soon, but until training camp is a moment because everyone is in it. He kind of has this window now that the World Cup's over, and he's taking full advantage of it. So yesterday, Kendrick Perkins of ESPN and former teammate of LeBron said Rich Paul told him LeBron had his mind made up, but is now back to the drawing board. Now, this was before the Miami Heat news broke. But, again, we have to go back to, did he know where he wanted to go and then for some other related reason didn't want to go there? Or is this Rich Paul just reminding everyone, hey, guys, LeBron hasn't decided yet. Let's make this a big story.
Yeah.
So I believe it's more so the latter. The entire league is on hold.
Literally.
From James Harden, who has not signed his contract, from Draymond Green, who hasn't signed his contract.
Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga and the Lakers. From like it even affects the Kawhi situation, depending on what happens with the Clippers and Ascension and all these things,
I
right?
forgot about the whole Kawhi situation.
So for LeBron, there's no new information that has been released in the past 10 days. There won't be new information to judge his pick, right? However, whatever team he wants to insert to, he knows what that roster is going to look like.
Yeah.
He knows how much money each team can offer. And at a certain point, it's just make a decision. You're not going to get any new info. But again, I know he's loving the past week that he's had of being the focal point.
So it's interesting because you say he made up his decision and then he decided against it and he was back to the drawing board. I mean, that was kind of the situation with the Lakers. Rich Paul said he was 80% sure that he was coming back to the Lakers. And then 2 weeks later, it was 1,000% sure that he was not coming back to the Lakers. So he might legitimately just have no idea. Like, because there is no clear team and clear landing spot for him. Each of them have pros and cons to it. Yeah. Obviously, we all think, okay, Cleveland would be a storybook ending, a great kind of like bow on the end of where your career began, going home. I always thought like once Giannis went to the Heat that was familiar territory just because he won a couple championships there. And, maybe him and Pat Riley, patching things up. And,
sorry to cut you off, but you bring up Pat Riley, and one of the reasons that him and Pat Riley fell out after the 4 years in Miami. For those who don't know, after the 4 years in Miami and LeBron went back to Cleveland, Pat Riley was fully convinced that LeBron was going to remain on the Heat forever. Like he was actually really shocked. One of the reasons that they fell out, there were like 4 or 5 reasons, all of them super petty. LeBron was super upset that Pat Riley revealed their third child. So Pat Riley was doing a press conference about something, and somebody asked him about LeBron, and in just like a passing moment, he's like, something, so that him and Savannah, because, she just had her, yada, yada. And like the whole world was like, wait, what? He has oh, I didn't know that. Now, again, all of these reasons are dumb and petty. The reason I'm bringing this up is if he was going to the Heat and it got announced via YouTube post too early, that would be hilarious.
He's like, here we go again.
LeBron's like, you have not learned anything.
Like, what are you guys doing?
So again,
maybe then it was someone who like was was like a petty spite move with Miami. It's like, you left us before. I know this is how we piss you off. This is how we don't get him back.
I just realized that would be very, very funny. That being said, Miami would be a fun fit. I feel that their angle. So Miami would have Bam Adebayo, Giannis, and LeBron. LeBron would essentially have to be the point guard, and they would be very limited from a shooting standpoint. But the angle for them would be just to zig when everybody zag. We've talked about Steph Curry quite a bit today and what he's done to the NBA. Everyone is playing the game further and further from the hoop. I'm not mad at the idea of, no, let's go back down low and make this a very slow physical game, and we have 3 guys who are bigger and more physical than anyone. That being said, the opportunity to win a championship, I still would have the Heat behind Philly, the Lakers, and narrowly behind Cleveland. But I cannot wait if he announces that he went to the Heat for people to resurface the Pat Riley spoiled a lot of secrets about LeBron over 4 years.
Like, you guys, you just did it again.
That would be.
But do you believe the Heat's explanation?
Can you remind me how they explained it? It was something along the lines of it was a scheduled post. But
the social media team was preparing for the possibility of LeBron signing and accidentally published the link. So
that's the whole explanation?
That would be a BTS Nick question.
That's the whole explanation. Oh my God.
How much do you guys prepare like a link for like before something comes out? Is it like a week in advance? Like I don't know. Like because I don't do the social media stuff. Tell us.
It very easily could have just been they clicked the wrong button, but I don't know. Whoever's in charge, there's definitely a quality control thing that needs to go on, and just I don't know. It varies what they're trying to do, but it looked like they were trying to do a live stream, but get that set up. But I don't know. There's not really an excuse. So yes, you kind of schedule stuff out a week in advance, but yeah, it's tough to take their side. I don't know. Tough choice.
So someone messed up.
Nick said never on my watch.
Someone got
Nick said
fired.
I could never. I could never make that mistake. No, it is. I was waiting for more of an explanation because I didn't think it would just be that one sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, this is mind-blowingly hilarious, or mind-blowingly careless.
Yeah,
it's
so
one or
it's
the
like
other.
it was either someone like, okay, I already know I'm on my way out,
Trolling.
like screw this,
I'm trolling y'all.
Bye.
Yeah,
or
it is very funny if this is a real thing.
Or it was a whoopsie and you really did ruin the chances.
Right. Again, if LeBron had his heart set on going to Miami, this would not be enough of a reason for him to change his mind.
Well,
but
because he didn't get to make the announcement.
Right. He would be very upset, and he would start to distance himself from Miami so that the reveal would still feel fresh. It would not be the same. But if I'm LeBron and I wanted to go to Miami and I feel like they spoiled it, I tell Rich Paul, tell everyone that Philly looks like the winner so that next week I can say Miami and it's still a major news story.
So plant the other way again.
Yes.
Just keep feeding the media. He knows what he's doing. Like
he's a master.
We are in the dog days of summer. Like we are in the lull before training camp starts this weekend, which is why I do think, and we talked about this yesterday, I do think like we will get some sort of announcement this week because come next week it's back to football.
I'm still gonna say tomorrow. I'm gonna say by end of day tomorrow.
Is that what you said yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, tomorrow. Today's Wednesday.
What's today?
What is today? Yeah, today's Wednesday.
Today's today. I thought today was Tuesday for a second. I was like, who are you people? Where are we?
Thursday, end of day. We know where LeBron is by the end of the day tomorrow. Where he's headed.
You know what I also think is hilarious here is obviously he gave his explanation as to why he didn't really give an explanation as to why he decided to not come back to the Lakers. We all kind of made our assumptions.
Yeah.
Mine being that like he just wasn't wanted. Luka didn't want him. But the conversation also kind of went the route of, well, they're not putting together the team that he would want to be with. This Lakers team that they assembled would be perfect for LeBron James.
It is the best fit for him.
Yeah.
The Sixers may be a better championship opportunity, but as far as fit and what you provide and what you need to be surrounded for, it is far and away the best fit.
But ego-wise, there's no way he'd come back.
I
would say like
at
2% chance. There's no way.
I'll go 8%.
There's no way.
I'll go
There's
8.
no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, this is just so funny. The Heat, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was a huge whoopsie. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for LA RSVP. We're talking about the big events happening around the sports world. Are we going to go? Are you going to go? That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN. But right now, let's bring in producer Shay for LA RSVP.
From courtside to red carpets, big game to big nights, Los Angeles sends the invite, and Brock and Alex decide. Are we ready to RSVP?
Welcome into LARSVP, guys. The hottest segment in LA. The only segment where you can learn about different events that are going on and hear what Alex and Brock have to say about them, and if it's worth RSVPing, yes or no. Are you guys ready for this one today?
Ready.
All right, guys. LA RSVP. The first one on the agenda: Dodgers versus Mets, but it's in shared reality. So as you guys know, the Dodgers are on a away stand, so they won't be
away stand.
I know. What's the actual? What do they call it again? Road trip. They're on a road trip. It's just something stand though.
It's home stand.
Yeah, it's home stand.
It's a road trip.
And then home stand. Yeah, I got that messed up. I got that totally messed up. But anyway, so the Dodgers versus the Mets in shared reality. So the Dodgers are on the road in New York this Saturday, but you can watch them here at the Cosm in Inglewood. So the Cosm has a bunch of different situations. You could watch it with the FIFA World Cup. You could watch it with theater. Like, they do a bunch of other things, but they're doing Dodgers Mets this weekend. So if you want to see Dodgers and get that home experience, check them out at the Cosm. But again, it's in the middle of, like, near downtown, kind of like the in between right there. So you're gonna deal with that traffic. It's kind of, it's
like SoFi area.
Yeah, like basically,
yeah,
exactly
it's
right
by
there,
SoFi.
like Culver City downtown in between, right? SoFi, right there. It's
Inglewood.
fun. Exactly, Inglewood. That's the best way to put it. I've gone once before. It was for a soccer game.
Yeah.
So that was really fun. It was a cool experience. But are you RSVPing yes or no to baseball at the Cosm?
I've really wanted to experience the Cosm. I haven't been yet, and it looks so rad. Like, better, I don't want to say better than being at a game, but better, like, viewing wise sometimes in a game experience.
Yeah.
Because it literally is the whole screen in front of you and then above you. So you are, like, immersed, like, almost life size in the game.
So there are certain sports that, just objectively speaking, are usually not as fun to witness in person. For example, in NFL Stadium, if you don't have the right angle, you really have no idea what's going on. Baseball, if you are sometimes in the outfield, unless it's a play in the outfield, you really can't tell what's going on. Basketball, typically, no matter where you are, you can get the gist of what it's going on. UFC and boxing, if you are there, you have no idea what's happening.
No.
Unless you are sitting in the front row, you have no clue what's going on. So I like this idea. I will say, okay, so right now, a ticket for the Dodgers and Mets at the Cosm is the cheapest ticket is $143. Most of them are around between $150 and $200.
So it's more expensive
you could go to the game
for
that price,
but
right?
it's the experience, and it's like, it literally feels like you're there.
Yeah. Yes, it does. And my understanding is they have camera angles that are exclusive to them.
Yeah.
I want to see a movie there. They're doing a lot of movie stuff now.
I think they're doing like a Harry Potter thing there.
And it's completely sold out.
Yeah.
I just looked at it just to get the gist of
the
how
Harry
expensive.
Potter thing looks incredible.
Yes. So I say that to say I would say no to this because it's baseball, and typically there are more good baseball seats than bad ones. But boxing, a fighting event, I would see here.
Foxing? Yeah, foxing,
a movie,
fighting, boxing.
Foxing. a movie I would absolutely see here. And maybe a football game, just because people swear that the football games
I've
are
heard
great.
and I've seen, and it just, the stadium electricity, you feel it in Cosm.
Because they pump in crowd noise and stuff like that too. So No to this event, Shay, but we're not out on the Cosm entirely.
Brock speaks for both of us.
There we go.
Same.
World Series tickets last year for the Dodgers, it was at $635.
Oh, we were looking.
Seat.
We were looking at a table.
Yeah, the tables are way
They
more
were
than that. Yeah, the tables were like $10K, I think, around there. Yeah, like an actual like club table.
Yep.
On to the next event, guys. The Baby Doll Brawl. Can you give me guesses on what that is? Just a guess. Quick guess.
No idea.
The same way that they have the Puppy Bowl. During the Super Bowl where the puppies play each other, it's just babies going at it. Is that what it is?
No.
Kind of going at it part was close.
But baby dolls. So like people dressed up as like dolls and there's a big fight?
I'm going to stop you guys because neither of you guys are close. So the Baby Doll Brawl, the LA Derby Dolls, that's where the name comes from, are bringing the Baby Doll Brawl to Doll Holla on Saturday. Who are the LA Derby Dolls? They are the roller derby team.
Oh, I was going to say roller skaters.
Yes, they're the roller derby team. So up-and-coming skaters will battle it out on the Bank Track and all-ages roller derby event. Doors open at 5:45 p.m. and the action begins at 6:30. Obviously, we know the pros of this. You're seeing a sport you've barely ever seen. You get to see roller derby, which I honestly thought was only in the movies. I didn't know it was a thing.
It's a thing.
And I started looking into this. The videos are crazy.
Yeah.
The people are cool.
I see them on the Strand. Like they do like these crazy, like they're like walking, like almost like moonwalking vibes. Like just, it's a whole vibe.
They know what they're doing on those things.
It's beautiful.
They're
How
great
do you
skaters.
play? Like, what's the objective of the sport?
So they go around
It's
in
a race.
Yeah, it's a race, but
you can like bump people.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a movie about this.
Yeah.
LL Cool J was in it. I will think of this. I thought that was a fictional thing. I never knew that's what roller derby is.
Yeah.
It's a race.
Yeah.
I assumed there was like a ball and a goal or something.
No.
So it's just kind of like a
that's
free for all race. I can elbow you. I can. Shove
that's like
you.
roller hockey.
I guess I thought it was closer to roller hockey.
Yeah.
Just without sticks. Okay, rollerball. That was the name of the movie. Rollerball. It's terrible.
Nice.
Terrible.
I was like, I was watching your brain work
It's a
there.
terrible
That was-
movie.
Don't watch it.
God awful movie. You do not need to watch it.
Yeah. I'm probably saying no.
I'm not going to RSVP, but Shay, I am now interested in rollerball.
Derby?
No, rollerball's the movie.
Yeah.
I'm interested in roller derby because I didn't realize
Derby dolls.
Derby dolls.
The LA Derby dolls.
And I want to support
Baby
any
doll brawl.
And I will support any LA team.
So doll holla.
I will do my research, and the next time I will probably RSVP.
That's the LA Derby dolls are bringing the Baby Doll Brawl to Doll Holla. Like what a da 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 da. That was fun.
That's
Doll Holla.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
All right, what's our third
And the last
event?
one on the agenda, we'll see if we're going or not. Crafty Fest at the Port of LA. So Crafty Fest is taking over Craft at the Port of Los Angeles in San Pedro for a massive 2-day art and creativity festival.
Pedro.
The main event, there's 100 classic Volkswagen buses that have been, they're live crafts, all that stuff. But the main event is the 100 classic Volkswagen buses. Yes or no, guys?
So we grew up with my mom had a big red VW bus. Like the Curry bus was like a known thing coming around town. My mom with the like it was bright red. As like old school VW Vanagon, and like Manhattan Beach is all hills. So we would all have to kind of like, you can do it, honey. And we'd like,
we believe.
We would all believe, and we'd all be like packed in there with all of our friends, because I was one of 4 kids, and then there was always a bunch of other kids in the car. The VW buses just have such a special place in my heart. That is my childhood.
I do like
That's
the
my
one.
childhood.
I like the 90s one, and they had that specific bright blue color. It was like deeper than UCLA blue, but it wasn't.
The two-tones that have like the arch in front?
You know what I'm talking about. I will not RSVP, but I will say typical LA, a million ways to pronounce every single city. Los Feliz, Los Feliz, San Pedro.
It's Pedro.
So.
Oh, San Pedro.
Yes, but the Spanish way, because I think it was named after St. Peter.
Oh.
Is Pedro.
Oh, we've always. I mean, I grew up right by Pedro, and everyone just said Pedro.
And if you say San Pedro, people know exactly what you're talking about. San Pedro is much more common. We just need to decide how to pronounce things.
Do we have? Okay, Lindsay lives close to there. Maybe she can give us like, what do people call? She's Long Beach.
Lindsay's
so
official word on
We'll
this.
get Lindsay on that. All right, hour number 3 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Hour number 3, we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. And you know what? If you are listening right now, we just ended the last segment kind of in like a debate of how you say certain cities' names around LA. So if you live in LA and you feel like people have been saying your city incorrectly, call us. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. The city we were talking about was San Pedro. I say San Pedro. Mm-hmm. And Shay and Brock both said San Pedro.
Pedro.
Well, okay, so if you're going to go like...
No. Pedro, yes.
You did not say that. Like, obviously, the right, Pedro would be like...
No, so, yeah, You also see it with Los Feliz, Los Feliz is there's so many places to put the emphasis. The emphasis, yes, thank you. And yeah, when it is a city founded in Spanish language, the transition to the English version of it is always gonna muddle things, and then it comes down to, do you understand what area I'm talking about? And as long as you understand that area, I'm just going to assume your life's events made you pronounce it one way, and my life's events let me to pronounce it another way.
Those might be like the two big ones, right? In LA, are there any others? So like, again, if you're listening, call us 855-97 LA fan, 855-975-2326. If you live in San Pedro or Los Feliz, if you were born and raised there, like, what is the proper way that like all the locals are saying it? Because that's what I care about. Like, if you were born and raised there, how do you guys say it?
So, okay, I'm going to try not to say it because I want to hear how you pronounce it without influence.
Okay.
What is the beach neighborhood that is close to LAX that starts with L? Sorry, not the letter L, literally E-L.
El Segundo. Some
people say El Segundo.
You know, it's Gundo.
Right. So
But I grew up right next door in Manhattan Beach.
So that's another one.
Like Hermosa.
Like LA has
Hermosa.
just a ton of mix or match. I think that's what makes what makes the city special, you know, embracing the roots of the people who were here first, and also understanding that translation sometimes changes pronunciations of things.
Okay.
Another one is Sepulveda.
Yeah, Sepulveda.
Yeah, some people...
What do you mean, Sepulveda?
Some people...
I've heard someone say that. I'm like, absolutely not. Those are friends coming in from out of town.
That's
They're
where
like,
you are putting your foot
Sepulveda.
down.
I'm like, bro, Sepulveda. No.
Alex, stop. So
no.
The buck stops with
You are not
Sepulveda.
From here.
Okay.
Yeah, you do not say that. Okay, we got it. We got a caller. Donnie Boy and Chino. Okay. What do you got for us?
Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, so it's you gotta say it in the Spanish pronunciation, but I guess, you know, not everybody's gonna fully understand right away. So if you have to resort to saying it the other way, then yeah, go for it. But
which one? Say it.
I think it's best to always. So like, for an example, like El Monte. El Monte, but people always refer to it as El Monte.
Yeah,
that's another one. Yeah, you're right.
You can't even hear.
So how do you say San Pedro?
Montebello. San Pedro, say San Pedro.
San Pedro.
There you go.
Okay.
All
right. Okay. That's
Thank you,
fair.
Donnie Boy.
That's fair. But like, is it like, do you get mad like if you say San Pedro? Like, is that fair? No.
I don't get mad. I think sometimes some of the pronunciations sound a little too
different,
outlandish. Where it does give me a bit of an eyebrow raiser. It has but okay.
Nice try.
But you also got to be cool and chill about it.
All right.
Thank you, Donnie Boy.
We appreciate you. Okay. So
yeah, and
because I don't want to be disrespectful.
Of course,
but that's what you grew up saying. So
yeah. So I grew up in Valencia, which is in Santa Clarita, which is a heavy Latino area. At least it was when I was growing up. Looks very different now. But the Spanish pronunciations of things were very common, but there was also the understanding of my friend's mom, who is half Japanese, is going to have the English pronunciation, whereas my friend who's Mexican is going to have the Spanish pronunciation. There's an understanding, but it's what makes LA dope.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like that. That's a good... And this is what makes LA dope.
Yeah.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We went down a rabbit hole of proper ways to pronounce certain cities and towns in LA if you're just tuning in. But right now, you guys, and we are doing this all week long, it is countdown to training camp for the Rams, the Chargers, the Raiders. We spent the first part of the show kind of talking about the Rams, the Super Bowl faves, the best roster in the NFL coming into this season, the high expectations, the big target that's kind of on their back, and who has the most pressure, who has the most to prove. We kind of went down the list of Matthew Stafford and Myles Garrett, the reigning MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. I think the expectations are just be as good.
Yep.
If you are better, then it's... that was awesome. Puka Nacua was a big one that has a lot to prove for the Rams. So now we're going to switch gears and talk about the Chargers. Because Rookies Report, what's today, the 22nd? Rookies Report tomorrow.
There we go.
With a lot of... And when we say rookies, can coaches be considered rookies? Because there's a lot of new faces,
well,
and you are the rookie on. So it's not. No, so it's not a rookie. It's like a.
That's a good point because the
new
Chargers,
faces.
Yeah, the Chargers defensive coordinator was formerly the defensive coordinator at Western Michigan University. So is he a rookie?
Their offensive coordinator, Mike McDaniel.
Oh,
different. I'm just saying new
what
faces.
you mean. I see what you mean.
We're talking about rookies, but there's also a lot of new faces.
You.
So we'll just say newcomers.
There we go.
So there's a lot of newcomers, and when you look at what the Chargers have this season, and we spent yesterday kind of diving into who has the most pressure. I think, and we talked a lot about Justin Herbert yesterday. I'm going to go on the side of Mike McDaniel, their new offensive coordinator, the former head coach of the Miami Dolphins, is coming into this season with the most pressure on the Chargers because he turned down a head coaching job. Yes, it was the Browns. So would that just humor me here for a second? Would you say that the Chargers offensive coordinator job is of higher status than the head coaching job of the Browns?
The fact that we have to have a conversation about it is your answer.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. I think maybe 80% of
because
coaches
he's been a head coach before. The Browns will always be able to give someone their first head coaching job, but once you've had it and like Mike McDaniel will be a head coach again in the future.
Yes.
Going to the Browns could be so catastrophic that it could make him never be a head coach again, right? So he knows, let me just take an offensive
my
coordinator.
grave.
Exactly.
Like I could be digging my own grave there.
For a certain number of players and coaches. So
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe McDaniel's success this season is going to be judged and shaped by Justin Herbert's success.
Yeah.
And yesterday you were kind of explaining what makes Mike McDaniel's play calling so unique and special, and his plays and how they could be plays that you've been running for years, but he gets really creative. And just as a reminder, he comes from that same Shanahan and McVay, I don't know if you want to call it all
Kubiak,
tree,
Shanahan,
but they were
McVay,
they were all coming up together at the same time. So when you look at Justin Herbert and I don't want to say lack of success because he has had successful regular seasons. His lack of postseason success. He is 0-3 in the playoffs, including first-round losses in each of the past 2 seasons under Harbaugh. Mike McDaniel has to be that missing piece, I think, for the conversation to continue of Justin Herbert being in that top-level quarterback conversation.
Yeah, he he is the guy who everyone has been clinging to the upside. He's a massive dude, crazy athlete, and can throw the ball a mile. And typically, you expect greater success, right? The Josh Allen path is what people expected for Justin Herbert. Now,
was he same?
Just from the standpoint of you are a monster physically. And
with a strong arm.
Can throw the ball a mile. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So the fact that Justin Herbert has not made it out of the first round of the playoffs, and those playoff exits have been brutal. The first one under Brandon Staley was when they blew a 27-point lead before losing
to the
Jags.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was under Brandon Staley, of course. But then under Jim Harbaugh, the 2 playoff appearances that they've had in the wild card, they've only scored a combined 15 points.
Yikes.
So there is a massive playoff hurdle that him and Jim Harbaugh need to clear. You bring up Mike McDaniel and this new offense. There are 2 newcomers. Well, there's multiple newcomers, but 3 I'll highlight here that I feel can help him out. What we expect to be the starting center in Jake Slaughter, second rounder out of Florida. The offensive line was a mess last year due to injury. Justin Herbert, the fact that he finished this season with his head still attached to his shoulders is a miracle. It's tough to come in as a rookie and be starter at center because your communication with the quarterback and your communication with the rest of the offensive line is key. Jake Slaughter is the man for the job, and this will be a run-heavy offense, and Mike McDaniel will have run schemes, as you mentioned, we talked about yesterday, that Jake Slaughter has never been in because only Mike McDaniel, McVay, and Shanahan, really just McVay and McDaniel have this type of offensive scheme where they just do things that no one else has done. So steep learning curve for Jake Slaughter, but fully expect him to be the starting center as a rookie by week 1. The other aspect is we spoke yesterday about the lack of excitement I have about the Chargers wide receiver room. But there are 2 rookies that I feel are going to make an impact, at least have the possibility to, because that wide receiver 3 job is up for grabs. It's Ladd McConkey, it's Quentin Johnston. Right now it's Trey Harris, but he's there because he's the experienced one. That job is up for grabs. So Brennan Thompson, 5'9", 170 pounds. Go back and watch a clip of Mike McDaniel begging the Chargers to draft Brennan Thompson. Begging them, say, take him, he's there, take him. And they do, and he goes crazy. So an offensive coordinator who's that excited about your arrival has already been planning how to use you. 5'9", 170, lightning quick speed, can burn the top off of a defense, as they say, and has an opportunity to be the premier vertical threat. Quentin Johnston is a big guy, but he's not a fast guy. Ladd McConkey is quick. I wouldn't necessarily call him blazing fast. He's a crisp route runner. I want him to get the ball within 15 yards, not run a deep fade route, right? So Brennan Thompson has tremendous opportunity here. He needs to get his weight up at 5'9", 170. But when you look at Miami and the players that had success there, the Jalen Waddles and the Tyreek Hills, Brennan Thompson is kind of that mold. Another one was an undrafted free agent, Devontae Ross. Don't sleep on him. He's 5'9", 4.4 speed, so fast, but not, the blazing speed of a Brennan Thompson or a Tyreek Hill that McDaniels worked with. He was at Penn State last year. Penn State did not allow him to reach his ceiling. That is the kindest way I can put it. There were limitations, some significant limitations in his pass game, and that's probably in their passing game, and that's probably why he did not get drafted. Tremendous upside with him. So receivers Brennan Thompson and Devontae Ross and center Jake Slaughter are the new faces on the offensive side of the ball that I expect to have an opportunity to make a significant impact this year.
Okay, so just to kind of recap, not overly excited about the weapons that the Chargers have. However, there is young talent hope for the Chargers. And when you look at Justin Herbert and kind of what happened last season, he had a lot working against him, whether it was the O-line, the weapons, still not living up to expectations. So as we were just talking about Mike McDaniel and this kind of being, I believe, the most pressure on someone coming in to like a new face with the Chargers, and just as much on Justin Herbert. However, he has had so much turnover in personnel that maybe he gets, and it's hard because like how much leeway can we continue to give Justin Herbert? That's kind of been the excuse season after season. But if there was one thing that Mike McDaniel could do to tweak, elevate, help Herbert this season, what are you hoping to see him do?
It's under progress right now, and we will see it in training camp, as it's something that will take a while. So he's working on his drop back. Justin Herbert is very tall. He has very long legs. His torso's high, which means there's more legs to him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
the visual is funny.
The visual's just struggling. And so Mike McDaniel wants to quicken his drop. Justin Herbert is like a Clydesdale horse. He takes these big galloping steps, and that's why they struggled so much last year when the offensive line was going through it, because getting rid of the ball quickly is just not something he's great at. He has had to do, therefore he's not great at it because he doesn't have to do it. 2.4 is the golden number for a quarterback to get rid of the football. 2.4 time to throw is considered, no matter how good your offensive line is, if you can consistently get rid of the ball in 2.4 seconds, you can have success as an offense. That's what Tom Brady was so good at. Tom Brady is incredibly physically limited, but he knew where the football was going to go, and he did not hold on to that football very long. So just because that will benefit Justin Herbert doesn't mean he's necessarily capable of succeeding with that. He's been throwing a football his whole life. To all of a sudden in one offseason adjust how you drop back is a major hurdle. So can he do it? Yes. Does he need to for this offense to thrive? Probably, but it could also go poorly. So that is something to monitor in those early training camp practices, is what that drop back looks like. And if they're going to stick with it, or is McDaniel going to say, you know what, this is too much, we're just going to have to make the old drop back work.
And then we talked a lot about as well that McDaniel, his style of play is run first. I mean, so is Harbaugh in that sense. So is that beneficial for Herbert? And I'm curious, do quarterbacks take it? Is there any sort of like offense where it's like, well, you're not letting me throw as much as I want to throw. That is my arm strength is my superpower and my gift. Now you're just wanting me to hand it off more so than he was before. Is that something that some quarterbacks kind of get annoyed or upset with?
Some would, but a quarterback that got sacked 54 times last year is probably fine with that.
Okay.
Their strength will be their run game. They have a healthy offensive line. They have 2 tackles coming back in Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. Rashawn Slater was all-pro as a second-team all-pro as a rookie. Got his $100 million contract last year, and 11 days later tore his patellar tendon, so we did not see him. Joe Alt was battling multiple ankle injuries throughout the year, despite only appearing in 6 games, made a Pro Bowl. So that's how good his tackles are going to be, and if they can remain healthy, how much better his offensive line will be. Sticking with running the football not only slows the game down as you implement some new things, it alleviates a lot of pressure off of your defense. And going big through the air is not how the Chargers are going to make their money. They're going to make their money by chunk gains, physical football, creative trickery. They're going to run routine plays, but they're going to look as complicated as they've ever looked. That's what Mike McDaniel is so good at, making the simple look super complicated for a defense. And yeah, in a lot of cases, a quarterback could say, why are you taking the football out of my hands? Herbert, who has not made it past the first round, who for him and his head coach is a bit of a pressure cooker of a year, seeing just from the standpoint of, hey, are we still building around what we have here? Because we keep hitting our head on the ceiling and the AFC West is wide open this year. I think it is perfectly fine. And I would not expect Herbert to have much pushback to a run-first offense that will take the ball out of his hands just a little bit, because they will be so good at running the football.
Okay, a successful season for the Chargers is winning a playoff game. You fill in the blank.
Winning the AFC West should be their goal.
Okay, but what if they win and then lose their first playoff game?
Winning the AFC West as well as a playoff game is a successful season for the Chargers. If they do not do one of those things, I feel there will be a little meat left on the bone. Yeah.
So you're one or the other. Okay. They got to win a playoff game. Justin Herbert needs to win a playoff game.
Yes.
And it's so funny to look at the 2 LA teams where it's Chargers. It's like, you got to win a playoff game. Rams, it's like, if you don't win the Super Bowl, this was not a successful season.
Chargers, just to make it perfectly clear.
Yeah.
The Chargers have to win the AFC West, and they have to win a playoff game.
Woo! Okay, you're doing a double whammy.
Yes.
I'm saying the Chargers have to win a playoff game, and then we can build off of that. And I think this would be a successful season. But again, if they win a playoff game, they do well. Is McDaniel going to be up for a coaching job?
Yes.
And then he's gone?
Yeah, he will.
So like you just had and you created this like beautiful situation that was finally working with Justin Herbert. And once again, his guy's out the door.
It's tough to be successful, I guess.
Right? Wild. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, not great injury news for one of the Dodgers' main guys. We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. Shout out to my buddy Tim in Wisconsin who has been tuning in and watching. He just sent me the vote for Pedro. He was listening to the Pedro conversation. Also, you guys, I just found out, I had no idea, they grow fresh peppers at Dodger Stadium in the pots outside of the stadium. And onions and cilantro. It's like a fresh garden out there.
Yeah, it's an herb and vegetable garden. So it's directly on the ballpark grounds. So it's located on the facility's perimeter as part of the stadium's official accredited botanical garden. So it's been a thing for a little bit. It's spearheaded by the landscape manager, Dr. Jazz Pereira. He's been a big deal with like the whole groundskeeping and all that. And he's been there for a long time. I think this was his idea, honestly. They like calling it the tequila garden or something like that because there's also like succulents in there too. Okay. So it's like fun things. I think, but don't quote me on that. I think that's just like a fun little thing that they call it. But yeah.
But these are like the pots that are outside, like where you like walk into the stadium.
It kind of,
people
yeah.
can kind of just like pick the peppers.
When you're walking up like the stairs to go up to like from Loge to reserve or from field to Loge, you'll see it.
The little finger walkers.
you'll see them. It's cool. I think it's really cool. It's a fun little fact. I
had no idea.
Yeah, if you take a tour at Dodger Stadium, these are like small little things that they'll tell you. Like while
Did
you're
you do
on the
one
tour.
of those? Did you ever do that?
I was able to do one tour a while ago, so it was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Check out the tours.
That's funny because I grew up at Dodger Stadium with season tickets. Never knew this. That was like a fun fact.
A lot of cool fun facts.
Today, years old, you got another one for us?
I could definitely let you get one. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll find some.
Okay.
We'll
so
give you some more.
you take a moment and give me another fun fact.
For anyone who ever has plans on a Friday afternoon and somehow you're just stuck with nothing to do and you want to do something, any stadium in LA does have tours, and it's one of the more underrated things. Like,
really?
Yeah, like the Rose Bowl does tours, and you just hear all the history.
The history.
SoFi does tours. It's you always learn random things that you did not know, and you also hear a lot of history in the area as well. It's a cool things that stadiums do just to make some money on a day where no one's there.
Wild.
I would recommend it for anyone who feels I need to do something today, but I don't know what to do. Just go take 2 hours.
I think it's just hard because like stadiums were my place of work for 10 years. So like the thought of going to a stadium when I'm not working is just like, But yeah, I mean, that would be cool because I've seen the stadium tours and they take you like down below. Like you're down like in places where if you don't have the behind the scenes access or media access, you normally wouldn't be able to go. So for that side of it, if you're not in media and kind of want to be able to get down by the dugout, the field, all that, okay. I'm
fun.
seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing the whole thing. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And speaking of Dodger Stadium, you guys, some unfortunate news for one of the Dodgers. I mean, I'm going to call him a main guy. Will Smith officially transferred to the 60-day IL yesterday. So we've been talking a lot about, is he really going to come back this season? Because it started with the neck stiffness, obviously, in, I think it was June. It was June 11th.
Wow.
June 11th. And then yesterday transferred to the 60-day IL. He was shut down from baseball activities because his neck was not recovering well with the hope of starting back up this week. So the hope was that they were going to start baseball activities this week, and the complete opposite happened. Instead of coming back, he got put on the 60-day IL. And this is where the conversation gets interesting because were we talking to Bob Nightingale when he was like, oh, they might be looking to trade for a catcher? We've been focusing on what arm, if any arm, are the Dodgers going to go after. But after this news, rumors have been swirling that the Dodgers might be aggressive at the trade deadline. Now that Will Smith might not be back this season, they might go out and try to find a catcher.
Yeah, and the problem with that Bob Nightingale highlighted is there are not a lot of them right now. There are not a lot of serviceable catchers that are significantly more trustworthy than a Dalton Rushing or an Eliezer Alfonso Jr. So the only one that he really pointed out was Minnesota's catcher Ryan Jeffers. He being Bob, called him the only big-time catcher available. And as we discussed yesterday, since the playoff pool has been expanded to 12 teams a couple years ago, there's just more teams that feel like they're in the running, whereas the trade deadline 10 years ago, there may have been a little more movement because more teams statistically felt that they were out of it, whereas the Tigers can't decide if they're going to trade Skubal or keep him because they're technically still in the hunt. Same thing with the Twins.
Now coming out now. Before it was
well,
he
first
was
they
not
were,
available.
then they weren't,
and
now he is.
Now they're
because
saying
they can't make up their mind.
A control like active pitcher they would be down to trade for.
Right, but whereas Minnesota is the same thing. From week to week, they don't know if they're gonna make a push or sell the farm. Like they don't know what to do. So I expect something to happen.
Yeah,
but we're not going. We may not know until a couple more games are played and teams can decide if they're all in or going to wait for next year. That being said, catcher Ryan Jeffers from Minnesota is who Bob Nightingale considers the only catcher worth trading for, which is kind of scary because now the value, say Minnesota does trade him.
Yeah.
They know that.
Uh-huh.
So what are you going to give us? Because you're not the
Especially
only team that wants a
the
catcher.
Dodgers.
Exactly. You got to pay the Dodgers tax.
No one's going to give any sort of deal.
No.
To the two-time
No.
back-to-back World Series champs who are the best team in the league right now and on a quest for a three-peat.
Yes. So Will Smith out for 60. And again, the IL for baseball, for anyone who doesn't know, theirs is retroactive. So it's 60 days from when he was placed on, was it the 10-day IL? 15-day IL, whatever that initial day was. It doesn't have to be 60 days from today. That being said, I still don't know if we're going to see him this season. I'm starting to think we're not.
So, yeah. So, IL date June 11th.
Okay. So, at least a month. At least a month, if
we kind
of
knew anyway. Mm-hmm. So, expected return mid-August, but putting him on the 60-day IL, I think opens up another roster spot for them to bring someone in because, as we've seen, obviously Dalton Rushing has been the guy that they have, who's just kind of been thrust into that starting role that was not brought in as an expected everyday starting catcher. Now he's gone through hot spurts at the plate. He's gone through hot-headed spurts throughout this time. And he's also had a lot of slumps. So I think just from seeing the Dodgers' actions, whether it's the conversations that they have to have with him in the dugout, in the clubhouse, or not starting him, bringing a couple other catchers up that they have in the farm system, kind of exploring all of their options, like with Alfie, that Robleski called him last night and really attributed his great start to was Alfie calling a great game. Obviously, Dalton came in for that final play and the heads-up pickle double play by Mookie to end up winning the game last night in Philly.
It certainly seems like a competition is open. Now, Alfonso used to have the rushing role where he would come in and play the final game of a series. So him playing yesterday in game 2 after rushing in game 1 went 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts and didn't have a great defensive game either. Dropped a routine foul ball pop-up. Alfonso got the opportunity. Now, he did hold it down offensively. He had a great hit down the right field line, and that was now back-to-back appearances from him where he got a hit. And that is a sign that things are slowing down for him in the batter's box, which is great. But there was that base running error that he had. Now the Dodgers won. It didn't end up being a difference, but he is pushing coming home off of a Shohei double. Shohei gets thrown out at second base. Alfonso doesn't get the run because he slows down. Now, in fairness, Andy Pages is holding both hands up, which is the universal sign of you don't need to slide. You're totally fine. You have all the time in the world. I don't know if Dave Roberts is going to care what Andy Pajes was doing. He's probably going to say, why would you not sprint through home plate? Because even if Shohei gets thrown out, if you step on home plate first, we get the run. So I say all that to say, Alfonso had a great opportunity yesterday to just go out there and have a dynamite performance. And offensively, he did great. Defensively, he did great. Offensively, he had the hit, but he had the base running error. So I think we're just kind of tit for tat. Which catcher is just gonna be more reliable, and that may dictate who we trade for and where your standing is if we do make that trade.
So let me just run through the Dodgers injuries real quick here.
Do we have enough time?
We might. We'll see. We'll get through as many as we can. Will Smith with now they're saying neck inflammation. Before it was neck stiffness. Anytime there's inflammation, that means something's real wrong. Because that's kind of there we go. Ohtani, left knee inflammation.
I'm sick of that word.
Expected return date as a pitcher, TBD, but in 2026. That's what it says.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for that.
So
nugget.
yeah, nobody knows. He's I guess kind of playing catch. He could throw off the mound by the end of the week, but I'll continue saying it. I think they need to shut down Ohtani from pitching at least for a month so that knee can recover. It's the knee that he lands on, and it ain't feeling great. It's hard because he's been running out some hard hit balls around the base path. We saw his knee buckle hitting first base. We saw him trying to sprint out, slide to second. It's hard because there should be these conversations of, Ohtani, we're trying to get you healthy for October. This is why we're scratching some of your starts, but a few of these plays here, we could lose you for the rest of the season.
Big picture is the only picture once you get post All-Star break. The only thing that matters is October and getting there as healthy as possible.
Yeah. Okay, then real quick, the next two that could be coming back. Edwin Diaz is doing back-to-back rehab assignments this week, and he could return to the series at Citi Field, but more likely the following series at home, which is huge. And then Kike Hernandez, it's saying July 28th at the earliest. He began his rehab assignment at AAA Oklahoma City July 17th and should be back for the Dodgers' next homestand.
Okay, good news.
So with the bad, a little bit of bad, there's some good. And this Dodgers team is just kind of piecing Mr. Potato Head together as good as it can with what they have available. And they're still best team in baseball right now. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to talk some Lake Show, you guys. We've got some schedule releases. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you're a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And so Lakers, we kind of got a little sneak peek of this yesterday just from other teams announcing their preseason schedules. But the Lakers have released their 5-game preseason schedule featuring matchups against the Kings, Warriors, and Nuggets. So I'm just going to run through this to kick off October. October 5th at Kings, October 6th at Warriors, October 8th versus Kings, October 13th versus Warriors in Vegas, October 16th against the Nuggets. Now, any other Laker season in recent memory, you kind of be like, it's preseason, doesn't really matter. But because the Lakers have completely restructured this roster, this preseason feels like this is really their chance to see if everything works.
Yeah, the typical preseason stretch for the NBA is early on, the expected starters will play minimal minutes and the young guys run. And then game 2, 3, 4, the starters get increasing minutes. They're never going to get a full load of time. They'll max out around like 25 minutes, and then they'll typically sit the starters in the final game. That's the typical schedule. I do wonder, with so many new faces, if that minutes restriction is not lifted, but a little more lenient, right? Whereas if typically Walker Kessler plays 10 minutes in the first preseason game. Well, you have an entirely new team and nobody here has played with anyone really. Yeah. So maybe we just need to get 20 minutes out of all of you in all these games going for. So I'm curious to see when this time comes what Pelinka's course of action is. The way I see it, injuries do happen and you got to be careful.
Yeah.
But the more work together against quality opponents, the better. I'm excited, especially about the 2 Warriors matchups, because that is they're not going to be a championship favorite or anything like that, but that is a quality team that you can get some really good run against. No disrespect against the Kings.
What about the
Nuggets? I
Nuggets?
don't know how much we're going to learn. Because that's the last game, I would expect, if there is a minutes restriction.
They're not going to play.
Or them just not playing at all. I would love for them to play against the Nuggets. I would love for Walker Kessler to get a test. He'll get a good test against Sabonis in those Kings matchups, but I would love to see him against Jokic.
Yeah.
But in all likelihood, even if Kessler's playing, Jokic definitely won't be.
So the only real time spent together on the court, Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, and this whole new Lakers era has been built around Luka Doncic. This was the summer of 26. That was a conversation that the Lakers front office had with Luka Doncic and his team. This is the year we're going to restructure and get it all done.
Yes.
And they've done just that. They have put together, and again, they might not be done. There's still the rumors of, again, everyone's waiting to see what happens with LeBron James. So once the LeBron James domino falls, then the Kuminga and everyone else that's been waiting to see what teams are willing to offer, what they have available, and how to complete this team. Now, the Lakers are as close as you can be. Maybe we're going to have Jovan Buha on a little later in the next hour, and he'll be able to dive in, I think, give us a little more inside info on, because every Laker insider we've talked to, we've asked the same question: are they done? Like, I don't think so. It's like, if there is an ability and a possibility for it to happen, Rob Pelinka is going to do everything in his power to get it done. This man is putting a team together for his job, and he is maxing out the credit card. He is spending as much as he can with it's kind of like, so yeah. If you had, like, say your parents got remarried, and you had a step parent coming in trying to, earn your love.
I got you.
Here you go.
They come on a little strong,
go,
so they got to
get what
grease
you
the
want.
wheels a
so
bit.
He's like, okay, here we go. This is my opportunity. I'm going to go out. I'm going to spend as much as I can right now because I got to make a great impression. So I'm curious to see how much Luka and Austin Reeves actually play in these preseason games, but I think it's important for them as this new core unit to get as much playing time together as possible.
Yeah, all things considered, the NBA preseason is pretty quick. Five games when one of them, the starters, don't even play is a blink of the eye.
Yeah.
And there's going to be certain aspects of players that show up in practice, no matter how many scrimmages you run, until the games actually matter. You just don't know who someone is. So for the Lakers, we probably won't know a set rotation until game 30. It's just going to be throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall,
see what sticks,
and seeing what sticks. Because when you have guys like Cameron Carr, Matisse Thybulle, Quentin Grimes, Zaire Williams, Adu Thiero, Jared Vanderbilt, if he's still on the team, all of those guys kind of have the same role. They are wings who are long, who can guard multiple positions, and it's good to have those things. That level of depth is what they were missing previously. That level of depth is what the Knicks have, the Spurs have, right? That's what you need in today's NBA. But finding out who works well with who can be tricky when everyone kind of can do the same thing, and who plays best with who. So preseason will be most importantly, I feel, for Walker Kessler, but a short second is just that cluster of wings and who works best in what scenario and who can be on the court at the same time as who. And when you three are on the court, who needs to run the show? You need to run the show. You need to, finding those things out. But that's why JJ Redick's there. Figure those things.
So your boy, Bronny James.
Yes.
Do you think he is going to be on this Lakers roster come preseason?
If LeBron goes to the Cavs, he will not be. If LeBron goes anywhere else, Bronny James will be wearing the purple and gold week 1.
Well, interesting.
Week 1, game 1.
Week 1. Interesting, because when we had Kobe Price on yesterday, he kind of mentioned this. He goes, they shouldn't just give Bronny away. If LeBron goes to a team that is willing to trade for him, they might jack up the price.
Yeah. And it's funny because there's an LA tax, right?
Uh-huh.
The Lakers and Dodgers is where you see it most, because Les Snead and the Rams are just operating on a different stratosphere.
Yeah.
Where we know, we being any other team in the prospective sport, we know players want to be in LA. We know that you are a city that doesn't tolerate tanking or rebuilding. So we can always ask for a little bit more, and that's just what comes with being in Los Angeles. So really, for the first time ever, the Lakers get to be on the other side of that. Say LeBron goes to Cleveland, or someone that wants Bronny. We know you want this guy. We know this documentary needs him in it. So let's get something back a little extra. So finally, the Lakers can be on the other side and get something special.
I love that the documentary has become a big part of the conversation. That he let everybody know LeBron James is filming a documentary. Did he say just this season, or like towards the end of his career?
What he said was, when it is my final year, I'm going to film a documentary.
Okay, so the documentary is starting.
However,
it's starting.
And even if this isn't his final year, there will be a documentary because he's somewhere new. So it may not be the documentary. There will be cameras following him all year long. What do you mean?
No, this is this is the documentary. Okay, so looking at all the new faces, and then I guess the new era of this Lakers team, who has the most pressure on them heading into this season? I'm gonna say Luka Doncic.
Okay, yeah,
because they basically handed the keys over to Luka. And I believe that is why LeBron James is not on this Lakers team, because it was probably clear, even if he didn't say anything, actions speak louder than words, that the Lakers made it known that this is Luka's team. LeBron, this is not your team anymore. You have no say in the decisions. Yeah, we'll welcome you here if you want to be here, but we're not asking you to do whatever it takes to be here. So the fact that Luka now has this opportunity for the first time, can he be that guy? We know that he can lead on the court, but can he be that full leader to carry this team and be the face of a franchise and take that next step in his career?
It's a completely fair question, and it's one we don't have the answer to. When Luka was running the show in Dallas, he was still young, and in that championship run that they had where they lost to the Celtics, Kyrie was the mature guy in the room. Luka now has no LeBron, no old guy to lean on. He is the face of this thing, and people will rely on him to be mature in those situations. So I like that pick. I'm going to go with Quentin Grimes because he is an expected starter in this lineup. He will be starting this lineup, and he was brought here to make Luka and Reeves' job easier. Again, there's a long list of Quentin Grimes, Zaire Williams, Matisse Thybulle, Jared Vanderbilt if he's there, and guys who were brought in to help when they're on the court defensively, lighten the defensive load of Luka and Reeves. But Quentin Grimes is the guy to do that because he will be running with the starters. He will spend more time with Luka and Reeves from anyone. And if he takes a drastic step back defensively and is a defensive liability, this whole thing falls apart because now who can you count on defensively? So this has to be his best defensive year that he's had.
So neither of us said Kessler, which is interesting because I think that that was also and Austin Reeves, man.
Yeah.
Because he is no longer the underdog mentality story. This isn't the undrafted, proving myself that I can be a full-time starter in the NBA story. This is you're a max contract guy now.
It's different.
A lot of people believe you got overpaid, but they had to in order to keep you and make their star, Luka Doncic, happy. But can your numbers live up to that max contract player in person?
Definitely a sense of pressure for Reeves from expectation going forward. It's no longer a cute story. There's an expectation. Walker Kessler, I don't put in that group because I feel most people don't know who he is because he's been stuck in Utah.
But he's that A-list center that they wanted and needed.
This will be the introduction for him for a lot of people, so there isn't pressure yet. Not yet for Walker Kessler.
Welcome to LA, Walker Kessler. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Hour number 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you're a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've been having a fun countdown to training camp theme throughout this week. We've talked about the Rams. We talked about the Chargers. We're going to talk about the Raiders in just a minute. I was feeding everybody during the commercial break, which is hilarious because Shay gets on the mic in my ear. He goes, "Oh, that actually tastes like real chocolate." And I was like, "Yeah, because it is real chocolate. Like, what are you talking about?" I gave everyone my Heavenly Hunk gluten-free granola bar chunks.
I gotta
which is
say,
delicious.
You always have a snack that no one's heard of.
Oh, my snack game, you guys. I was Mama Curry before I became a mom. Like, I was the friend who, like, I always had the bag with anything you needed. I always had something in there, whether it was snacks, any kind of, like, hand sanitizer, you need a brush, you need, like anything you needed, I usually had it.
Just a walking corner store.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just here to help everybody.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm the helpful homie. The helpful.
There we go.
The helpful homie. What's your favorite snack? Because I don't see you snack often. Like, I have to eat something like before the 4th hour is like when your body starts to be like, oh yeah, no, I'm hungry. So like I ate a banana. I never see you eat anything.
My go-to snack? My go-to snack is probably any type of cashew.
What?
I like cashew.
That is so random.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that. That's the best nut.
Yeah, Shay sees the vision.
Yeah.
It's the perfect amount of crunch. I'm not a big almond fan. I like almond flavored things, but it doesn't do it for me. And peanuts are too small.
Okay.
A cashew is the perfect size thing, and I could eat 1,000 of them.
No.
Brock, you could tell that your significant other is Middle Eastern from your favorite snack.
The cashews. Yeah. The cashews. Wait, that's funny.
Shay's not wrong.
Yeah.
The Middle Eastern influence has taken over my palates, and I will never go back. It's great.
I love that. But I'm also like an actual like food, like a whole closed source to the food item. So whether it's like a cashew, I do like these meat sticks.
Yeah.
Like I'm big on just like protein or like a piece of fruit. The Heavenly Hunks that I gave everybody, those are like my treat. Like, so that'll be like the last thing I have after I get like protein in my system. It's a fruit. Wild.
Never too many snacks.
Never too many snacks. So when you were playing, because we've seen this, and it's gone like viral, like on the NFL sidelines and across sports. What are they called? They're like the PB&J Sandos that don't have crust. Uncrustables.
Uncrustables. Yeah.
I was like, they don't have crust on it. Like, is that a big thing on the sideline? Is there are snacks available for you while you're playing? And was that always a thing?
I would say it has not always been a thing. I would say in the past decade, it has grown in popularity to have, there was always fruit. There was always bananas and oranges. Also, a very common thing on the sideline is candy. Like
what?
M&Ms and Skittles specifically, because the peanut butter M&Ms specifically, actually, because the sugar spike that can come with it sometimes does a lot for guys. Also, the peanut side of the M&Ms with the sugar spike, it goes a long way. But however, the Uncrustable sandwiches,
dude,
and there's a new one now though.
So yeah, Pat McAfee and a couple other NFL players, I think maybe J.J. Watt, they all launched,
I think Mahomes as well is in
like
on
a
it.
protein style, like it looks like an Uncrustable, but it's a square instead of a circle, and it's like all healthy ingredients because NFL teams consume at least 80,000 Uncrustables every year. Across the league, teams combine to go anywhere through 3,600 and 4,300 Uncrustables every single week. The league's biggest consumers, you guys, this is like a whole thing. Like, people like NFL players and like are obsessed with these Uncrustables.
Massive.
The Broncos are the undisputed league leader in Uncrustables per week. Then the Seahawks and the Jags and the Dolphins and the Steelers.
I love that they have stats.
This is insane.
So
fast digesting carbs, like with the peanut butter and then the jelly for the sugar.
I just realized, imagine being the CFO of whoever owns Uncrustables and how your bottom line gets affected now that the NFL is no longer a customer of yours.
Oh, because did they sign a deal with Pat McAfee?
They're going
and JJ?
to. I don't know if it's this year, but in the near future, they want to make
80,000. I mean,
brutal.
that's wild.
That is brutal. But yes, the PB&J is always a go-to, and the beauty of football is there's offense and then there's defense. So you have time to actually come sit and rest versus basketball where the second you miss a shot on offense, you got to get back on defense. And yeah, you can snack really throughout the game, and it comes in handy sometimes.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's so wild to me.
You know who else eats a lot is golfers. Funny enough, if you ever go to a PGA event, golfers are always eating because you realize not only are they golfing out in the sun, they're walking 6 miles a day. They're always eating. The broadcast doesn't show it, obviously, because now you're factoring in sponsors and marketing and stuff. They are always eating when they're golfing.
Wild.
Yeah, can't blame them.
Wild. There's our fun little snack stories. Always bringing food into the conversation.
Never
but
fails.
again, like bringing it back to football, that's insane to me. 80,000 Uncrustables, and I again, I haven't been able to experience it because I'm gluten free, and I don't think they make a gluten free one. So I'm just like, I don't know what all the hype's about. Is it good? Are they great?
It's pretty good.
It lives up to the hype.
I've grown to love the crust, so PB&J. I would prefer a crust on my PB&J than not, but I get why they are such a popular snack. I do.
That's fair. You know what I'm going to try when I get home? I'm going to make my own, but I camping toast, like grilled cheese style, my bread, and then I'll do. I haven't had a PB&J in a while.
Fryer.
I'm going to give it
air fryer.
What?
Yes, make it. You could do it in an air fryer. You can make an Uncrustable in an air fryer.
A PB&J in an air fryer?
Trust me.
I didn't even consider that being
I don't know.
I may try that today.
Trust me.
Okay. All right, Shay, we will report back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And guys, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, we are just hours away, you guys, from Game 3 of the Dodgers and Phillies series. Eric Lauer on the mound for LA, 3:40 first pitch going up against Aaron Nola. And we've got the lineups out.
Hey!
Are you ready? Lead it off for LA, Shohei Ohtani. Batting second in center field, Andy Pages. Batting third at first base, Freddie Freeman. Batting fourth at third base, Max Muncy. Batting fifth at shortstop, Mookie Betts. Batting sixth in right field, Kyle Tucker. Batting seventh in left field, Teoscar Hernandez. Batting eighth at second base, Tommy Edman. And back behind the plate, Dalton Rushing.
Okay. Interesting.
So maybe it was a planned day off for Dalton.
It would be weird to have a planned day off so close to the All-Star break to be adjusting things. I feel that, well, you know what though, but I would expect Eliezer Alfonso to catch for Eric Lauer before I would expect him to catch for Robleski, just from the year that Robleski's had, and because he's pitched to Rushing through most of those. But Dave Roberts is always 3 steps ahead, and if he has a plan, he's more than right to just roll the dice every now and then. But I'm still going to consider Eliezer Alfonso a guy who can make his way into that catching rotation post. He's competing to be in that rotation post trade if they make a trade. And yesterday he took a step in the right direction, but that lapse during the base running may have swayed things one way or the other. But interesting.
Yeah. So this is going to be a chippy Game 3, the rubber match. What we've gotten from this Dodgers-Philly series is kind of exactly what we expected, right? When you look at the league and you go, okay, who could be the Dodgers' biggest competition right now? Phillies?
Yeah.
The Braves?
When Acuna gets back, yeah.
So we've seen a little bit of everything in these first.
Milwaukee as well. However,
I love that late. Like, well, don't. Wait. But wait, there's more.
However, Mizorowski being there is why you fear the Braves, right? Like if you remove the best player from all the teams that we just listed, they are still a scary team. If you remove Mizorowski from the Brewers, despite them maybe even finishing this year with a better record than the Dodgers, I believe they're half a game behind, I feel they decrease in threat significantly. But he's still there, and he's going to win the Cy Young, so you have to respect that. But I put them as a distant fourth.
Yeah, like legitimately Atlanta when they're healthy, but the Phillies, I think also just because of their entire pitching rotation that they have, are the biggest threat to the Dodgers. Every time they face each other, it has playoff atmosphere vibes, and they do have such power when they're playing well in that lineup. It's so funny yesterday when we had Anthony Gargano on, and he was just talking about how frustrated all of Philly has been with Trey Turner. Last night, he was on it.
Yes, the game one was such
he was great at the plate.
was such a balance of extremes.
And then a couple errors on defense.
Home run machine, 4. I think he only got called for 1 error. He should have been called for 4. That was some home cooking there, but it was brutal. And he felt he heard boos, but he was also the hero. What a strange.
That's Philly for you,
night.
though. That's Philly for you. So we'll just recap real quick. Last night's bounce back, gritty, doing whatever you can, double play to end the game was, I think, what we can kind of expect here in Game 3 in this rubber match game. Max Muncy, hero of the game with that 2-run homer. He has been one of the, as Dave Roberts said, the guy that everyone should be talking about that no one is talking about on the Dodgers. But honestly, I think that's great for Muncy because he is another one of those guys where he just kind of lets the game and lets his play speak for itself. And when he is healthy, he is one of the most dangerous bats that this Dodgers team can have in their lineup.
Coming into this year, Dave Roberts' concern for Muncy was, just as he's getting older, he's losing the ability to hit those tight inside pitches that you see Freddie Freeman, what he's so great at. He will always get inside of the baseball. There's no such thing as a pitch that is high and inside to him because he's always capable of making contact with it. Muncy was not that. He was struggling with those, but throughout this year, he has tapped into something, and he is making as good of contact as he's ever made. And that homer that he had against the Yankees where he drops the bat before the ball even leaves the outfield, that was just one of the more for sure homers based off of contact I've ever heard. When he still gets a hold of it, he has as much power as anyone.
Well, Eric Lauer getting the start for LA tonight in Philly, and Dodgers are 7-0 in games that Lauer has pitched. So
how insane is that?
Like when I looked at that stat, I was like, really?
Yeah.
Because the conversation that we've had around Eric Lauer is like, okay, can he find that consistently? But he's given the team a chance to win every single time he's taken the mound.
That's exactly what he has done. I'm glad that the weather is not supposed to be a factor. I'm knocking on wood if you can't see. Is not supposed to be a factor today. Oh, is this not wood? I thought this was wood.
You're
okay,
fine.
I will knock on wood during the break. I'm glad the weather's not going to be a factor because Eric Lauer is not a velocity guy. He is a placement guy. He is a control guy. His fastball, I think, is like somewhere between 92 and 94, and based off modern standards, that is not fast at all. It is all about placing the ball where it is most advantageous for you to hit that ball on the ground. The past 4 starts for him, Colorado, the A's, Minnesota, and Tampa Bay, all of them 6 innings. So when he was traded from the Blue Jays, his issue was he really couldn't get out of the 4th inning. He's consistently giving 6 innings. He does get hit quite a bit. He had a hitless outing against the Twins, but other than that, he gives up 6 to 9 hits every single game. But that's fine because that's what he is. He's a placement guy who guys are going to be able to make contact with, but it's not giving up the big one. And here's another ultimate test. We know that the Phillies have big bats, but he can step on that mound with confidence, knowing that when I step on the mound, I pass off this game to the bullpen with a chance to win, and he can do that again tonight.
Yeah, he'll be facing Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm, Sosa, Hill, De La Cruz, Stott, and Rafael behind the plate. So this has been a tale of 2 seasons for Eric Lauer. Obviously, as you just mentioned, he had a lot of struggles in Toronto. And since coming to the Dodgers, he's talked about the fact that this Dodgers coaching staff has done more for him in his career in this short amount of time than he's ever gotten from an organization. So it really adds to the story of the Dodgers are not just great because they pay their players. They do a great job developing their players. And it doesn't matter whether you came up through the system, whether you were traded, whether you were picked up because another team released you or dropped you. If the Dodgers see potential in you, take Mac Muncy, for example. He was debating retiring and then got this second wind of, no, I think I still have more in the tank, and completely revived his career with the Dodgers. And we're kind of seeing that with Eric Lauer now.
I wish that pitching coaches had more media opportunities because Dodgers pitching coach Mark Prior, I would love just to hear what he has to say about his process, because the fact that Robleski is having the year that he has had, going from a just fill in the hole for us until we can get some healthy guys back to being the number 2 guy in the rotation and in 5 strikeouts in an All-Star game, to Eric Lauer, who played himself out of Toronto, who couldn't stay on the mound into the 4th inning and is now consistently giving 6 innings, and the Dodgers have won all 7 of his starts. I would love to hear what Mark Prior does to, like you said, revitalize and rejuvenate these pitchers. It is not a fluke, and it starts from the top. It starts from whatever Andrew Friedman, however he operates his business, how Dave Roberts operates his business, and how the assistants like Mark Prior, because it is so far beyond a fluke at this point. It's why every time that the media likes to get together, and thankfully it's been quieter now, get together and say that what the Dodgers are doing isn't fair, you remind them of the poll that they take every year of anonymous players saying what's the best organization in baseball, and they all say the Dodgers.
Yeah, every single time. But even Roki Sasaki, to be able to work with a guy that you know has so much potential. And he even has admitted, when he's struggling, I'm not pitching like myself. I'm in my head. I'm not trusting my stuff. And when he is, the forkball is unhittable. He looks confident on the mound. So you're not only dealing with guys that you know have the talent and the potential, but trying to mentally get them there as well to trust their stuff. I mean, you can even go to an Emmett Sheehan. I mean, this is a pitching coach in Prior who had some of the top arms in the game and then has lost them all to injury. Yep. And he's just had to figure out a way to piece together a rotation that at the beginning of the season or even when they signed and got all these guys, this was not the rotation that they were expecting to have.
And when you factor in the bullpen and how many arms have appeared and disappeared. By the way, Ben Kasparius is still on the 60-day with his shoulder inflammation. Blake Trinan is technically still on the 15-day, but he's been out for a month now. But that's just an example. It's also the bullpen that he has had to piecemeal things together and just get guys ready, saying, I don't know what tomorrow's going to look like. I don't know if you're going to be here or in Oklahoma City. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But for this inning, can you get it done? And time again, he finds guys who can do that.
Yes, this is going to be a fun one tonight, you guys. Game 3, first pitch at 3:40. Eric Lauer on the mound for the Dodgers. Starting lineup, Shohei Ohtani batting first. Andy Pages in center field batting second. Freddie Freeman batting third at first base. Max Muncy batting fourth at third base. Mookie Betts batting fifth at shortstop. Kyle Tucker batting sixth in right field. Teoscar Hernandez batting seventh in left field. Tommy Edman batting eighth at second base. And Dalton Rushing back behind the plate. Let's see if they can win this series and make it a successful East Coast road trip.
Big time game. Got to seal this series. A team that you are competing with for the 1 or 2 seed in the NL. This win would go a long way.
It's going to be a big one. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we got some Lakers. We got some training camp. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you being a part of the conversation and the show today. We've been talking a lot of training camp, a lot of Dodgers, and we are going back to Lakers right now. Their preseason schedule just dropped today, so I'm so excited to bring in NBA reporter and analyst, the host of Blue Hawes Block podcast, Jovan Buha, joining the show.
Heyo.
Let's go.
Thank you guys for having me.
Lakers continue to reshape their roster. Latest signing, Matisse Thybulle. There are now more new players than returning players on this roster. So how do you see this group's chemistry working together?
It's certainly going to be a process. They will likely have a mini camp going into training camp and the preseason. And then typically guys come in a few weeks before training camp starts and they're in the gym and informal training sessions. So I would not be surprised if they get some reps in that way, then potentially a mini camp before the season. And then training camp and the preseason will be where they start to really cultivate the chemistry that they need to build to start out, especially with the new group. So I think it's going to fit well. I don't think there's any questions about this group from a personality standpoint. I think all these guys are good dudes, maybe a little bit on the quiet side, which has been a trademark of the last couple of Lakers rosters. And I do wonder who's going to fill that vocal leadership role. I think Luka and Austin are more lead by example guys that will occasionally step up in that vocal sense, but they're not the Marcus Smart or the Dorian Finney-Smith. Those are the guys who it kind of filled that void. Of course, LeBron as well. So I do wonder who's going to step into that specific spot within the locker room. But aside from that, I think this is a group that it will take some time, yes, but I have no concerns with how it's all going to come together.
Speaking on that leadership that you just brought up, when Luka Doncic went to the championship with the Mavs, you could argue that was Luka's team, but Kyrie Irving was kind of the moral and emotional core of that team. And you mentioned how LeBron has been that since Luka has been in LA, even though that has been his team. Is it a big ask of Luka Doncic to now have to mature, so to speak, on the court? What do you expect the conversation between him and JJ Redick and Rob Pelinka to be going forward before the regular season starts regarding on-court conduct?
I think it's on everybody. And so I think it's JJ doing a little bit more. It's Luka doing more. It's Austin Reeves doing more. I think I look at those three in particular as guys who will have to step up even more in that locker room in terms of the leadership. And I will say, like, Luka has a different leadership style. Like, he's got the inside jokes with everyone in the locker room, and he's constantly talking trash. And like, he does have pre-existing relationships with some of the guys that they brought in. Quentin Grimes, he played with him previously in Dallas. So I think this is just the natural progression with him and his career and his leadership style. We do see sometimes guys come into that in their mid to late 20s. And I think that's going to be one of the tasks for Luka. Is like, this is now officially, he was already the face of the franchise. They had already handed him the keys, but LeBron had been there since 2018. And any room that LeBron steps into, he is naturally going to have a level of gravitas and a level of just him being the leader or someone that people turn to some degree. And I think this past year was a bit of a transition season for LA in that regard, going from LeBron to Luka. But now it's all on Luka. And he is the face of the franchise. He's the undisputed leader in that locker room. So I do expect him to be more vocal. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like. Like, again, I think there's just a natural, like, rah-rah, extroverted leader type that is more that Marcus Smart, Dorian Finney-Smith, like that guy that's kind of holding everybody in check. I don't know if Luka will necessarily be that guy, and I don't know if he has to be, because you look at Tim Duncan, Steph Curry, Steve Nash, guys like that, they weren't the most extroverted, kind of leading in that way. So I think he's got his leadership style. It has worked in terms of playoff success and making the finals, making conference finals, winning 50 plus games. So I don't think he has to tweak too much, but I do think he has to be a little bit more vocal.
So, Jovan, you spend a lot of time around this team, and you just kind of mentioned that Luka Doncic, that might not be his style. But Austin Reeves, when we hear a lot of other players talk about Austin, it's how much they love him, whether it was Anthony Davis saying how much he misses him. And from what we see, just from an outside perspective, he kind of has that connection and that energy with everybody that he plays with. What's going to be expected from him in terms of leadership now that he is a max contract player?
Like similar to Luka, he's got to step up as well. And he was someone who came up under the tutelage of LeBron, and LeBron was a big fan of his early. He was an advocate for Austin being elevated from a two-way spot to making the roster after the mini camp they had before Austin's rookie season. So that void is just gone now, right? And so Austin has to step up, Luka, JJ, etc. But Austin is someone who, recently Anthony Davis was asked about what he misses about the Lakers at LA, and he pointed to Austin being the one that he really misses as a teammate and as a friend, and being there with him. So like Austin is a beloved teammate by anyone who passes through that Lakers locker room. And I think it's just about channeling that and leveraging what people like about him, but obviously, doing it more vocally, being more of that leader. So, I mean, I think sometimes we think of these things like sports movies or montages, like it's not always that type of moment, or that's not always necessary from someone. I look at a Colin Sexton as a guy who, notice, like Marcus Smart and Dorian Finney-Smith were not the best players on those teams. It was more so just those guys had a certain amount of experience and a certain bravado with their personality that I think they were able to lead in a certain way, especially defensively, where Marcus Smart was teaching the team how to take charges. Like they were not a high charge team prior to Marcus Smart. You saw several guys set career highs in charges because Marcus Smart was setting that example. I think it might be more of a lead by example type thing where guys like a Colin Sexton or someone like that is stepping up in that type of role. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the stars, but obviously in general, like they're going to have more on their plate now that LeBron is gone.
Matisse Thybulle is the newest addition to the Lakers. A strange-ish path for him so far. A couple years in Philly with some incredible highs. Then a couple years in Portland where, let's be honest, not many people are watching your games on a night-to-night basis. Can you tell Laker fans what they have to be excited for and why there's kind of a general feeling of there's some untapped ceiling still remaining with Thybulle?
Yeah, so I actually look at Thybulle as one of the more certain options on the wing for the Lakers in terms of most of the other guys are relatively young in their early to mid 20s. They have the untapped potential or the unproven nature at like the highest level. Like Thybulle is a guy who has been on deep playoff runs, been in multiple playoffs, been in those battles and wars. So he to me is more of a proven commodity, which I feel like the Lakers were missing within that bench / starting group in terms of looking at guys like Zaire Williams, Jake LaRavia, Adu Thero, Cameron Carr. We have some questions with those guys. We just don't know what they're going to look like next season in certain situations. And so I think with Thybulle, you know what you're getting. He has developed into being an above average 3-point shooter. He is one of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA, a 2-time all defense guy, has been in the top voting for defensive player of the year a couple times as well. So he has aged a bit. He's 29, about to be 30. So I think at this point, like he is who he is, and you're going to get what you expect from him. But I think that's a good thing with a group that like a lot of these guys can go one of two ways, either really popping and hitting their ceiling or maybe taking some time to develop or ready for the moment. Thybulle is the one I look at and I'm like, you know what you're going to get. And I think that's a positive.
Now, Jovan, the Lakers preseason schedule just dropped, and because there are so many new faces on this roster, how do you see them approaching these preseason games? Will it be different than years past?
It's a good question. So it's less travel to a degree than previous preseasons. It's also fewer games. They've typically had at least 6 games in the preseason. They only have 5 this year. So it'll be 4 of the 5 in California. They have a back-to-back, which I think is odd. And they've had back-to-backs before in the preseason, but I suspect they will do some resting or maybe guys play in like the first quarter or something. Then they pull them. But I think to your point and to the earlier point about continuity in this group trying to find its footing early, like the preseason will be important, and there will be, I think, an emphasis on, at least in like the first halves of games, of let's run a semi-regular rotation. Let's try to test some different lineups and combinations and see what works and what doesn't work. And I expect some experimenting and tinkering with JJ, but also valuing the reps, because there's nothing that can replicate reps on an NBA floor. You could even argue that like the preseason doesn't fully replicate the regular season, but it's different when you're going up against each other in practice. It's different when it's the starters versus the bench compared to actually playing other NBA teams. So I do expect JJ to view that as an experimental lab and to try to see what he has and just test out different starting groups, bench groups, etc.
We were talking earlier in the show about how there are so many similar types of players that the Lakers have brought in, from your Quentin Grimes to the guys that they drafted, Cameron Carr, just long arms, athletes, and can defend multiple spots. So if you are JJ Redick, what are you looking for during the preseason and maybe the first 20 to 30 games of what can separate a guy from that cluster of athletes that they spent the last month bringing in?
I really like that question. I look at three things that come to mind immediately. Number one is going to be who shoots it at a certain level. I think that's a basic one, but with several of these guys, Jake LaRavia, Zaire Williams, and Adu Thiero, even Quentin Grimes had a down year last year from three. Which one of those guys separates in terms of their overall offensive output, but I think particularly their shooting? Because if you are that defender out there next to Luka and Austin, your primary role is going to just basically be catch and shoot and spot up and space the floor, be on the weak side, be in the corner, and make open threes. And so the guy that can do that at a certain level, I think will have somewhat of an advantage. Second thing I would look at would be rebounding. I think that's going to be an important thing, especially with that starting group of, you look at Kessler and Luka are both elite rebounders for their positions. But then if it is Austin and Grimes, I think that fifth spot needs to be a better rebounder than Austin and Grimes, and needs to bring a certain level of rebounding to the lineup. So that's something where there could be a bit of a battle between the candidates for that starting group in terms of who's going to rebound at a certain level. And then the final thing I would look at would be that point of attack / wing stopper role, and who can keep the ball in front of them. Because I think, to your point, the Lakers have a ton of length and guys who get deflections, guys who get steals, like the defensive playmaking, but not as much, I think, defensive discipline and guys who could just keep the ball in front of them and prevent guys from driving. It's a lot of like help defenders who can come in and pick at the ball or deflect the pass, but can you actually stop the ball? That's a big question to me. So I do look at, Matisse is probably the best guy at that specific role of stopping the ball, but he's not as strong of a rebounder as Zaire or as Jake or Adu. But in terms of shooting, he's also the best one. So Matisse might check that box the most right now, but Jake with his shooting, Zaire with how he continues to develop, Adu, obviously we saw a bunch of progress in summer league. Like, there's a bunch of questions right now as to who's going to be that fifth starter. Maybe they go out and trade for that guy or trade for him eventually. But I would say I would look at the 3-point shooting in a spot up catch and shoot perspective, the rebounding, and the actual ball containment defensively as like three categories that, to me, those are X factors that will determine who starts and who plays a bigger role.
Jovan, before we let you go, I have to ask you about the big news that was going around the NBA today, and that was, did the Heat accidentally reveal LeBron James' decision? What was your reaction when you saw this whole situation unfold, and do you think it's real?
I had a good chuckle. I don't think it's real. I think it's real in the sense of like it obviously happened, but my read on it and knowing people on the social side of NBA teams in general, like I think this was an honest mistake where someone like they had the video or the setup planned in case it happened, but it was not. I don't think they would leak that accidentally like that. That would be just such a grave mistake. Now, I could be wrong, right? And I understand people putting the tinfoil hats on. I will say, like, there had been buzz trending toward Miami. And if I'm not a betting person, but if you look at the sports books, there was a real surge over this past weekend in betting on Miami. And I think Miami honestly makes the most sense. If you look at gets to play with Giannis, who to me is the best running mate of any of the potential candidate, in terms of the teams he's looking at, gets to have the ball in his hands more than I think he would in other places, like looking at Philly or Cleveland or Golden State. I think he'll have the ball way more in his hands in Miami. And then he is also protected defensively the best playing in Miami compared to some of those other places. That starting group, Davion Mitchell, Andrew Wiggins, Giannis, and Bam, that's the best defensive quartet around LeBron that anyone could put out in terms of the other options. So I think Miami makes a ton of sense, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in Miami. That would probably be my current favorite, but I think it was an honest mistake. But certainly it only adds fuel to the fire that the NBA script was already written, and this is just a foregone conclusion.
But also, like, he didn't get to break it. If he ends up there and he's not the one that got to break the news, like, that's not going to be good for the documentary. Okay.
I will say to add to this, like Kendrick Perkins, I believe said he talked to Rich Paul and that LeBron was had his mind made up and was treading toward a choice. And then he decided he needs some more time. So I believe that was before this happened, but maybe they thought they were getting him and then they ended up getting word, hey, it's not official yet. He needs more time. And so, look, I'm not denying that it's a possibility. I just think my read is more so this was an honest mistake. And unfortunately, someone's probably in big trouble in Miami right now.
But like, LeBron, can you just make your decision so we can all kind of like move on to see what's going to happen? Especially like Lakers still. Yeah, we're ready. Okay, this week. Let's give it to us. Jovan, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks,
always.
Jovan.
We love having you.
Appreciate you guys. Good to see you. Talk soon.
Great to see you. I didn't think about that perspective. Like, so maybe they were the team when Perkins was saying, no, so he thought he was going somewhere, made that decision, and then was like, hey, I need more time. So maybe like they made that in preparation because they
as a
thought
placeholder,
they might be the team. And then it was like, well, not yet. It's like, well, okay. Well, at least let's make it and we'll have it here. And then you accidentally, like, I don't, like, again, I'm not publishing things like this. So, like, I don't know how easy it is to accidentally click publish. Oh, brutal. All right, guys, we're going to take one more break. When we come back, we are headed to Raiders training camp. We got to talk about my sweet, sweet baby Fernando. You go down. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
There's a new home for LA Sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports.
Modric.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hopefully you had a fun 4 hours with us on this nice Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday. I'm like,
yes,
Curry,
it
commit.
is.
It's Wednesday. And we've spent a lot of time, you guys, going through training camp. We talked about Rams. We talked about Chargers. And it is time to get to the Raiders because this is a new era for the Raiders under their new head coach, Clint Kubiak, developing their future and their number one overall pick, sweet, sweet baby Fernando. You guys, he's just, please tell me you've all been like watching, like he can do no wrong right now in my eyes. Like he loves his mom and takes such great care of his mom. Every decision he has made has been kind of like a family and for the team and really just diving into being the best version of himself and best quarterback for this Raiders team that, I mean, there's not a ton of expectations as a team that only won 3 games last season. However, everything that they did in the draft during the offseason with their new hires, with their personnel, signing Kirk Cousins to kind of be that start of the season leader on the field and mentor to Fernando, it just feels like it's finally going to work.
It does. So Raiders fans, buckle up. We're going to blitz through this thing.
Buckle up, buckaroos.
There is no expectation for the playoffs here, but if you are a Raiders fan, there is a ton to be excited about for this upcoming season. We'll start with quarterback. Kirk Cousins was brought in because they don't want to force Fernando Mendoza into a situation where he goes the way like many number one overall quarterbacks where it's too much too soon and you ruin their career. Yeah. So it's not if Fernando will be the starter this year, it's when he will be the starter.
When do you think? Because I do not believe he should start week 1. I think they need to ease him into this. Obviously, they had the worst O-line in the league last season. They've made a lot of moves, a lot of adjustments, so it's not going to be that same situation.
If Fernando has a really good camp, I say week 4, where there's a stretch between where you play Kansas City, New England, Buffalo, and then the Rams. If he's not ready and there's a lot to be seen throughout camp, then there is a window in week 12 where he plays Cleveland, has a bye, and then the Chargers, Broncos, Tennessee, Arizona, Kansas City. The tough thing for the Raiders is their easiest stretches are to start the season and to end the season, whereas the beef of that schedule is there's just some tough teams. You ask, what is the thing that Clint Kubiak, their new head coach, former Seattle offensive coordinator, needs to look for? It's the fact that Fernando Mendoza has not taken many snaps under center. Across Cal and Indiana, his entire collegiate career, he was only under center 5 times. A Clint Kubiak system, the same Kubiak-Shanahan system that we're talking about. There's another one. He wants to be under center. He wants to do what the Rams do, what the 49ers do. So that is a huge adjustment for Mendoza. He can do it, but you don't want to rush it. And that is why Kirk Cousins is there.
And even when we were talking to Mark Schlereth, remember, and he gave us that stat of teams that were successful and teams that made it to the playoffs were all teams that were under center.
Exactly. So the biggest concern on offense is the wide receiver spot. They do not have a wide receiver 1. You could argue they don't have a wide receiver 2. Their big addition was Jalen Naylor, who was wide receiver 3 in Minnesota a year ago. What that means is you have some young guys who are going to get thrown into the fire. Malik Benson, their 6th-round pick out of Oregon. He was Oregon's leading wide receiver. He will have tremendous opportunity. He is sure-handed. He is reliable. 2 undrafted free agents who both played at Indiana with Fernando Mendoza. E.J. Williams, a big, tall, lanky guy. He was wide receiver 3 at Indiana, but there's tremendous upside. He was able to get 6 touchdowns a year ago. Jonathan Brady's also from Indiana. Definitely a long shot, but like I said, that wide receiver room in Vegas is wide open, and he has that connection with Fernando Mendoza. Hopefully he can prove something. On the defensive side of the ball, tons to be excited about in that secondary. And yes, I am biased. Jermod McCoy, who was their 4th-round pick, cornerback out of Tennessee, the best cornerback in the draft by a lot of people's standards. The only issue is he tore his ACL.
Oof.
That's why he slid. As far as raw ability, if he was healthy...
Is he back to a hundy?
He hopes to be, and it points to it. He ran a 4.38 and jumped a 38-inch vertical at his pro day, so that isn't the same as playing football, but if he is healthy, he will be starting. Also, Hezekiah Masses, he was the 5th-round corner out of Cal. You could argue that the success of this defense is whether or not these 2 corners, who honestly will probably end up being this, they will be in the starting rotation of corners. You need 3 or 4 when you factor in nickel and sub packages. You will see a ton of these 2 guys. They are both incredibly versatile, stupidly versatile, to where this defensive coordinator can really craft the defense that he wants around them. So that is the key. And maybe the most excited I am to see a DB play is Traden Stukes. He was the 2nd-round pick out of Arizona. The most instinctual defensive back in the entire draft. He could play free safety. He could play strong safety. He can play field corner. He could play boundary corner. He could play nickel. He could play any position in the secondary. And you should be incredibly excited to watch him play. He will be a staple that you build this defense around, along with Max Crosby, who had a hilarious offseason himself.
Hilarious is a fun way to put it.
So if I could sum up everything for the Raiders in regards of young guys to watch, really just what to watch in general during training camp, you might not win a lot of games this year. You're not going to be a playoff team, but you will finish this season satisfied and very excited about what the future holds with your young stars.
You were not kidding when you said buckle up. Woo! That was Brock. I had no idea that was coming. You're like, hold my coffee. Okay. I thought we were going to have a lot more time to really dive in and digest everything that the Raiders had going for them. So the biggest takeaway is there is so much potential.
Yes.
They put in so much work from top to bottom. New head coach, new quarterback, new young talent that they're bringing in. Tyler Linderbaum, Pro Bowl center that they signed. There is potential. And that's what we got to remember. They only won 3 games last season. They had the worst O-line in the league, but they maintained Max Crosby in that crazy turn of Ravens trade give back events that
feels
went
like a
down.
lifetime ago.
Crazy. Fernando Mendoza feels like the future of this team. And with a guy like Kirk Cousins, if there was a personality hire that was as similar as you could be to Fernando, it kind of feels like it's in that Kirk Cousins territory.
Yes, he is the perfect fit because in Atlanta, he was told that was his job, and then they drafted a quarterback. It was never going to work out there.
No.
Him and Fernando are the same person, and he's on board with the plan now. When they hand it over to Fernando, he won't be caught off guard, which means he will basically be Fernando's second quarterback coach because he will happily and willingly help Fernando along the way.
He is the bridge.
Yes, he is.
And he's coming into this situation, unlike Atlanta when he thought like,
Got
okay,
blindsided.
I am, you're paying me $100 million. I am the guy. Oh, no, you're going to draft a quarterback in the first round?
Right.
He's coming into this situation knowing he is here to make Fernando Mendoza the best possible quarterback that he can be.
And
so
he will do just that. Yep.
I'm excited. I'm a big Fernando fan. Don't let me down, sweet, sweet baby Fernando. Okay? We're counting on you. That was a fun one. Don't go anywhere. James Coe Show coming up next.
cracking, everybody? James Coe here with you on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. We're going to be here with you all the way to the top of the 6 p.m. hour. For those of you who may have gotten used to D-Mac and Reiter in this time slot, the boys are taking a well-deserved break. I am filling in for the rest of the week, although next week, D-Mac and Reiter, they will be back. I will slide back into my normal 6 to 10 p.m. time slot. Filling in for me, Ben Stevens. Listen to him. He's great as well. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury call, downtown.com. Lots to get into on today's show. We're going to, of course, keep the gas going, foot on the pedal, if you will, when we're talking about NFL coverage, training camp coverage. We're getting so close, man. We're getting insanely close. The countdown to training camp continues. We will certainly be talking about that. But I do think that the number one storyline right now is the Miami Heat, for some odd reason, decided to, or their social media team decided to post a YouTube video live stream. They posted a link to a scheduled live stream for July 27th. So next Monday? To their YouTube channel, and it was called LeBron James Introductory Press Conference. Now, this is what I don't... Okay. Look, the team spokesman obviously said that was a mistake. They took it down. Not before the internet got hold of it, and people went crazy. Spokesperson told ESPN that the club's social media department was preparing for the possibility of James's signing, and mistakenly, accidentally put the link on the team's YouTube page. That post was obviously later deleted. Then the internet is going crazy because the Heat may have fired the director of YouTube strategy, because less than 24 hours after this mistake, the team posted a job opening for the director of YouTube strategy on their LinkedIn page. Did they fire their previous director for this live stream faux pas? Maybe, possibly. Maybe, possibly. I love this story because it's just so random and weird. Can I just say, listen, as somebody who does social media stuff, man, and look, I run a business outside of the radio station. Okay. If you want to go check out the website, receptionperception.com, but we have an active social media pages. And part of our, social media strategy obviously includes YouTube. Look, we'd set up a lot of the YouTube streams and do all that kind of stuff. I personally handle that. Okay. It's a mom and pop shop, man. It's a mom and pop website, man. It's a small business. Okay. If you want to support a small business, go ahead. It's again, this is not some, media conglomerate. It's not like a corporate, like a corpo thing going, no. I'm just saying, okay, so I understand scheduling stuff out. I get it. I understand the social media strategy behind it. I get it. Okay, but can I also say this? It takes you 5 seconds to do it. To set up a live stream. Look, it's not as if it's some kind of complicated issue here. If LeBron were to sign on tomorrow to Miami, he ends up going to Miami tomorrow, right? Let me tell you something. A seasoned social media manager, they could set up that live stream in 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, bro. Why do you need to schedule it? How much time are you saving yourself right now? Are you doing it for fun? Are you doing it for the giggles? Is that why, wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it be funny, guys, man? How funny would it be, man? If we just put out, LeBron introductory press conference. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? That's like an inside joke, you know what I mean? Like, that's like one of those things that's like, if you're like a social media dork, like you would find that to be funny, maybe. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. But I guess my question is, why even schedule it? Who cares? You're not saving yourself no time. Like, I don't understand. Why do this? But apparently now there is a job opening for the Heat. Job opening for the Heat on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn. This is great. Director of YouTube Strategy. Now, look, you could also make the case that maybe there isn't a director of YouTube Strategy, which is why the Heat are in this position. I'm just so curious, man. Like, first of all, how does that like mistake go down? You know, this is like a legendary mistake too, by the way. And like, I'll also say, like, when you're talking about this mistake, I've seen online, I've heard a lot of people say, like, hey, it was some poor intern got fired. Listen, the intern's not posting that, dude. The intern is not posting that. Again, I have a mom and pop, business, but let me also say, like, I know a lot of people in social media positions for major media companies. And let me tell you something. If you're doing the LeBron introductory press conference live stream, I promise you an intern is not handling that. That is not some low-level dude handling that being posted to the team's website. That would be the director of YouTube Strategy. Like, literally getting in there and doing the thing, So no, I don't think it was some poor, 23-year-old dude, accidentally posting that. I don't think so. I think this was legitimately somebody who has a lot of social media experience and posted this thing. I want to know if that person who got fired, because for sure somebody got fired, but I'm like, did that person have to look Pat Riley in the eyes and explain themselves? Or is this just so beneath Pat Riley? As a matter of fact, does Pat Riley even know what social media strategy is? I think that's a fair question. One thing I know about Pat, he knows ball. One thing I know about Pat, he loves winning. He's obsessed with winning. There's no executive that loves to win more than Pat Riley. Like, if you want to know about the history of why Pat Riley and LeBron had beef because, LeBron left and the Heat were, whatever. It's because Pat Riley's like, wait, hold up, dude. Like, we're going to win. We need to win. With LeBron gone, it's going to be tougher to win. That's tough. I don't know, man. This is so funny, man. This is what a random gaffe this was. But I love it. And oh, by the way, too, it's one of these things where of course the internet tizzy is, oh, I guess LeBron's going to Miami. LeBron's going to Miami. But I mean, it's to the point where there's so much fake news in regards to where LeBron is going to go. No one's really, truly, honestly buying the fact that LeBron, this YouTube live stream mistake is the straw that broke the camel's back. Like this, for sure now, we've got proof. We've got proof that LeBron's going to Miami. He's going to South Beach, baby. The return. The return of the king to the South Beach. Let's go. I tell you, if this happened early on in the process, it's over. It's Vince Carter in the 2000 dunk contest doing the whole, neck thing. It's over. It's over, baby. But now it's to the point where Caroline's Cupcakes has a source. We got we got other NBA reporters with sources saying it's a done deal. It's a done deal everywhere. If you go on the internet, man, it's crazy. It's apparently a done deal to Philly. It's a done deal to Golden State. It's a done deal to Miami. It's a done deal to Cleveland. It's a done deal, apparently. I don't know, man. It's crazy. And look, I'm also the guy that went on here and said, hey, listen, it might be a done deal It might very well be a done deal, and there's small things that got to get major things that got to get worked out. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar decision and deal. So yeah, this stuff does take time, and I would imagine. Hey, listen, do not be surprised if LeBron goes somewhere and there's like a flurry of moves, right? I would imagine after LeBron gets signed, Jonathan Kuminga is going to get signed like immediately. But I have to imagine that Kuminga's camp is trying to figure out where he ends up going, and then the other teams that get spurned by LeBron, now they're still in that market to make a move. And will they make a move with Atlanta to do a little sign and trade to go get Kuminga? Obviously, Golden State would be out of that mix, but you know what I'm saying. Like let's say I don't know, Philadelphia. Philadelphia's a great example. If Philadelphia misses on LeBron, right? Kuminga would be an excellent addition to Philadelphia. And could they make, some of the salaries move around so that they can, give Kuminga his $20 million a year, go like a 2-year 40? Could they do that? Could they? I tell you what, Kuminga in Philadelphia would be nice though. That is a great fit. Like a fantastic fit. You get guard heavy, you get offensive production at all 5 starter spots, right? You get athleticism. It fits into it's a pretty young team other than Joel Embiid. Jaylen Brown's obviously older too, but not like so old, But Tyrese Maxey, Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, 1, 2, 3, boom. We're moving. At the 4, you got Kuminga. Like I said, man, once LeBron signs to wherever he's going to go, we're going to see a flurry of moves. But also, what I would say is if LeBron signs somewhere, don't be surprised to see that team that signed LeBron make a flurry of moves to kind of sort of, fit their basketball roster to more shape the skills and attributes being brought on by LeBron. That's why I'm curious about this Philadelphia one. I'm very curious. Like, where does he fit in? Everyone keeps saying it's the best basketball fit. I disagree. Again, at 1, 2, 3, what are you going to take this extremely talented rookie and slow his growth by sticking him on the bench? Maybe. It's possible. Like I said, Jaylen Brown's not young. LeBron's obviously old. You're going to find minutes for VJ, I would imagine. Hey, and it'd be great if Tyrese Maxey wasn't going out there playing, 50 freaking minutes a game. Can VJ Maxey get some time off, please? Good Lord. But yes, I do think that, they'd make it work with the minutes, but still though, you're taking an extremely talented young player. I mean, somebody who can be legit. I mean, like, I'm not speaking out of turn when I say VJ Edgecombe could be, NBA all-first team at some point in his career. Obviously not next year. But we're talking 3-4 years down the road. Could he? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. 100%. Why not? He's that talented. He's that good two-way. Like, he's an excellent two-way player. By the way, that's the other thing about Philadelphia. If they do end up getting LeBron's defensive pass or defensive highs are obviously well behind him. Very much so. But every now and again, the old man can reach back into the time machine and find some of that, defensive prowess, man. As a matter of fact, again, he gets no credit for this. He gets no credit for this from most of LA media and certainly from none of the fans. But when J.J. Redick finally convinced him, like, hey, man, we need you to be our third option, when it was Austin and Luka healthy, LeBron took that role and, dude, he was out there diving on the ground for loose balls. He's, playing good rotation defense. He's getting back, swatting shots, being just a menace defensively. Why? Because he's old. And when you're old, bro, you can't go both ways. You have to conserve energy. As a matter of fact, I mean, some of these young cats, they do that anyways. They're like, let me go 100% on the offensive side And I'm going to give like 50%, 40% on the defensive side. And it could be vice versa. If you tell a guy, hey, man, all we need you to do is sit in the dang corner and shoot a three, but we need you to play defense. Well, golly, you got OG Anunoby. You see what I'm saying? Some guys have roles. And that's why I'm saying it'd be interesting if he goes to Philadelphia. I disagree that it's the best basketball fit. I actually think the best basketball fit is Golden State. And I've been saying that for a minute now. But I do. Philadelphia is a good basketball fit. I'm not saying it's bad. It's good. It's just not perfect. Unless they want to go like lineup of death, the straight death lineup, and just go super small where LeBron's in the 4. Okay, actually that would pique my interest. I'm like, what does that look like? What would that look like if you went 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Where you get LeBron in the 4, Jaylen Brown in the 3, Edgecombe at the 2, Tyrese Maxey at the 1, and then Joel Embiid at the 5. What does that look like? Playing a little small ball? I mean, you could do it. I mean, hey, listen, if you could do it at any point, it would be the year of our Lord 2026. You know what I'm saying? Like, positionless basketball is a thing now. So I think they could make that happen. Although there'd be some, obviously there could be some teams that come in and play a little bully ball with you down low. I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't know where he ends up going, man. I ain't got a dang clue. But when we're talking about just like straight up basketball fit, I'm not sure Philadelphia is the one. I think it's Golden State. You got Steph, high basketball IQ. Draymond, high basketball IQ. I mean, you can say whatever you want about Draymond. He's obviously a net negative. He's a net negative in terms of like shot creation and like range, but he's got high basketball IQ. He can make that pass, right? And he's still good defensively. They don't need him. If LeBron goes to Golden State, they don't need him to be a good offensive player. They just need this guy to make the appropriate pass, find a couple backdoor cuts every now and again, get the leak out. Right? Play a little old school like Kevin Love basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like you get that rebound and just that leak out pass. Go. That'd be good. But that also assumes that Jimmy Butler's going to come back in like December and be a late season addition and contributor for Golden State. Again, I don't know if that's true. Maybe again when we start thinking about like the hang-ups. See, this is what I find interesting, right? Like, there's a lot of rumors that, okay, Cleveland, if they bring in LeBron, they're going to move on. They're going to trade away James Harden. Okay, if that's the case, then obviously those are two moves that can happen correspondingly that, are pretty difficult. For Golden State, again, there's a lot of talk of, okay, they're going to move Jimmy Butler. Again, not easy. Not an easy contract to move. Not an easy contract to move. If he goes to Philadelphia, maybe they feel like, okay, well, we want to get a little bit more depth. We love our starting 5, but the depth is not quite there. If he goes to Miami, same situation. There's not a ton of depth there. And they need some shooting. That front court would be long and nasty defensively. Giannis, Bam, and LeBron front court? What? You got two guys that are just straight up MVPs in the front court with Bam? Bro, what? That's a lot. That defense is nasty, man. That would be great. Andrew Wiggins can still play defense. I don't know about Davion Mitchell. I haven't watched Mitchell enough. I don't know. I could sit here and honestly tell you, man, I've not watched a lot of Davion Mitchell, bro. Okay? Anyone from LA who's trying to tell you, like, let me tell you about the breakdown of Davion Mitchell, I would not believe them for 1 second, dude. Come on, man. Like, who's sitting there honestly watching a bunch of Miami Heat basketball games? Come on, dude. Not happening, man. It's not happening. We got a great show lined up in front of us here today. I promise you this might be my first and last LeBron mention. I did think it's just funny. Come on, guys. It's funny that Miami Heat's YouTube guy posted this a week in advance. Why? Why do you need to do that? It saves you 5 seconds, dude. What are you doing? What a stupid move what a stupid way to lose your job, too, you know? Oh, man. Imagine, dude, like it's some 26-year-old guy and being like, man, I got the best job in the world, dude. I'm out here. I'm doing YouTube strategy for the Miami Heat. That is so sick. That's awesome. I don't know how old this guy is. I don't know why he's got to be 26. He's probably 36. But imagine you work up to this job, man. You're head of content of YouTube strategy for the Miami Heat. Then you decide I want to save 5 seconds and I'm going to pre-schedule this live stream. So many things go wrong. First of all, how about if you forgot about the live stream? You thought you deleted it, you didn't delete it, and then it just goes live. Stupid. What are you doing? Unbelievable. Anyways, great story. It's a great story because it's just so dumb. And the fact that the Miami Heat, 24 hours later, is like, you know what? Post this stupid job on LinkedIn. Just post the dang job on LinkedIn. Let's go. Anyways, the countdown. The countdown to training camp, baby. That continues. Today's focus will be on young players, man. We're talking about young players. And for the very first time, the BA, boss man Andrew, he said, hey, you can talk fantasy football today if you want. I'm like, hey, say less, boss. Let's go. Fantasy focus coming down tonight, man. We're going to have a good time. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking, everybody? James Coe here with you. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We are presented by Downtown LA or DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the incident this offseason involving Puka Nacua, and this was an incident that I guess spurred him to also go to rehab, but he bit a woman. And he allegedly bit a woman, I should say, and he was never charged with it, and I think there's still a civil suit going on with Puka Nacua and this woman. The bite marks and the pictures of said bite marks have been released. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but the bite marks are insane. We got producer Peyton Lodge behind the glass here, helping me out today as well. He'll be jumping in and helping me every now and again here, but I'm just saying, the bite marks are absolutely crazy. And when you're talking about a guy in Puka Nacua who right now, honestly, if everything was going right and he just played football and you didn't hear from him, he's not going on a live stream denying the existence of concussions. He's not going out there biting women in the streets. By the way, this was this wasn't freaky time. Okay, it was like solo freaky time because he's in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I am not here to kink shame nobody. Okay, hey, you're into it, cool, but this wasn't that, bro. Okay, this wasn't that, dude. This was Puka Nacua going straight vampire mode, bro. Middle of the night, middle of the street, just like biting a girl on her back. What? I need to know, like, how far down the list of things, like, look. Your boy, James Coe, I am not going to sit here and tell you that I've never been drunk in the streets. That would just be a flat out lie. There have been many occasions and many occurrences where your boy has imbibed far too many adult beverages and I, am loose on the streets. I can't tell you how far down the list I would have to go before I think to myself, hey, you know what would be fun? Just biting the hell out of some random person on the street. What? How? That is so far down my list, man. Hey, listen, people say, hey, your true nature comes out. The true nature comes out when you drink, and maybe there's something to that. And if that's the case, listen, I'm a good time, man. We're having fun. I'm talking some stuff. I'm talking noise. Nothing too crazy. Just having a good time. I'm a happy drunk. That's me. That's me. I'm not like the guy that's like trying to fight you in the club. Like, that's definitely not me. Like, I don't want to fight people. Okay. And by the way, it's like, I'm not saying I can fight, but I have been trained to fight. Like, I've been doing boxing for 10 plus years. I used to teach before I took this job. I was teaching boxing on the side just because I love the game that much. I love working with young people that much. But I'll tell you what, man, I get too many White Claws in me. I'm not thinking about fighting. I'm just like, you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about debating LeBron, Michael Jordan. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about, hey, who might win the national championship this year? I'll debate you about whether or not Jaden Mayava is going to be a Heisman Trophy winner. Okay? Because I do think that he's got a chance. I'm just saying, that's where my mind is going. I'm not thinking about fighting people. I can't think about how far down the road do I got to get to before I'm like, you know what? Let me just latch my mouth onto someone's back and just try to take a chunk of flesh out of their dog. Like, what? That is the most random thing in the whole. I'm like, bro, this is so random. And I know you're thinking, like, how bad could this bite mark be? Dude, I'm telling you, go on your phone and look up Puka bite mark. I am telling you, it is about as crazy as it can get without, like, just a whole chunk of flesh being taken out. I mean, Puka just went straight vampire mode out here, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. I need to know, man, like, hey, listen, I don't need, like, your craziest drunk stories because that's not appropriate for the radio, but I'm just saying, like, how far down do y'all need to get before you're like, you know what? Let me just put a bite mark on somebody. Good Lord. 855-97 LA Fan. Again, it's 855-97 LA Fan. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Sean McVay was on a podcast recently, and of course, as any good podcast host should do, they asked Sean McVay about Aaron Donald and whether or not he has been in contact with Aaron Donald.
I have crossed paths with Aaron Donald, and what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. You know, he represents a lot of the things that are right, and what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process, and the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
Yeah, I mean, again, first of all, two things when I heard this is that, one, Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald definitely going to teaming up. No, it's definitely going to be the brothers of destruction. Definitely going to be brothers of destruction. What a great duo that's going to be. First of all, again, any and all sound bites and interviews I hear of Aaron Donald and the Rams, literally 0.0% of them are like, I want to caution patience. You know, it's a long path back to the NFL. You know, he's been gone from the game for too long to come back. You know, he's just happy in retirement and really mulling his... you've heard none of that. 0 times have you heard any of that. 0 times. It is all about, he's a great family man. I can't wait to work with him. And, you know, I have seen him. And, hey, listen, he needs to get into game shape. And he just works out here all the time. It's all just positivity. It's all energy, bro, when it comes to Aaron Donald. So he's coming back. The other thing I thought about, though, that I thought was really interesting, okay, is how, and listen, Sean McVay is always like this. If you ever listen to a Sean McVay soundbite or a Sean McVay, press conference, and I'm not talking about like after a loss, but I'm like, you know, just normally, like, you know, whether it's pregame or, you know, it's like, you know, like an off day, anything but like a loss. This is what Sean McVay sounds like. He is just gas, like just straight up fire. This dude comes with the energy every single time. Insane levels of energy. Then fire up. As a matter of fact, hey, Peyton, do we got that? You know what? As I'm like blabbering over here, can we pull up that Sean McVay on Ty Simpson sound? Let's go. I want to hunt for that because I'm telling you, bro, like, it's crazy. The difference between what he normally says, and by the way, this is just a random podcast that he's on with Jason La Canfora, dude. This is a Jason La Canfora podcast. Talking, by the way, it's like a Baltimore podcast that Sean McVay is on, okay? He's on a Baltimore podcast with Jason La Canfora, and he's got that level of energy, dude. He's that hyped. He can't be that hyped to talk to Jason La Canfora, bro. Come on. But he is. This guy's always, it's all gas, no brakes, every single time with Sean McVay. But then they asked him about Ty Simpson. First round pick. No energy, just dead. Dude. Yeah, you can't tell me that you cannot tell me they made that pick with Sean McVay's blessing. There ain't no way, man. It was a strange pick, man. And I know a lot of fans wanted Mekhi Lemon, hey, local kid, USC. Wouldn't it be great for him to stay in LA? And he feels a need as a third wide receiver. Although I will say, as Sean McVay from last year, look, over the last 2 years, he has really leaned into tight end usage. And last year was a high watermark, But the fact that he's out there doing the whole 2 tight end sets, 12 and 13 personnel, maybe they thought to themselves, you know what, we don't really need a first-round talent at wide receiver. Although I will say, I just think if that was the thought, I feel like that's like somewhat poor planning just because Devontae Adams is getting pretty long in the tooth, And if he ends up missing time, and shoot, heck, I mean, if Puka Nacua ends up missing time, Puka Nacua's game is basically like to get into the middle of the field, and yeah, man, he takes some shots now. That's the one thing about these after the catch guys. Like, they're great. You want to have guys that can get you yards after the catch, but they do put themselves in harm's way a lot more than a boundary X guy who's catching that comeback and then just stepping out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? So, again, maybe like build on a strength. Wide receiver is a strength for the Rams. Would they build on that with Mekhi Lemon or some other wide receiver? I don't know. Like maybe they liked, Denzel Boston or something, Like, all right, hey, listen, if Devontae starts slowing down, we just incorporate Denzel Boston. He's going to be our outside X. He'll be fine. Some. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not like a draft grades guy, but I'm just saying, Ty Simpson in that spot was weird when Mekhi Lemon was still on the board. And hell, if you didn't want to go Mekhi Lemon, that's fine. Could have gone defense too. Obviously, you love their corners, but they could have added some things to the linebacker spot too. Maybe they didn't see a guy that I don't know. But if you're making a Super Bowl run, which obviously they were with the addition of Myles Garrett, I don't understand wasting a first-round draft pick on a guy that was definitely a reach there in the first on a quarterback. Peyton, do we got that sound? No, we're still efforting. Okay, that's okay. You know what? That's fine. As a matter of fact, we'll effort during the break. We're going to step away. When we come back, I'm going to break down the entire NFC West. How do I see it playing out? Who's going to be first? Who's going to be second? Who's coming in last? Rams, Seahawks, Niners, Cardinals. One of the toughest divisions in all of football last year. Will it continue to be a tough division in football in 2026? We're going to break down the NFC West right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe. Got my producer Peyton behind the glass here as well. Peyton, man, how you doing, brother? Sitting in the big chair today, dude.
Big share today. Let's go. Yeah, thanks for having me on with you today. I'm pumped.
I'm excited. And we were talking about in that last segment about how energetic, Sean McVay is on the regular. And yes, we have found that audio. We found the audio of Sean McVay talking about, again, just keep in mind, he is talking in the middle of the offseason. He's talking to Jason Lancanfora, and just remember what that audio sounded like. It was just crazy energy. Just straight pure gas, right? Like, that's how he always talks. This is how he talks when he was talking about Ty Simpson and the quarterback 2 battle.
Yeah, I did. I'll keep that between us. We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson.
What was it about this pick?
Yeah.
I mean, 1-word answers, 2-word answers. Is he going to, you talk about just an absolute layup question. Hey, is he going to be the backup? Sean, is he going to be the backup? You just spent a top 15 pick on a team that is going to contend for the Super Bowl on a quarterback. Layup question, layup. This is like a George Gervin layup. Is he going to be the backup?
We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson.
Bro, he's going to compete with Stetson Bennett? You spent a top 15 pick on a guy that's going to compete with Stetson Bennett? No. Say it ain't so, Sean. Let me just say, again, I know this has been we've discussed this ad nauseum, okay? But if Sean McVay was in that room making that selection and it was a truly, truly collaborative effort, not like, hey, we're going to take Ty Simpson. What do you think? That's not collaborative. Collaborative would be, hey, Sean, this is our board. Who do you think is the best? We're thinking about Ty Simpson. Who are you thinking about? That's collaborative. Again, his answers, again, I just want to reiterate, he is talking to a random Baltimore podcast on July 22nd, and he was coming with straight fire heat. When he's asked about the top 15 pick for the Rams, it was very, hey, Sean, is he going to be the backup?
We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson.
Oh, my gosh. No energy. None whatsoever. Because that's the other thing, too. When he was being asked about, hey, have you talked to Aaron Donald? My goodness gracious, he starts going on about Aaron Donald as a human. He's like, man, I loved Aaron Donald. I love Aaron Donald. He's a great man. He's a great person. He's a great husband. Golly, Sean, we didn't even ask you about that. We just want to know if you've been making contact. He starts extolling the virtues of him as a human. Hey, Sean, is Ty Simpson going to be the direct backup to Matt Stafford? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, there you go. There you go. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, call or visit calldowntown.com. Again, that website, calldowntown.com. Breaking down the NFC West here. And I will start from the bottom. How about that? We'll be like Drake. We'll start from the bottom. Cardinals last year were 3-14. I would imagine they are the heavy favorites to be in the bottom of the NFC West this upcoming season. It was a disaster year last year. They made a lot of coaching changes. So now their offense, though. Let me just say this. Look, I don't think this is going to be a good team, but this might be a fun team, right? When you're in that 1 p.m. window and there's 2 or 3 games, if you've got the Cardinals on, this could be a really fun offensive team. It could be. It could also be a disaster, but I don't think it's going to be a disaster. I think it's going to be a fun offensive team. You got Baby LaFleur in there at head coach right now, right? They spent a top 3 pick on Jeremiah Love. Oh my gosh. What are we doing? Hey, and listen, nobody loves running backs more than me. No one. I'm telling you. Running backs are like completely and utterly mispriced in the marketplace. A good running back does a lot for the offense. And I know all the analytics bros out there are going to tell you, like, you can spend a 7th round draft pick and he will give you 70% of what the starter gives you. Right? And I would just turn to that person and say, do you understand 70% of Myles Garrett is a borderline unplayable player in the NFL? That's a borderline bench player. So please miss me with a 7th rounder could give you 70% running back production of a 1st rounder. I get it. I understand what the numbers say. I understand it all. I understand. But a good running back can generate yards that the offensive line cannot get you. He can keep the offense on track. He's a stabilizing force for the quarterback. There's a lot of things beyond just how many yards is he getting you that just go way beyond. I just think running backs are supremely and severely underpriced right now. The market has gone way too far the other way. That being said, this is a team that had so many needs, and not any of it is on the offensive side. If you want to go draft offensive linemen, go for it. If you wanted to go draft a special defensive player, all of those guys were on the board. They took Jeremiah Love. And I love Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love's an absolute beast. He's a savage. Like, this guy's a crazy good athlete. Insanely good athlete. But that's a luxury pick. That's a luxury pick for Arizona. Bad pick. Bad pick. And I love, by the way, I love Jeremiah Love. I think he's going to be a special player. I think he's going to be a special player. But that was a luxury pick for a team that had a lot of needs in Arizona. But this offense could be a lot of fun. Look, you got Jeremiah Love at running back. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. out at wide receiver. He had a horrible year last year. 12 games, only 41 receptions for 608 yards, 4 touchdowns. And even worse, my goodness, this guy couldn't catch a cold. 56% catch rate? What? That was so bad. And his catch rate throughout his young career has been incredibly bad. They also found a reliable wide receiver too in Michael Wilson. He was a huge find last year. 8 games, final 8 games of the season, he had 775 yards. I believe in those final 8, I don't got the numbers in front of me, but I believe 2 of those 8 games he went for over $140. He was on, look, if you took his 8-game sample and pasted out over a 17-game season, we're talking about a guy that would give you 119 receptions, dang near 1650 through the air, and 13 touchdowns. That is about as Pro Bowl as it gets. Shoot, if he did that, people would be talking about Michael Wilson as the second best receiver in the NFL. Golly. I'm just saying, he was an absolute find. He's found money for Arizona. They liked him. They didn't love him. They never put him in a good position to succeed. And all of a sudden, Marvin Harrison gets injured a little bit, and Michael Wilson just pops up and goes absolutely crazy. They've got Trey McBride. Trey McBride is a special player. So now they've got 2 good wide receivers, a great running back, and a great tight end. Jacoby Brissett was out there just slinging the rock. He didn't care about no turnover. He's the new Jameis. He's the new he didn't care. He's like, let me go sling that rock. The only problem is that Jacoby Brissett isn't signed. Arizona, what are y'all doing? Just sign your quarterback, bro. Just give him the cash. I don't know what he's asking for, but golly, can you give him a 1-year deal? What's going on? He's not signed? That's insane. They drafted Carson Beck out of Miami. Maybe he ends up being if he ends up being the starter, I take back everything I just said about this being a fun team offensively. I like Carson Beck, but he is a classic game manager, which is fine. He profiles to me to be like a 10-year backup quarterback. He's the kind of guy that's going to get some good money now. But yeah, man, I don't know. I tell you what, we're going to break down the rest of the NFC West coming up after the break. Seahawks, Niners, Rams. That breakdown coming up on the James Koh Show, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, Los Angeles. What's cracking? It's your boy. It's James Coe. We are here with you till the top of the 6 p.m. hour. Doing a full-on breakdown of the NFC West. We're doing a full breakdown of the Dodgers as they get ready to take on the Philadelphia Phillies as well. We are proudly presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Happy 32nd birthday to Tanner Scott, who closed out last night's game for the Dodgers, earning his 15th save of the year. It has been, giving them hand claps, baby. It has been an interesting road back. So much of what the Dodgers go through, I just find to be fascinating because their sports psychologist on staff seems to be highly cited and highly utilized. Max Muncy credited him for him to get back to the All-Star game. Clearly, Tanner Scott is somebody who blew 10 saves last year. Fans hated him, man. Fans could not stand the sight of Tanner Scott to the point where the Dodger organization was like, all right, well, we need to go spend gobs of cash on Edwin Diaz. Obviously, did not work out. One of the worst signings this offseason that literally no one talks about and no one cares. No one talks about, no one cares because they just keep winning ball games. They don't seem to care at all. Edwin Diaz, that was one of the worst signings in all of baseball. The funny thing is, if you're talking like top 5 worst signings in all of baseball, Edwin Diaz is probably at the top because he's given you nothing. As a matter of fact, he's been a net negative. Another one in terms of like top 5 worst signings this offseason in Major League Baseball, Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is also one of the worst signings this offseason, and both those guys played for the Dodgers, and the Dodgers just out here winning ball games. How are they doing this? How are they doing this? I had read somewhere that when you include all the taxes and stuff and salary cap taxes that the Dodgers are paying for the salary of Kyle Tucker, that his salary now is costing the Dodgers over $110 million this year. Over 110 million buckaroos this year for Kyle Tucker in 2026. And rightfully so. A lot of people pointed out that is actually more than, like a handful of teams are doling out. Which, by the way, again, like I know the Dodgers are the evil empire and whatever. I understand. I get it. Okay? Like them spending, $1 quadrillion on their salary or whatever is like, I get it. It's evil empire stuff. Okay. That being said, some of these broke, greedy owners, how are y'all spending $100 million though? How are you guys getting away with this? I am not for the salary cap at all. I'm a 0% salary cap guy. I don't want to see salary cap at all. 0%. I don't want to see that. I'll tell you what I want to see. I want to see a salary cap floor. I want to see a salary floor. These other, and I don't want to hear about how they're going to go broke. I do not want to hear about that. Not when these franchises are going for multiple billions of dollars. If they were truly losing money on these ventures, you really honestly believe, you can't be this stupid. You can't be. You cannot be this gullible to believe billionaires when they tell you they're going to lose money. You can't be that dumb. Why are these franchises going for multiple billions of dollars if they're losing money every single year? We're talking about billionaire businessmen. You really think they look at the books and say to themselves, you know what? Yeah, these guys are losing a lot of money. You know what? We should pay $4 billion for that. How dumb, how gullible, how much of a billionaire bootlicker do you have to be to believe when they say stuff like this? Whenever I hear they would just go broke, I cannot tell you how much I roll I'm like, whenever I hear a fan saying, if they did that, they would go broke. Guys, come on, man. Based off of what? Based off of what? Come on, dude. They're making money hand over fist, dude. They would go broke. Oh, my God. And, even if it was like this is what the other thing that drives me crazy, too. Having a sports franchise is like owning a house, okay? Like you're paying money for the mortgage. Like that's your salary. Like I look at payroll, like team payroll to be like the mortgage. Okay, you're paying the mortgage. Okay. You're paying that back. And it's like you're paying the bank back. And really theoretically you're breaking even, right? Because you're paying interest and you're paying the mortgage, right? Okay. So you're breaking even. So even if you're breaking even, why should you buy a house? Even if you're breaking even. You know why? Because you think that your house is going to gain value. There's no one alive that's like, you know what? I'm not going to buy a house unless I'm cash flow positive. No one. No one's thinking this. The only thing that people think about is let me go buy a house so that when in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, when I sell this house, it's going to be worth double, triple, quadruple, 10x of what I bought. That's the franchise. That's a sports franchise. I don't need to be hearing from broke owners talking about like, hey, man, we're going to be losing money. No, you're not. No, you are not. And you know damn well you're not. Anyone who buys this complete BS from billionaires and believes these billionaires and just like are bootlicking billionaires, dude, just stop talking about finances in sports, period. It's the same people that complain about these guys get paid too much money. Bro, what? They get paid too much money. Okay. All right, cool. So on one hand, you believe the billionaires, and on the other hand, you don't believe in free market forces. All right, cool. Just so that we're on the same page. You shouldn't get paid this much money. Hey, listen, I totally agree. They shouldn't get paid this much money, but here's the problem. If they're not going to get paid any money to play baseball or any money to play sports, then I don't think that the billionaire should then charge you money to go to games. Lower ticket prices. No. Hey, listen, concessions are out of control. Parking's out of control. But you know what? You're worried about how much a baseball player is making, dog. Like, what are we doing out here? They shouldn't get paid this much money. I would do it for free, they say. Yeah, you would. That's why you're garbage. When you have a highly specialized skill, you should get paid for that. Stupid. I don't know how I went down this rabbit hole at all. That being said, hey, happy birthday to Tanner Scott. Yeah, dude. Tanner Scott has allowed a run in only 2 of his last 15 outings for the Dodgers. Really good. His ERA is down to just 2.4, man. Really, really good. This was Tanner Scott post-game. Again, closing out the show in a Dodgers 2-1 victory over the Phillies.
I knew Crawford was fast, and Muncy got the ball to rushing, and then rushing had to get it to Mookie, and then next thing you know, I see JT going back, and I don't know. Mookie made a hell of a play.
Well, there you go. That was talking about the random double play that ended up costing the Phillies. JT Realmuto, man, like what? Just absolute brain cramp there for the Phillies last night. Dodgers in a thrilling 2-1 victory out of nowhere. I mean, I feel like I say this a lot, but they just seemingly get wins out of nowhere. They pull wins out of the rabbit hat every single time, man. Max Muncy in the top of the 4th gave the Dodgers a 2-1 lead. This is how it sounded.
Here's Muncy driving a ball in the air to deep center field. Hill's going back. It's into the trees. Straightaway shot from Muncy. Dodgers take the lead.
But this was a lot more eventful than your regular 2-1 ball game because, again, as we mentioned in the bottom of the 9th, absolute, just stone cold base running gaff from Philadelphia. It literally gifted the Dodgers the win. And let me just set the table here if you missed it, okay? JT Realmuto gets to third base. Maybe I should even go back a little bit further, right? We're talking about a guy like the Phillies. Okay, they get on. They've got two guys on, and there was a weak hit there that was going to drive in a Philly run. They're out at home, and then JT Realmuto is standing on third. For some reason, he forgets the rules of baseball and tries to go back to second.
Shot off to third, and it got him hung up. Crawford's hung up. Crawford is out. Throw to second. That is the game. That is the ball game. What a way to finish it. Chaos on the bases and a 2-1 Dodger win.
And the Phillies absolutely wasted a great outing from Zach Wheeler, who ended up striking out 9 guys. He had 3 consecutive starts with 10 or more strikeouts, man. So again, Zach Wheeler, obviously pitching at a very high level. They wasted a really good effort for him. Just 2 runs given up in his 6 1/3. Pretty good overall. And I tell you what, man, Justin Wroblewski is continuing to play at an extremely high level. Struck out 7 of his own in 6 1/3. He allowed just 1 run on 5 hits. Here's Robo postgame. Oh, okay, we don't have Robo postgame. That's okay. Robo, again, with another win, improves to 11-2 on the year. ERA of just 2.62. Incredible. Okay, now that win was actually pretty important. Why? Because the Dodgers in July have not been playing their best baseball. With the win, they're now just 8-8 in the month of July. As you can imagine, if they had lost, they would have been 7-9 in the month of July. And so again, it was an important win for the Dodgers for sure to kind of I don't want to say get back on track, you know what I'm saying? But just again, keep the train moving because again, July has been a very slow month for them. Here's Dave Roberts postgame.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that play in itself was obviously a huge play, end of the game. It's just fundamentals. You know, Max did a great job securing the baseball, understood that the tying run was going home and secured it, ran him hard back. And, to be quite frank, Dalton should have run the player back, Crawford all the way back, but, he didn't. But fortunately, JT made an uncharacteristic base running mistake, and fortunately Mookie threw it dark to second base. And yeah, big adrenaline, big win. Saved some pitches from Tanner, and really, really fun ball game to be a part of.
Okay, and we got some important updates here on Shohei Ohtani as well. He completed a 34-pitch bullpen session in Philadelphia around 1:30 p.m. our time, according to Japanese media members. I love the Japanese media members, man. They're not scared of reporting it. They're like, okay, cool. We're good, we're just going to report whatever we want. It's fine. I like it. I like it a lot because they don't defer. Look, if you guys go to any locker room of any sport, the American media, they defer to the PR team. They defer to the sports information people. They defer to the middle managers that control the media of any sport when you go to the locker room or you get field access, right? There's always a thought and a worry that if you don't abide by the rules, you will get your media pass revoked. At the very least, you will get a talking to. If you don't follow these random rules that every team sets up, and every team's a little bit different, Some teams don't even, it's like, hey, listen, you can't talk to them when they're eating. You can't talk, you know what I'm saying? There's just random rules. Hey, the locker room will be open for 10 minutes, whatever. I don't know. It's so random at every different spot. And there is some, uniformity, but for the most part, you have to listen to PR. And if you don't, you're definitely going to get a talking to. And like I said, it's kind of lame. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not you would think it's so glamorous being in the locker room. Dude, you have no clue. I'm so happy I don't have to go to the locker room. I am so happy. The locker room, honestly, going to the locker room does kind of suck. I know people listen to them and be like, oh, this guy's so privileged, bro. I am telling you, it kind of sort of stinks. And especially like going to a baseball locker room, it really does kind of stink, man. Because first of all, unless you're like newspaper media, oh my gosh, you have no idea. The newspaper guys, and first of all, if there's any newspaper guys listening, first of all, I apologize. Okay, let me apologize in advance. Okay, you guys are all great, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but y'all know y'all are the worst gatekeepers, though. Baseball journalists are baseball beat reporters for like written or digital content places. The absolute worst, like curmudgeon-y gatekeepers in the world. They don't want you to get anything. They are actively working against you to get stuff, man. It's crazy. They are so mean to you. It's crazy. It's insane. I don't know why it's like this, but it is. So yeah, imagine going to your workplace and you've got a bunch of dudes hoping that you suck. That is what it is like to go to a baseball locker room. I know you guys don't believe me, man. I know y'all thinking like, this guy sounds so privileged, bro, but I'm just telling you, going to locker rooms is not that fun. It's real. And there's no worse feeling in the world having to go to a locker room when they lost. Oh my God, there's no worse feeling. First of all, you have to treat it like like JFK died or something, bro. Like, y'all just lost a baseball game. Chill out, dude. You know? Why does it have to be so combative? You lost one game of 162 games. Like, just chill, dude. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Like, everyone's in hushed tones like, so, Dave, tell me, what's the mood in the locker room right now? It's like, who cares? They lost one game out of 162. It's not a big deal, dude. And everyone has to talk in these, like, hushed, reserved tones. Like, God, jeez, man. Relax. That's what I always feel like saying whenever I go into, like, a losing locker room. Like, relax. Y'all are still millionaires, dude. You're good. And, like, that's what it's so disingenuous, too, because these guys, like, the players will then treat you like you have, like stepped on their toes or something. If you come in there and, like, you're not speaking in hushed tones after a loss. Meanwhile, after the locker room thing, they're going to go in their really nice car and, like, just have a good old time. They don't care because they know. They know in real life it's one game out of 162. They ain't tripping. But reporters got to go in there and act like the Pope died? Come on, man. Like I said, the locker room is very overrated. I just want you guys to know that. There's people at home like who are sports reporters being like, yeah, this guy's spitting facts. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I just want you guys to know, like, enter the world of being a quote unquote glamorous sports reporter. A lot less glamorous than you think, man. A lot less glamorous than you think. Again, super big rabbit hole. I apologize. Anyways, this is notes from Dave Roberts on Shohei Ohtani pregame today. He's not going to pitch on the current road trip, obviously. When he does return, Ohtani won't be pitching a full 100-pitch workload in his first start. Return depends on what trainers and Mark Pryor, who is the pitching coach, took from his bullpen today. Bullpen session was important to really test Ohtani's landing leg. That's the one where they put that injection in, the lubricant, into his knee. They believe that Ohtani's struggles from his last few starts were due to the knee, which I would assume that would be pretty obvious, you know? Again, no exact word on when he returns. There's no word on that. They're going to, again, they're just getting information. That's fine. They're just getting information, man. Okay, again, I want to say hello to the YouTube chat side. Robert Wallace, as always, coming in strong. Appreciate you in the chat, man. Always good to see you. David Horse is in the building. Appreciate you. Robert Wallace says, if I made that amount of money, I would be able to process how blessed I have it. 100% James. Donnie Boy says, amen. It's so interesting, man. Like I said, I don't know why sports is in like this. Their own little world. You know, it's like why can't we just apply? Why can't we just apply like real life expectations and stuff like that to the locker room? No, we got to go into the locker room and treat it like like they're like presidents or something. You know, it's like we have to treat them like they're like important delegates of like some foreign nation or something. It's crazy. But again, that's why. By the way, that's why I love the Japanese media. They don't care, dude. They don't like if it's like the Korean media too, like, you know, when like Chan-ho Park or whatever was in the that's way before my time, before I was like a professional. But I'm trying to think about other Korean dudes that were in that. Anyways, whatever. When the Korean reporters are in there too, they don't care, dude. They're like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. I'm only here to talk to like two guys. Like, who cares? What are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And like, it's funny too because there's a huge language barrier. Like the PR guys are like. They're like uncomfortable talking to them too, you know, they're like uncomfortable to like bring up like, hey, don't do that or whatever, like, you know? So yeah, I'm saying like, it's funny. Like you know what I should do, bro? Like, because I'm Asian, like I should just pretend like I'm Japanese media. Like that's what I'm going to, you know what? The next time I go to a Dodgers locker room, man, I'm just going to roll with the Japanese guys. I think that would actually be fun. I think that would actually be fun. Although they probably would look at me and try to gatekeep the heck out of me too, man. You know? Oh my gosh. It's so funny, dude. It's just funny. Like I said, I don't know how like the locker room became like so sacrosanct. Like what is going on? Like, it's just like, it's not a sacred place, guys. Okay. It's just a locker room, dude, you know, chill out. Everyone thinks it's like so like private too. Like, oh my God, how can you talk to them after they get out of the shower? You're like, guys, I don't know, dude. Okay. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, stop making it like a big deal. You know? Like, it's so private. No, it's not. Oh my gosh, dude. What are you talking about? Have you not ever been to a gym? Have you heard what people talk about in the gym locker rooms? It's crazy. All of a sudden they got to treat him like the Pope? No, dude. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. It's so funny, man. Anyways, more Dodger report. We're going to do a little preview because again, first pitch at 3:40. At 3:40. Let's go. We step away. When we come back, Dodger preview as we get you up into first pitch right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What's up? It's James Coe here with you. We're getting you ready for the Dodgers, man. First pitch at 3:40. Doing a little Dodgers preview today. Eric Lauer. Yeah! Dodger baseball. I don't know why I made that sound like Eric Cartman. That was a little weird. Dodger baseball. I do what I want. Eric Lauer is going to be on the mound. Eric Cartman is... He's got to be one of the funniest characters in television history, and it is just, it's so bad, bro. It's so bad. Anyways, Eric Lauer taking the bump here for the Blue, going up against Aaron Nola. I don't know why Aaron Nola sounds like the coolest name in baseball, but it does. I don't know. It's like, Nola, New Orleans, Aaron Nola. It's like, you're like the king of New Orleans, son. What you mean? Anyways, Eric Lauer, 4-5 on the season with an ERA of 4.81. Each of Eric Lauer's last 4 starts have all been quality starts, which is cool. Lauer hasn't allowed more than 3 earned runs since May. Let me just say this, too. The Dodgers, Dodger baseball, the Dodgers are undefeated whenever Eric Lauer takes the mound. I believe, and this is just off the top of my dome, I haven't done research on this, but I believe the Dodgers are 9-0 when Eric Lauer has taken the bump. I don't believe they have lost with Eric Lauer. Now, again, I'm not saying they've all been Eric Lauer wins, like statistical wins, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying the Dodgers have not lost when Eric Lauer has taken the bump. Now, again, it has been a long and windy road to those wins. Sometimes Eric Lauer gives up a lot of runs. Sometimes middle relief gives up a lot of runs. 7-0, I am being told. Okay, so I overestimated, but they are undefeated. 7-0. Are the Dodgers when Eric Lauer takes the bump. But again, it's like, I'm not even saying that Lauer has been dominant in those 7 games. I'm just saying they've won. He's like a lucky charm for them. He's like a good luck charm or something, man. Like, he takes the bump and they can't lose. I don't know why. 7-0 for a guy who was like literally on the pitching scrap heap. Good for him. Good for the Dodgers. Like, how do they keep doing this? How do they keep doing this? Edwin Diaz, huge bust. One of the worst contracts in all of baseball. Doesn't matter. They keep doing it. Kyle Tucker, one of the worst contracts in all of baseball. Doesn't matter. Keep doing it. Getting those dubs, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. I will say, you can look out for Trey Turner tonight, who is 6 for 16, 375 average against Eric Lauer. But let me just say, yes, Trey Turner is going to be great. I'm sure he will. Trey Turner is a great player. I almost wonder, does it even matter? When you have the power of friendship and the power of luck running behind you, it's almost like Eric Lauer has like plot armor, It's almost like he's the main character of a movie, and we just don't know it. Like, we don't know that Eric Lauer is actually in a movie. He's got crazy plot armor. It's like, doesn't matter how well or how badly he pitches, Dodgers win. 7-0. Come on, man. You have to admit, that's pretty incredible for a guy who, again, may have been out of baseball if he wasn't picked up by the Dodgers. That's crazy. Aaron Nola, meanwhile, 3-7 on the season, an ERA of 5.68. Yikes. 33 years old is Aaron Nola. So he's got a great name. I think it just sounds so cool, Aaron Nola. But yeah, baseball production-wise, not so much. Not so much. It's not good. By the way, last season his ERA was over 6, and now it's trending that way as well at 5.68. Not good. 2 Dodgers that absolutely hammer Aaron Nola. Mookie Betts, 10 of 24, 417 average with 2 jacks and 7 RBIs. And Miguel Rojas, 11 of 36 with 306 average, 3 doubles, 5 RBIs. Either way, even if those guys don't get a hit, man, I'm just saying, like, obviously the Dodgers are in a great spot. But this one could be a high-scoring affair. Should be a high-scoring. Bet the over, baby. I think it should be a high-scoring game. When you're talking about Eric Lauer, who again has been a good luck charm for the Dodgers, and Aaron Nola, who's got an ERA pushing 5, yeah, man, this game could go a minute now. This game could be a while. There might be some serious heat on this one. We're about 5 minutes away from first pitch. And when we get updates, obviously all through the afternoon and all through the night, Ben Stevens and I will be giving you updates all throughout the game as well. You know, before we step away, we were, by the way, I just want to mention again that these games are important for the Dodgers. They're not like critical or anything, you know, but again, the Dodgers are 8-8 in the month of July. Remember, they got swept going into the All-Star break. It'd just be interesting to see if the injuries at some point catch up to the Dodgers. Ohtani, the latest Dodger to get injured. Will these injuries finally catch up? Will the bad contracts, will the underperforming, stars, will that finally catch up? I'm not sure. They have been getting unbelievable production. I mean, even Robo. Robo's been awesome. Like, legitimate frontline starter. I said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, maybe it was Monday, Yamamoto deserves Cy Young consideration. He may mess around and win this thing. If I know one thing about the voters, they love wins. They love wins. He might lead the majors in wins this year while also posting unbelievable numbers. I'm sure the advanced metrics won't be as good as Mizorowski, but by the way, we got a long way to go, man. July 22nd. Yeah, 2 full months. A little bit more than 2 months. I mean, we're talking 2 months of baseball left. It's a long way to go for a young guy in Jacob Mizorowski. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Got a long way to go. And Miz has been amazing. He's been incredible. Incredible. Chris Sanchez, by the way, has also tailed off. So, look, there's just a lot of baseball. I would not be surprised, though, if Yamamoto ends up messing around and winning the Cy Young. You know? Wouldn't be surprised at all. But it's an important game only in that, hey, listen, they're just not these wins that they are collecting. Again, even yesterday's win, very hard fought and quite frankly, lucky. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to say it is lucky. You know? And if they didn't get that win, they'd be 7-9 in the month of July. Interesting. Okay, I tell you what. Why don't we take a quick break and we will step away. And when we come back, I'll finish my preview here of the NFC West. And also, interesting note, speaking of baseball, did you guys hear about this ruptured testicle story from the Sacramento A's? Oh, ruptured testicle, bro. What? I'll give you the details on this story on the backside of this break. Plus, we talk football as the countdown to training camp continues as well. You're listening to the James Go Show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is going on, Los Angeles? Welcome back to the James Koh Show. James Koh here with you. We're on and popping from now until 6 p.m. And we're going to have a good time. You know who is not having a good time would be Joshua Kuroda Grauer, a infielder, young infielder, 23 years old for the West Sacramento Athletics. It is, I cannot state this enough. It has been an interesting season for him. He gets called up, and he's absolutely raking it right now. First of all, he's hitting .417 through 16 games. Okay, so he's hitting .417 through his first 16 games. It's been incredible. Maybe, actually, as a matter of fact, his first game in 2026 was against the Dodgers, where he went 3 for 4 with a double and an RBI. Pretty good stuff. But I don't know, have you guys seen this video? Have y'all seen this video? Joshua Kuroda Grauer, in the 5th inning, fouled a ball right onto his ball. He fouled off a pitch in the 5th inning, and here's the thing. It hit him in the nether region, and it ruptured a testicle. You want to talk about next level toughness? This kid, again, 23 years old, ruptured testicle, gets back in the box and singles to center field. He then went back out in the bottom of the 5th and played third base with a ruptured testicle. That, my friends, is unbelievable toughness. How? I need to know how. Dude, there are times I wake up and I stub my toe on the bed. I'm like, dude, should I go to work, bro? Should I just should I just think about an injury? I mean, I really consider life choices when I wake up and I stub my toe, man. I'm like, dude, what is going on? This guy fouled a pitch and ruptured a testicle, got a single, and stayed in the game defensively. And then got replaced defensively in the 6th inning. That is crazy. I mean, crazy stuff. Props to Joshua Kuroda Grauer, man. Props to him. Golly. I cannot imagine that level of toughness. That's amazing, dude. Again, special. That's like something that just goes down in like the man card Hall of Fame. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when you're starting to talk about like, okay, who gets their man card? This guy gets his man card, and it never gets revoked ever again. Incredible. Joshua Kuroda Grauer. Unbelievable stuff. Props to him, man. Hat tip for sure. He is resting. He had to have emergency surgery, by the way. Incredible. He had to get emergency surgery. He's resting comfortably, and he's in a stable environment. Okay, let's switch to football. When we talk about the NFC West, how do we break it down? Before we get into this conversation, I want to remind folks we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, that website, calldowntown.com. I want to say what's going on to all the folks in the chats. Robert Wallace is in there. Adam Hurley is in there. There's another screen name in there that I cannot read. Donnie Boy's in there too, man. Hey, man, just want to say what's going on with y'all, man. Good to see you guys in the chat. All right, that's cool. All right, let's go. Again, breaking down the NFC West here. Rams last year were 12-5. Seahawks were 14-3. The Niners were 12-5. We talked about the Cardinals. I don't think they're going to be good. I don't think anyone's anticipating them to be good. First things first, can they work out a contract with Jacoby Brissett, who is holding in? He's not holding out. He's holding in. So right now they don't even have a quarterback. I mean, I guess their quarterback is rookie Carson Beck. Like I said, offensively, I think they're going to be a fun team. When you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., when you've got Trey McBride, who's a special player, they spent a super high draft pick on Jeremiah Love, and Michael Wilson was just absolutely gangbusters on fire to close out 2026. When you've got those guys, you are positioned to have a really, really fun offense only if you've got Jacoby Brissett back there slinging the rock with reckless abandon. He don't care. He's the new Jameis. He's slinging that burger all around, man. Like, he don't care at all. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so they're clearly going to be in last place. All right, that's fine. What about the rest of the West? These three teams were very close last year. I'm going to say in third place, I think it's going to be the Niners. And Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the NFL, period, hands down. I know he has a lot of detractors. I know there's a lot of Niner fans that are listening to that being like, how can you possibly say he's one of the best coaches? He has a lot of haters, does Kyle Shanahan, because, people say, oh, he can't win big games and all that kind of stuff. Okay, listen. When you turn, a 7th round dude into Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy ends up being a Pro Bowl, okay, look, you're a good coach. Okay? What would he look like if he actually had a crazy good quarterback back there? They'd be dominating. This team is probably one of the worst drafting teams in the NFL. Probably one of the worst drafting teams in the NFL. And Kyle Shanahan continues to take just absolute trash and mold it into treasure. Incredible. No, he's a great coach. I don't think Niner fans realize how good they have it with Kyle Shanahan. If Kyle Shanahan were to leave the San Francisco 49ers, this team would be in the absolute, basement. They'd be one of the worst teams in the NFL. That's how bad it would be. I'm saying you just take him off of there and just run it out with what they've got right now. Brock Purdy ends up being a nothing. Quarterback situation ends up being a complete mess. If you don't think that Brock Purdy has made his entire career based off of the Shanahan system, brother, I don't know what to tell you. That is just straight up Shanahan hate then, And Purdy has developed too. I'm not saying he hasn't, but certainly the system put in front of him has helped him considerably. By the way, we've got an update on Dodgers baseball. Alec Bohm with a 2-run shot for Philadelphia in the bottom of the first, man. Big time shot. Eric Lauer giving up a 2-run shot, and now the Philadelphia Phillies lead early 2-0. Okay, getting back to the Niners here. I do think they finish in third in this division. Why? Because of injuries and age. Christian McCaffrey had 400 touches last year, 400 plus. If you guys have never heard of the curse of 370, go Google that. Curse of 370. And the general premise of the curse of 370 is that when a running back gets more than 370 touches, the following year they are very prone to a huge dip in statistical success, or they are very widely prone to getting injured. And on top of that, we're talking about a guy who had 400 plus touches last year, and now he's turning 30. Again, if you know anything about age cliffs and football, you know that running backs, when they get to when they get to 29, you see a really big statistical dip. When they get to 30, man, it becomes, unless your name is Derrick Henry, it becomes a cliff. And Christian McCaffrey, who has dealt with injuries throughout his career, like I said, I am extremely nervous for Christian McCaffrey. Great player, But, man, Father Time comes for us all. He's turning 30, coming off of 400-plus touches. If he is not good to go, this offense could potentially be an absolute train wreck. So, yeah, man, I am very worried for the Niners. You're talking about George Kittle coming off of a late season Achilles injury. He's 33 years old. Left tackle Trent Williams. Shoot, man, I don't got the numbers in front of me here, but let me tell you something. The Niners, they struggle to win games when Trent Williams is not on the football field. Trent Williams is 38 years old. How much longer can he keep it going? Mike Evans, big free agent acquisition. He's going to be 33 years old. If you could play this season on Madden with the injuries turned off, this is a hell of a ball club, San Francisco. Honestly, what might be one of the best in the NFL. Unfortunately, you can't turn injuries off. You can't. I think the Niners are in big-time trouble. The injuries are so bad, man, that, like, again, people are coming up with random ways, random reasons why they are injured all the time. Like the electrical substation storyline, that's not going away. Hey, and listen, it's going to be really tough. It is going to be really tough to beat those allegations this year. Because I'm telling you, man, you got 30-year-old CMC with 400-plus touches. You got George Kittle coming off an Achilles with 33, who's 33 years old. Trent Williams, 38. Mike Evans is going to be 33. So, again, that electrical substation, bro, I'm telling you, that thing is going to be doing some work. That thing is going to be doing some work. I am worried for San Francisco. By the way, got this great note from producer Peyton. 49ers, with and without Trent Williams. 44-25 with Trent Williams. 44-25. Great record. They're 4-13 without Trent Williams ever since Trent Williams has joined the team. 4-13. That's a full season. 4 wins, 13 losses. That would be one of the worst teams in football. Again, Trent is 38 years old. That's tough, man. They finished 12-5. I would be shocked if they go 12-5 this year. I would cap them at 11. I just don't. There's just no chance. Unless Kyle Shanahan signed a deal with the devil himself, there just ain't no way this team stays healthy. And those guys I just listed off, they're so important. Incredibly important to the success of their team. They need CMC. They need Trent Williams. As a matter of fact, this wide receiver room, it needs Mike Evans to be a dog. If they don't have, remember, Jawan Jennings is gone. Brandon Ayuk is, I don't know where Brandon Ayuk's on another planet. They need wide receiver help. Niners are going to finish in third in this division. Where do the Seahawks finish? Where do the Rams finish? I'm going to complete this breakdown of the NFC West next, right here on the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. What is cracking, Los Angeles? It's your boy, James Coe. Oh, man, how'd they give your boy a microphone? How'd they going to do that? Big mistake. No, I'm just kidding, man. Hey, listen, we're having a good time here. I'm going to be guiding you until 6 p.m. And then after that, it's the great Ben Stevens. And if you're coming in here looking for D-Mac and Reiter, or D-Mac and B-Right is how I should refer to them. How come only D-Mac gets the cool nickname? Like, why does Doug McCain get the cool nickname and Bill Reiter's just got to be Reiter? Like, what's up with that? Why can't they be D-Mac and B-Right? Anyways, the boys, they will be back. They will be back next week. This week, they are taking a much-deserved break. We are presented by a DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. Cardinals will be last place in the division. Niners will be third place in the division despite finishing 12-5 last year. I think they go, at most, they win 11 games. Honestly, I think they win 9 this year. That's what I would think. I think the injury bug is going to get them. I think that electrical substation is going to get them. No, actually, it's not the substation, y'all. It's just injury. It's just normal football wear and tear for guys that are older. CMC, 30 years old, 400-plus touches last year. Man, it just don't work. Again, Google curse of 370. George Kittle, Achilles injury, age 33. Left tackle, Trent Williams, 38 years old. Mike Evans is going to be 33. That's your core. That is your core of your offense. And listen, I love Ricky Pearsall. I think Ricky Pearsall is potentially a great player. For some reason, people are obsessed with Dejon Stribling. Did they reach to get Dejon Stribling? 100%. What I would say the worst pick of the draft, though, was not Dejon Stribling, who they took in the second round. I would say the worst pick of the draft was in the third round when they took Kalen Black, running back out of Indiana. What? Kalen Black was arguably not even the best running back at Indiana. Roman Hemby was a pretty good player too. I do a lot of running back charting. I charted both Roman Hemby and I charted Kalen Black as well. And Kalen Black was fine. He's fine. But he's like one of these guys he's like an undrafted guy, that like a priority undrafted free agent. That's what he is. He's like a priority UDFA, man. They took him in the third round. By the way, I just want you to Google. Search this, man. If you look up all of the running backs that Kyle Shanahan has drafted in his tenure in San Francisco, and it's an absolute graveyard. Absolute graveyard. And by the way, they had to go and get, they traded for CMC. They didn't draft CMC. They traded for CMC. They have drafted so poorly at this position. It's an absolute great, and they keep spending premium picks at the position as well. It's horrible. Horrible. I don't know if there's any Niner fans out there, man, but if you guys would, man, call in. 855-97 LA fan. Again, that's 855-97 LA fan. It's just it is shocking how good this team is with how bad they have managed this roster. Horrible. They have drafted so poorly over the last 5 years. It has been absolutely atrocious. Atrocious. And yet they continue to win football games. And I know what you're saying. Well, they developed Brock Purdy. Okay, cool. Well, they drafted Fred Warner. Yeah, okay, great. You get 7 picks a year. They whiff on about 6 of them. Every single year for the past 5 years, there have been so many busts and there have been so many reaches. It's horrendous. They've drafted horribly. This is the thing. People are like, hey, they've won 12. They keep winning double-digit football games. Right. If you actually drafted well, or shoot, if you just drafted okay, if you just drafted normally, you probably would be winning multiple Super Bowls. That's what people don't understand. Shanahan is that good of a coach, and they've drafted so poorly that he has had to cobble together 11, 10, 12 win, 13 win teams. If they drafted any better than they did, and they've been terrible drafting over the last 5 years, I'm telling you, they would have won multiple Super Bowls. It's been a long time since they've drafted well, man. It's been tough. It has been really, really rough. But I think the Niners, they win 9 games this year. That would be my thought. And again, and mostly it's not because of the coaching. For me, it's just mostly because of age. This is an old team, man. Very old team. All right, so between the Rams and the Seahawks, who's 1, who's 2? Seahawks, obviously, the reigning, defending Super Bowl champions. They went 14-3 last year, man. They were awesome. They were great. They've got Mike McDonald in the building. Mike McDonald's awesome. He's great. Let me tell you something, though. This team is going to take I think, in my opinion, I think they will take a significant step back. Significant. 855-97 LA Fan. You're listening to the James Go Show on the new 97.1 The Fan. But I think the Seahawks were carried offensively by scheme and not talent. And listen, I love JSN. Jackson Smith and Jigba is such a good player. But they let Kenneth Walker walk. They let the Super Bowl MVP walk. They absolutely could have retained him. They said no. And the most important thing is that Clint Kubiak left their building. And what did they do? Here's the thing. Maybe y'all don't know about Clint Kubiak, but this guy's been in the game his entire life. He is a second-generation offensive mind. His dad, Gary Kubiak, was one of the innovators of the run game in the NFL. Gary Kubiak and Shanahan's dad, they absolutely would just find any running back in the world and turn them into a 1,000-yard rusher. It was incredible. Gary Kubiak is again, offensive innovator. He's taken all kinds of guys and given them career years. I mean, shoot, go back to his Houston Texan days. Arian Foster out of nowhere, 2,000 yards. Justin Forsett, for all my Cal fans. Justin Forsett out of nowhere, 1,200, 1,300 yards. Gary Kubiak, and then his son, Clint, he's a second-generation offensive mind. He's been in the game his entire life. He's also has a lot of NFL play calling experience. Clint Kubiak was a perfect hire for Seattle. He's out of the building. What do they replace him with? They replace him with a guy in Brian Fleury that has only been coaching on the offensive side for 6 years. He's never called a game. And again, we're talking about a guy who is very new. Very new. He was a collegiate quarterback. But in terms of offensive play design, offensive play calling, he's never called plays. And you're telling me that this is the guy that you're going to replace a multi-generation offensive coordinator with? What are y'all doing, Seattle? Is this just straight up hubris? Do y'all think because y'all won the Super Bowl, your stuff don't stink? Is that what? Because that's what this move feels like. That's what this move feels like. He's only been on the offensive side for 6 years, y'all. In 2014, in 2013, let me give you a coaching history on this guy, Brian Fleury. I'm sure he's a very nice gentleman, by the way. But strange selection by Seattle. 2013, Brian Fleury hired by Buffalo to be an offensive quality control coach. Okay, but in 2014, he was hired by the Browns to be a linebackers coach, assistant linebackers coach. For Miami, get this, in 2016, he left coaching. And for the Dolphins, he was a football analyst, the director of football research. Football research for 2 years in Miami. Then when he gets to San Francisco in 2019, he was the defensive quality control coach. In 2020, he shifted to being an offensive quality control coach. Again, this is his shift back to the offensive side of the football. In 2022, now he's not a quality control coach. Now he's promoted to tight ends coach in 2022. Man, that was his highest coaching rank, was tight ends coach. Again, never been in a coordinator spot. He's never called plays. This is the guy that for some reason Seattle wanted to replace a multi-generation offensive coordinator with this guy. Again, Seattle will take a step back. They will. And you could say, well, he's from that Shanahan tree. They're still going to run the same plays. It's going to be a very similar play. Great. Good for you. Guys, it's not the playbook. It's not the playbook. It's the coaches. It's the players. It's not the playbook. And the playbook is great. Shanahan's run scheme and Shanahan's offense is great. I would say them and Sean, this is why everyone is hiring off the Shanahan and McVay tree. By the way, it's the same tree. McVay is a Shanahan guy. You see what I'm saying? It's the same tree. A lot of zone runs. Obviously, McVay has turned into his own thing. McVay's coaching tree is very different now because, again, he's running a lot of 12 and 13 personnel, and he's doing inside zone all day long. Kyle Shanahan's still running primarily outside zone stuff. And yeah, man, but I tell you what, in their passing game, listen, you better get a wide receiver that can go after, like both these coaches love after the catch guys. Both these if you get a wide receiver playing outside, listen, he better be able to run a dig route. He better be able to run a deep over. He's got to win as an in-breaking route runner. Has to do it. That's the Shanahan and McVay way. You're going to get shot plays down the field off of play action. That's the Shanahan and McVay way. All right? But again, when Mike McDonald for Seattle is like, all right, well, let's just get somebody off this Shanahan tree, you're going to go for Brian Fleury, a tight ends coach who's only been on the offensive side of the football for 6 years? Brother, I don't know what we are doing in Seattle. That, my friends, is a straight-up bad call. Sam Darnold was awesome last year. Sam Darnold was awesome under Kevin O'Connell. He was great under Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. Great. But again, he's still somebody that can quote-unquote see ghosts. And you need a veteran play caller to kind of sort of, again, guide him through what he needs to get through. I love Sam Darnold. Great player. Maybe great is going too far, but a really good player. But we do know when he gets off schedule, it can be dangerous for the offense. And I thought that Clint Kubiak did an incredible job keeping him on schedule. And Clint Kubiak did an amazing job designing the run game. And the guy who was the best player in the postseason for the Seattle offense, Kenneth Walker, he's gone. Seattle's going to take a big step back. Defensively, they'll be fine. Defensively, they will be fine. Mike McDonald is an absolute genius when it comes to defensive play design, man. He's great. He's going to get these guys, he gets opposing quarterbacks, their brains in a pretzel, man. He just winds them all up. So they'll be fine defensively. Offensively, though, I would be incredibly worried if I'm a Seahawks fan. So what does that leave us, man? That leaves us with the Rams. Why not? You go get Myles Garrett. This is arguably the best defense in the NFL. By the way, Aaron Donald, I'm confident, with the absolute utmost confidence, I believe that Aaron Donald is coming back. Hey, you have not heard a single damn thing, not a one, about Aaron Donald taking his time or giving you all those media friendly responses. He's weighing his options. It's been a lot. He's been away from the game. He's reassessing his priorities. None of that. No, none of that. Peyton, pull up that Sean McVay audio, man. Listen to how excited Sean McVay is. You think he gets excited about everything? You think Sean McVay is going to get this excited about a July 22nd appearance on a Baltimore-focused podcast with Jason La Canfora? You think he's going to get this excited talking about Aaron Donald?
I have crossed paths with Aaron Donald, and what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. He represents a lot of the things that are right, and what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process, and the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
Man. This guy, full speed ahead. Sean McVay's full speed ahead. Good Lord. Give me that energy. I'm an energetic guy. Put that right in my... If you put Sean McVay's energy into me, bro, my head would explode. My body would not be able to accept it. And I'm an energetic guy. That's him talking about, hey, have you talked with Aaron Donald? Now they start talking about him being like a great family man and all this stuff. What? What a non sequitur, bro. I'm just asking about football. I didn't realize we're going to get a full-on character eval. A full-on character eval from Sean McVay regarding Aaron Donald. Yeah, man, he's part of my family, bro. Okay. Cool, Coach. Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. Again, he's coming back, man. But this defense was already good last year. Was already good. They were top 10 in quarterback pressure rate, according to Next Gen Stats. Top 10 in quarterback pressure rate. Without Myles Garrett, without Aaron Donald. Come on. Come on now. And again, this is a team, too, that was great against the slot, but was really soft against outside wide receivers. They were bottom 3 in yards allowed to outside wide receivers. They were bottom 3 in yards per pass attempt to outside wide receivers. Emmanuel Forbes was very up and down. He had a ton of passes defensed, ton of deflections, tons. I think he had 18 on the season, which is an incredibly high number if you're familiar with these PD stats, man. But again, he also gave up plays. He also gave up a lot of plays, especially to outside wide receivers. But man, what do they do? What do they do? They go and shore that up potentially with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. Now they're set at outside. Forbes becomes I don't know if he'll be a nickel. I'm not exactly sure actually how that's going to work. Maybe McDuffie ends up being a slot corner. I don't know. Anyways. Either way, it's depth at that position. So now a weakness for them on the outside, I believe, becomes a strength. You combine that with Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald, and company. This is arguably the best defense in the NFL. Houston will certainly be in the mix too. They're great. Houston defensively is great, but this one might be the best. You know what Houston's really good at, man? They're good at stifling you. They're good at drowning you. They're good at keeping you, getting you into deep waters and just absolutely stuffing you down. Right? This Rams defense to me is different. This Rams defense, I believe it's again, they're all about making plays. Sacks, turnovers. They got a lot of playmakers on this defense, if that makes sense. If that, you know what I'm saying? Like the difference there. I think Houston just straight up, just like they'll club you over the head. They're looking to drown you, bro. But this Rams defense, especially when we're considering Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald, like they might give up some plays, but trust me, it might be the best defense in football when we're talking about just creating turnovers and getting sacks. And let's be real, in today's NFL, it's not about winning 17-14. It's not about winning 13-10. No, you gotta make plays. You gotta create turnovers. We're at the point in the NFL and the NFL offenses where turnover battle is almost everything. It's almost everything. And sacks are an absolute drive killer. So, listen, you could give up yards, but as soon as you get that sack back, I'm telling you, sacks are drive killers, man. So the Rams might arguably be the best defense in the NFL. It's incredible what they are doing. They were already top 10 in quarterback pressure rate last year. Now you go and get Myles Garrett, fresh off of a 20-plus sack season? Good night. Good night. Aaron Donald in the mix? Good night. I love it, man. I love it. If there is one issue facing the Rams, it would be offensive fragility. And when we talk about offensive fragility, somebody would know about that. That would be Rob Havenstein. Rob Havenstein, I believe, was this on Derek and D-Fish? I think this was on their show. Yeah, this was on the Derek and D-Fish, or excuse me, the Decker and D-Fish show. Rob Havenstein was talking about Matt Stafford and his potential usage. The Rams would be very smart to kind of sort of like put him in a bubble, like bubble wrap him just a little bit. This is Rob Havenstein.
Matthew can still do whatever he wants with that football. That arm still has all the gas in it that he needs. It's, obviously he is up there in age, so, things start to hurt a little bit more, but the way he takes care of his body, his preparations, make sure he's ready to go every Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday, even this upcoming year. He's going to be ready to rock. So I don't see his age coming into a factor of trying to limit snaps by that. But I think they're going to do some different things to maybe try and win games another way or have more control of the games rather than have to sit back and drop back pass for 45 times.
Yeah, I mean, again, the run game has always been strong in a Sean McVay offense. That's the part of his offense that I think just casual fans don't appreciate enough. The offensive, stability really built off of bedrock of running the rock, and I think that's what Havenstein is talking about right there as well. But you're right. Listen, and that was off of Decker and D-Fish. Okay, go check them out in the mornings. But man, I'm telling you, this offense is loaded. They're stacked. They got Puka, they got Devontae, they got Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is, again, a guy that just gives you good yards but not big plays. That's fine. That's all this offense needs. But Stafford arguably is one of the best in the business. I tell you what, we step away. When we come back, we will continue our coverage of the NFC West, and I will start getting into some fantasy football. How about that now? Rookie fantasy outlooks. We talk about which young players could explode. We talk about that coming up next right here on the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. cracking, y'all? James Coe here with you. Golly, where does the show go, man? 4:30, taking it all the way to the top of the 6 o'clock hour. We are in the middle of a baseball game here. I was going to say middle of the fourth, but no, we're actually at the top of the fourth. And the Dodgers have got on the board. We got a Dodgers update for you.
Dodger baseball.
Dalton Rushing cracking open the scoring with a solo shot. And oh, by the way, a welcome sight for Dalton Rushing. I believe that is, I'm like 99% confident. That was his second home run of the month of July. So the power outage, hopefully is getting turned around here for Dalton Rushing. But a solo shot opens the scoring for the Dodgers as they trail in the top of the fourth 2-1. Eric Lauer on the mound for the Dodgers. All right. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but last month, Jake Paul made a little bit of wave saying that he wants to eventually be a slot receiver in the NFL. Jake Paul, who has no experience playing football, said he wants to be a slot receiver in the NFL. And he wants to start. He said, hey, you know what? It actually might be difficult getting to the NFL just out the gate. Yeah, no kidding. You think? But that he wants to try to walk on at Stanford. Like he wants to go to Stanford and play receiver for Stanford before ultimately going to the NFL. I can't even get through it, man. I can't get through it with this guy. Come on, dude. What are we talking about out here? Jake Paul is 29 years old. Dog, what? Look, I know he's been hit in the head a lot, bro. But this is beyond Delulu. This is insano. Like absolutely insane talking points. Well, here's the thing. He said that last month. He actually caught up with front, I should say the other way around. Front Office Sports caught up with Jake Paul, and he makes the case of how and why he could make the NFL.
Can you talk us through your plan to get to the NFL more?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like when I started boxing, it's funny to see the tweet and deleters out there, the non-believers, the naysayers. Shout out to Drake. I think there's a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes, a lot of people dropping passes on a consistent basis. I have better hands than them. I'm faster than them. I'm stronger than them. I work harder than them. Really, all it's going to take is just me after boxing, practicing some routes. I have a couple teams and coaches that I've already talked to that are interested in bringing me onto the team. It's really going to be quite easy.
Do you have a dream team you'd like to play for?
I mean, I'd love to go to the Cleveland Browns. Been a Browns fan my whole entire life. My mom is a diehard Browns fan, and I think they could use some good receivers over there. Number 17, Browns reserve the jersey now. Thank you.
It's just unbelievable. Listen, I'll give Jake Paul this, man. Like, he's an incredible salesman, dude. Incredible salesman. I like the fact that he said, after I'm done with boxing. Dog, you're 29. When are you gonna be done with boxing? 30? Okay, let's say you're done. Let's just say right now you're done with boxing. First of all, he's 29 years old. Him wanting to go to Stanford is also hilarious. You're dumb as rocks. What are you talking about? How are you going to go to one of the most prestigious academic universities in the world? You're dumb as rocks. What do you mean? Like, and I am saying this as somebody who could not get into Stanford myself. I'm just saying, bro, like, it's one of the most academically challenging universities in the world to get into. I mean, unless your dad or mom is like some insane contributor, like, good luck getting into Stanford. Like, anyone who gets into Stanford, they're doing well, man. Like, they top of their class. When I say Jake Paul is dumb as rocks, I will say to myself, I am dumb as rocks. I can't get into Stanford, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I'm somebody who went to Cal, and I'm somebody who got a master's degree from USC. I'm dumb as rocks. Like, I can't get into Stanford. Are you insane? Like, that's what, like, the levels of delusion are insane. Like, not only is he 29 and saying, you know what, dude? After I'm done with boxing, I'll be 30-ish. I'm going to go to Stanford. One of the most difficult schools to get into. I'm going to get into Stanford. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to walk onto the football team. All right, cool, man. All right, listen, dude, you have a better chance of getting onto, like, I don't know, like the Stanford band. The Stanford band is trash. So that you could get on. If you got into Stanford and got to the Stanford band, which is trash, I make no bones and I will not retract that statement. Okay? Y'all can come after me all you want, you Stanford band nerds. I don't care. Stanford band's trash. But Stanford band, maybe you get on Stanford band. Maybe. You know, no experience, fine. It's all good. Just go play in there. You know, first of all, you can't get into Stanford. One. Second, you're not going to be able to walk onto their team too. Okay? Unless there's like some, payment being made. Okay. Maybe you could pay your way to get onto Stanford's football team. Maybe. That's a rich school though. And I know Jake Paul is really wealthy and really rich, but trust me, Stanford's not impressed by Jake Paul's wealth. Let me just put it to you that way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He lost me at Stanford, you know? It's like, why? Of all the schools, why did you pick Stanford? Like, the guy lives in the Dominican Republic. Like, okay, like, of all the schools, he thought of Stanford. He said he grew up in Cleveland. You think of Stanford? Like, why didn't you say Ohio State? Okay, or if we're going to like bad football schools, and Stanford's a horrendous football school, but it's like, okay, like, I don't know, like pick something like Abilene Christian or something. I like some like D2, D3. I don't know why I shaded Abilene Christian for absolutely no reason. So my apologies, Abilene Christian. My bad. Yeah, my bad. I take that back. I'm just like, yo, what? Like, pick some other, not good football school that doesn't have an admission rate of like 0.01% or whatever, Like, what? That's insane. That's insane to me. Okay, so then, not only that, he's like, okay, there's a lot of like mediocre athletes in the NFL. Dog, no, there are not. Also, I know Jake Paul looks big, right? Because he's always like standing next to like these like, mid, like very, very small fighters, right? But Jake Paul's actually not that big. He's 5'11". He's listed at 6'1". Guys, he's not 6'1". He's 5'11" and like 185 pounds. Maybe he's 200. He's 5'11", 200. What do you think his 40 time is right now? 4.7? 4.8? Maybe over 5. He's 29 and he does no sprinting. Like, he's a boxer. And kudos to him for boxing, by the way. Like, not that he's like some high level boxer, but like, he has changed the game. Props to that. Like, he definitely has changed the game for sure. He's a great showman, great businessman, like 100%. Like, this guy's like the like Barnum and Bailey or whatever. Great. He's great at like leading the circus, man. But I love the fact that he's like, I'm going to go Stanford. No, you're not. You know what? I would pay good money to see him just get into Stanford on academics. Like, just do that. If we can do that, okay, then let's just start there. Why Stanford of all the places, dude? Like, it's just so random. And then he's like, I'm going to play slot receiver. No, you're not, dude. You will get absolutely blasted. 5'11", like 190 pounds, bro, running a 5 flat, bro. Like, you're just going to get absolutely annihilated, dude. What are we talking? At 30 years old, no less. At 30, what are we doing? What are we doing? Amazing. I love the level of delusion from Jake Paul. That's great.
It's really going to be quite easy.
Do you have...
It's really going to be quite easy. Yes. Oh, man. Clip that. You know what? Peyton, clip that, man. That's an all-timer. That's an all-time quote, man. I like it. Okay, I'll tell you what. We step away. When we come back, it's fantasy football on the back end here of the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Yo, 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 what's cracking, everybody? James Coe here with you. Having a good old time here on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. The James Coe Show normally is on from 6 to 10, but DMAC and Reiter are off this week. They will be back next week. And normally I am in that 6 to 10 spot, as I mentioned. After this program, Ben Stevens will be guiding you for the following 4 hours from 6 to 10. So, yeah, man. Ben Stevens is great. By the way, I felt so bad, bro. Ben Stevens told me he was my intern. This is many, 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 many moons ago, when I was a sports reporter anchor for Fox Los Angeles. So Fox 11 here in town. And he's like, yeah, I was your intern. He's like, do you remember me? And I said, no. Because I really didn't, dude. And I felt so bad, bro. I don't know why I am so bad with this. There was one time, there was a gal, Erin Coscarelli, who I love. She's the nicest girl in the whole world. And I was a graduate student when she was an undergrad at USC. And I saw her, this is like, I don't know, maybe like 10 years, 12 years later. I see her, I just got hired at NFL Network, and then like a month later, she got hired at NFL Network, and she's like, oh my gosh, James, do you remember me? And I literally said, no, I don't. And people laughed because, like, first of all, who says that? Usually you just fake it till you make it. You're like, oh my God, how's it going? I haven't seen you in forever. What is going on? Not me. Not my dumb butt. Nope. I'm an idiot. And I don't follow social cues. And she said, oh my gosh, so great to see you. And I said, I don't know who you are. That was so rude. I was like, and same thing with Ben Stevens. He's like, hey man, I was your intern. I'm like, God, oh, were you? I'm just, dude, I don't know why I'm like this. And like, the thing is, I like to think of myself as a pretty nice guy. You know? I don't know. It's just so bad. I felt so horrible. And it's like, I'm legitimately not trying to like big time somebody. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do, like, at all. I legitimately didn't remember. Okay, the Erin Coscarelli thing. Let me just say this. Ladies, come on. Ladies, you know, you look nothing like you did in college. You know, and I know, you look nothing like you did in college. When you were an undergrad, you were like a sophomore, and then that was like 10 years ago or whatever, and now you're like at like your big boy, your big girl company, and you're in your big girl clothes with your big girl makeup, you know, and I know, you look nothing alike. Just to give myself some cover. Come on. At least give me that. The Ben Stevens thing, there's really no excuse. Honestly, I feel so bad, dude. I'm like, oh my God. I even asked him, bro, was I nice to you? Because I didn't remember, man. I was like, oh my God, it's so bad. Anyways, Ben Stevens, great guy. I've talked to him, for the past few days here, and good dude. So please listen to him. He's great. We talk about fantasy football. We actually have never talked about fantasy football on this show. The show has been around for a month, and we haven't talked about fantasy football at all. By the way, if you have fantasy football questions, and I know you do, we're almost at fantasy draft season now, okay? 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-97-LA-FAN. Okay. Let's talk about rookies. Hey, man, you cannot talk about trying to win your league without winning on the wide receiver market. Absolutely necessary. Has to happen. You got to know about your rookies. In terms of who are some of these rookies that could absolutely explode, I'll get the obvious one out of the way. Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is going to be an absolute stud for Arizona. I hated the pick. It was a stupid pick. I didn't like the pick at all. But for fantasy football purposes, I think it's pretty good, right? So we got Jeremiah Love, and he goes into a spot in Arizona, and hopefully Jacoby Brissett will be there. But we've got a guy in Jeremiah Love where you cannot stack the box, right? Like you've got Trey McBride, you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., and now you've got Michael Wilson there as well, which is why you just cannot stack the box, which for the rookie will play a pivotal role. And at Notre Dame, by the way, again, I've done the charting on him, like at Notre Dame, the guy was seeing stacked boxes all day long. And you know what? He was still doing the thing. So Jeremiah is a special player. Very good player. And for him to go to Arizona in what is a pretty fun and exciting offense, it's going to be great for him from a statistical perspective. So he'll be fine. Carnell Tate, man. Carnell Tate in Tennessee. Good player. As a matter of fact, I think he's a great player. Really, really good route runner. How is he going to mesh? How is he going to mesh with Cam Ward? I think it's going to be perfect. I think it's going to be absolutely perfect. I thought Cam Ward showed some real ability now. They could not find a guy to get open downfield. And Carnell Tate can get open downfield. So he'll be the number one in that offense. And when you're talking about a number one, in any offense, you want to invest in that guy. And Carnell Tate's not going that early right now. Not going that early. So he's good. Jadarian Price, man, also another Notre Dame running back. He goes to Seattle, end of the first round. Okay, that's fine. Hey, remember Zach Charbonnet's coming off of a major knee injury. He's on the PUP right now. Unlikely. I don't think he's going to be fully healthy till, again, he suffered a really late season injury. I don't think he's going to be ready to go till, I don't know, at least 4 games in. At least 4 games in. We go to the phone lines. We're going to go to Dylan in Fontana, who wants to talk about fantasy running backs. Dylan, what do we got, pal?
Yeah, I just want to talk about like the running back situation that's been going on. Like we have a lot of great running backs going into the next season. Like what would you say would be probably like the best running backs that we should consider drafting?
Well, look, as you mentioned, Dylan, and thank you so much for the phone call. I mean, at the top of the draft, Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs are 1A, 1B. It's all about what flavor do you want. You know, Jeremiah, in my opinion, Bijan Robinson is the best running back in the NFL, period, from a talent standpoint. Jahmyr Gibbs is pretty good, is really, really good too. He's just not as special in terms of like movement ability, but we're talking about fantasy now, right? And you want a running back attached to a great offense, and Detroit's got a much better offense than Atlanta. So, again, Bijan Robinson, incredible player, best running back in football. If we're betting on talent, cool. If we are betting on environment, it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. Listen, I am all out on Christian McCaffrey. He's 30 years old, coming off of 400 plus touches. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And again, at that price too, where he's the running back 3 right now, nope, no thanks. I will pass. I think Jonathan Taylor's in a good spot. Hey, listen, if you want to talk about value, I think Ashton Jeanty should be a first-round pick, and he will go just outside the first round. I think with Clint Kubiak, dude, think about what Clint Kubiak did with the run game in Seattle. Now is Ashton Jeanty? Forget about it. This guy's incredible running to the outside. Like I said, I've done the charting, and his tackle breaking ability, incredible. These are the guys at the top of the leaderboard. I think if we're getting really far down, and this dovetails actually perfectly with some of these other rookies that I want to talk about, if we're talking about good value, I think Jadarian Price is good value, right? They will run outside zone quite a bit there in Seattle. And I think Jadarian Price is an elite outside runner. Can't really run that well in between the tackles, but really good running to the outside. And if we're talking about rookies that could really surprise, how about Katron Allen in Washington? And shoot, man, hey, I've been flag planting for this dude, man. Listen, Dylan in Fontana or anyone listening to me right now, mark it. Adam Randall in Baltimore, backup running back out of Clemson. This guy can play. I like him a lot. By the way, we're presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accidents or injury, visit calldowntown.com. We got more fantasy stuff coming up on the backside here. Keep listening to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and the James Coe Show. Welcome back, everybody. James Coe here with you. 1 hour left. Are you kidding me? We're having a grand old time. I don't want to leave, man. Don't kick me out. Let me stay. Shoot, I might stay until 10 o'clock if y'all let me. No, I'm just kidding. I got to see my kids, man. Come on now. Come on now. We're in the middle of the fifth inning. And guess what? We got a Dodgers update.
Dodger baseball.
Los Angeles Dodgers, they score 2 runs in the top of the fifth, and they reclaim the lead. They now lead 3-2. And guess what? Guess what? It's Dalton rushing again. Dalton rushing, double to right. It scored my guy, Tommy Hyunsu Edman, and Teoscar Hernandez also scored as well. Again, rushing, homer to center in the 3rd inning, double to right in the 5th inning, and has driven in all 3 runs. I just want to reiterate how bad Dalton rushing needed this offensively. Since May 1st, so May, June, and July, we're talking 2.5 months of baseball. We're talking 51 games played for Dalton rushing. In those 51 games, he had just 3 home runs and just 13 RBIs across 51 games. He was hitting .208 across his last 51 games. He has been, I don't know, and I'm surprised that nobody else is really talking about this, but Dalton rushing has really struggled since his very hot start. He needed this game in the worst way. This is just his 2nd home run in the month of July. And again, as I mentioned, he's coming in, he only had 3 home runs in the months of May, June, and July. So yeah, he needed this one real bad. Oh shoot, we got another Dodgers baseball update.
Dodger baseball.
This one of the not so great variety. Brian Dela Cruz hammered one off of Eric Lauer to deep center field, 400 feet, man. Crushed it, solo shot. Ties up the game at 3. So again, we're in the bottom of the 5th. Eric Lauer still on the mound, and it is 3-3. As I mentioned in the pregame build-up, the Dodgers are a perfect 7-0 when Eric Lauer takes the mound. I'm not saying Eric Lauer has always been the cause of that, but 7-0, he's like I've been calling Eric Lauer the Dodgers' good luck charm, man. 7-0, so impressive. Can he pull it out again? Can the Dodgers do it again? We're going to figure it out. 3-3, bottom of the 5th. Phillies threatening with, after the home run, Eric Lauer gave up a double. There are no outs right now. No outs. Again, we will keep you abreast of all the developments. We were talking about fantasy football here and really diving in on the running backs, okay? Jeremiah Love's going really early. We're talking about rookies. You got to know about the rookies, okay? Carnell Tate's going in the middle rounds. He's good. I like Carnell Tate a lot. I think you're getting decent value there. I want to say great, but decent value. Jadarian Price is going around pick 76. I think that is good value. I think that's great. That's wonderful. And yeah, he's going to have first crack. He's a first-round running back. Seattle's, they want to run the ball. And the path for him and touches is wide open. Zach Charbonnet's hurt. They got rid of Kenneth Walker. Jadarian Price is an excellent, elite outside runner, not great in between the tackles, but really, really good getting to the outside. And they're going to run a lot of outside zone in Seattle. I guess you don't know, but you would imagine. They would, considering Brian Flores, Clint Kubiak was a multi-generational outside zone guy, and, Fleury's coming off that Shanahan tree where, again, they run a ton of outside zone. Okay. Jadarian Price at around 76 is pretty good. Katron Allen, I was shocked by this. Katron Allen out of Penn State. One of the most productive running backs in NCAA history is Katron Allen. This guy's legit. He's a legit touchdown maker, too. If you look at Washington's depth chart, it is wide open at the running back position. And yet, for some reason, and I don't know why, okay, Katron Allen is going after pick 220. And listen, you might love Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, and you might like Rachaad White, but let me just tell you something. Rachaad White's a little older now. His productivity and his efficiency has really tanked. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is good. He's not great. Again, better going to the outside than he is to the inside. But Katron Allen is a name that I definitely want you to keep in mind. He's free in drafts. Like, he's going incredibly late. Okay, last name, and I had mentioned this, Adam Randall. See, y'all don't know about Adam Randall out of Clemson. Now, right now, he is listed as 4th on the depth chart. 4th. Behind Derrick Henry, behind Justice Hill, behind Rasheen Ali. Let me just tell you, I would be absolutely stunned, floored, if Adam Randall stays in this position. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I think he's going to be the direct backup to Derrick Henry. This guy's, his feet, he's like 225 pounds. He's very smooth. He's very smooth. Actually, when I did my full write-up and profile on Adam Randall, this is going to be a hot take, man. And maybe I end up looking like an idiot. Please, Baltimore, don't cut this guy. I'm going to look so stupid. No, actually, I'm really confident in it, though. Actually, and the comparison I made, which sounds crazy, is Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell. Really patient runner, smooth, horizontally, doesn't have the best speed in the world, but that's okay. He has requisite speed. But I like his feet, really good footwork. He just is able to lean into holes and really just maximize output. I like Adam Randall a lot. I think he will be the direct backup. By the way, Justice Hill is 29 years old. Rasheen Ali, completely unproven and kind of sort of he's okay, but he's not great. Keaton Mitchell is now off this team. Derrick Henry is really getting up there in age, right? We're talking about Derrick Henry. He's 32 years old. At running back, oh my gosh, that's a lifetime, man. And also, he is somebody else who, again, has been over 300 plus touches year after year. At some point, your body just gives out, man. Look, we like Derrick Henry. He's one of the best to ever do it. But don't be surprised if his body breaks down. And if it does, don't be surprised if Adam Randall emerges out of nowhere. So just somebody to keep in mind. Deep sleeper when we're talking about fantasy football here in Adam Randall. Which young players could explode in 2026? Again, future fantasy stars. The countdown to training camp continues right here on the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan. I've talked ad nauseum about Ladd McConkey. If you're new here, please understand that this is the Ladd McConkey show. This is the official show of Ladd McConkey. And let me just tell you, like, I know a lot of people feel like, oh, Ladd McConkey, he's a white slot receiver guy. He's not that guy. One of the best man press beaters that Reception Perception has charted. Incredibly good at beating man press, which, again, I bring that up because if you're going to play outside, you got to beat man press. Got to do it. Has to happen. This guy has sub 4.4 speed. So no, he's not your, lunch pail, hard hat, slot receiver guy. This guy's absolutely a problem when he gets in over the top. Sub 4.4 speed. Come on, man. Let's go. He can play outside. Not only can he play flanker, I think he can play X too. Why not? Crispy route runner. Crazy crispy. Crispy. Let me tell you something, man. This guy can run routes with the best of them. Ladd McConkey. This is the official Ladd McConkey show in LA. I love Ladd. I think he's going to go for 1,300 yards if he stays healthy. Again, staying on that same team, Omarion Hampton could explode as well. Why? Because Omarion Hampton has trouble running between the tackles. I know you see the 220-pound frame, and you say, well, that's a big back. He is a big back, but just not he's a big back. I know that means something different for the young people out there. Like my 12-year-old daughter calls me a big back if I ever get like second helpings. She's like, okay, big back. I'm like, God, relax, okay? Anyways, he is a bigger back at 220 pounds, but has not shown a propensity to run between the tackles. And it was a weird scheme fit, too, because, again, with Greg Roman last year, hey, man, they're running man gap all day long. But that's just not Omarion Hampton's game. You know, this is somebody that needs to get to the outside. I thought he looked awesome as an outside zone runner at North Carolina, man. And for him to team up now with Mike McDaniel, who should be running a lot of wide zone type of stuff. Oh yeah, man, that scheme fit feels a lot better. A lot better. I think that's going to be good. So yeah, I love Omarion Hampton as well. By the way, speaking of like scheme fit stuff, Ashton Jeanty. Yeah, lock it up. Ashton Jeanty is going to go crazy this year. This guy posted one of the best tackle breaking rates that I've ever seen. I've been charting running backs for the past 2 years now. And I've always been a running back enthusiast for, decades. Favorite player all time is Eddie George in the NFL. Actually, it might be LaDainian Tomlinson. By the way, LaDainian Tomlinson, one of the nicest humans you'll ever meet, dude. Incredibly. You know who would not forget an intern? LaDainian Tomlinson. LT's not forgetting an intern. That guy's so nice. He's so nice. Unbelievable. It's crazy. Crazy. Anyways, I could give you a story. I won't though. He's a great guy. Okay. But again, we talk about scheme fit and Ashton Jeanty, when we're talking about, tackle breaking ability, he posted the third highest tackle breaking rate of any running back I charted over the last couple of years. Number 1 and 2 would be Bijan Robinson in 2024 and Bijan Robinson in 2025. That is the level of tackle breaking ability we are talking about here with Ashton Jeanty, right? He saw, a ridiculous amount of stack boxes because they didn't have any wide receivers. I'm going to stay on this team too when we talk about wide receivers now. But again, just saw stack boxes like crazy. His offensive line was giving up, broken assignments all day long. And this is also somebody who at Boise State, when he got to the outside, was a huge problem. Well, what do you think Clinton Kubiak's going to do? They're running this bad boy to the outside, let me tell you. Multi-generational outside zone schemer. Come on now. Ashton Jeanty has and they address the offensive line. It's better. It's not great, but it's still better. They'll have better quarterback play. They'll have better offensive line play. And I do think they'll have better wide receiver play as well. Ashton Jeanty has an ability. I truly, honestly believe. I think that Ashton Jeanty could give you 1,500 scrimmage yards this year. And listen, the guy was productive last year in one of the most adverse conditions that you could ever face. Right? As a rookie, we're talking about a dude who gave you 975 on the ground and 346 through the air. That's 1,200 yards. Give me 1,500 on Ashton Jeanty scrimmage yards. And I'll say 8 to 10 touchdowns. And shoot, he could go for more. I truly, honestly believe this is a great pairing with Ashton Jeanty and Clinton Kubiak, man. Could be awesome. Could be amazing. Okay, I said I wanted to stay on this team. I really believe that Jack Besh could be a baller. They really didn't do much to address wide receiver on this team. And Jack Besh, to me, while, again, not a great, outside X guy, flanker slot all day long. And when you talk about quick separation, hey, listen, the O-line is better, but still not great. So you want to be able to you've got your rookie quarterback. Listen, what do you want to do? You want him sitting back there for 3-4 seconds getting absolutely bombed on? No, absolutely not. You know what you want? You want quick releases. You need that now. Who's the best quick separator on this team? It's Jack Besh. Hey, and listen, Brock Bowers, great player, unbelievable player. But again, movement tight end might be the best pass catching tight end in the game right now. Might be. But still at the tight end spot. And those routes take just a little bit of time to develop. You want quick separation, it's going to be Jack Besh. This guy's a great route runner too, man. I feel really good about Jack Besh really coming out. And again, I won't say crazy special season. I mean, we're talking about a guy that last year got 20 receptions for 224 yards, okay? Can this guy get to 1,000? You know, as a matter of fact, I'm going to say Jack Besh 1,000 yards. Jack Besh 1,000 yards. And he is going insanely late in drafts. Crazy late. He's going after pick 220. Oh my gosh. I just looked this up, bro. Jack Besh, for some reason, is going after Brandon Ayuk. What? Brandon Ayuk's not playing in the NFL this year, bro. I don't know what to tell you. He's not going to play. My guy, Brandon Ayuk. Hey, I hope Brandon Ayuk gets help. I do. I hope he goes and literally sits down, gets therapy, talks to somebody for his mental health, man. He's losing it. I feel bad for him. I do. But he ain't playing in the NFL. He's done, dude. Nobody wants Brandon Ayuk. What are you, crazy? It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Jack Besh, though. Jack Besh, like I said, I think, you know what? I feel like 1,000 yards too much, though. Golly, I'm going to feel bad about that one. You know, I'm going to say 900. How about 900? I know people are like, that's not that exciting. I know it's not that. He's going after pick 200, okay? Relax. But there's going to be matchups where you like Jack Besh. And he's just somebody that, I do think a young player that you should keep in mind. So, yeah. When we're talking about young players, for some reason, it's just, man, there's a lot of young players out in our localish teams here. When we're talking about the Chargers, it's not really young play. Not so many young players I like on the Rams, to be honest with you. I will say, I think if we're looking for a young tight end, and again, this is not really fantasy related, man, but Terrence Ferguson, I think, is a good player, and I think he will make I think he'll have an impactful season. I just don't think for like statistical counting purposes, I'm not in on Terrence Ferguson. That's all. There's too many other guys like Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams. Kyron Williams is going to get a bunch of touches. Colby Parkinson's still going to be in play. I really think that, again, Terrence Ferguson is a good player, and I think he will be an impactful player. I just wonder if he's going to be, statistically relevant. I'm not buying into it. Because, and again, I wouldn't say draft him. I would just say, hey, keep a star on his name. Just keep just look for him. But early on, I don't think we're going to see returns here. There. You know what I'm saying? All right, man. Hey, listen, I'm going to take an early break here. And when we come back, we will talk about my thoughts on the SEC trying to break away from the NCAA. And also, could Adam Silver... could he have accidentally pushed back and extended the indecision of LeBron James? One Cleveland area radio host says he has sources that he believes that is what happened. I'm going to explain those details coming up next. But before we go, we are proud to be presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, that's calldowntown.com. All right, we step away. You're listening to The James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. James Coe here with you. Last 30 minutes of the show, man. I need to know where my co-pilots are at. That's the name of my fans, just FYI. Oh man, the co-pilots, bro. Come on, man. Come on. That's a good hey, listen, that's a good name for my fandom though. You know? Come on, Peyton. You got to admit. Come on, man. I know it's a little cringy, but come on, man. That's not bad.
I like that. It gives you like a ride this shit with me type of feel.
Yeah, sure. Okay. He thinks it's lame. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
He's he said, yeah. He's a young guy, man. He's a young guy. He's like, oh man, that was about as dad cringe as it gets, bro. Okay, I get it. Okay. Anyways, 855-97 LA fan. 855-97 LA fan. If you'd like to be part of the show, we'd love to have you. If you want to call in and talk sports, man, whatever you want to do, let's go. Let's make it happen. Got some comments in the YouTube chat. If you want to go find them, it is on YouTube, actually on all the socials at The Fan LA. Wayne Mulholland is in there. Robert Wallace is in there. We got our boss in there as well, which is great. Let's see. We got Sportswag is in here. It says Max Clare over Ferguson. Book it. James Coe is a Maverick. I like Max Clare a lot. His last season at Ohio State, he wasn't as good as people were thinking he might be, which is why his stock fell just a little bit. That being said, the reason I don't think Max Clare over Ferguson is the same reason why I didn't like Ferguson over Colby Parkinson last year. And it's not because I think, Colby Parkinson is a great player or something. It's just the fact that rookies don't do nothing under Sean McVay. Anyone not named Puka Nacua. Anyone not named Puka Nacua, rookies generally under Sean McVay don't do anything. They generally don't do absolutely. I mean, like Cooper Kupp did nothing. Kyron Williams did nothing. I mean, you can go up and down the list. Rookies don't do anything under Sean McVay. And it doesn't matter what their draft picks, like what their draft position is. It just doesn't matter. It's a complicated offense. He demands precision. You got to know where you're at all times. And the timing needs to be perfect. So again, Sean McVay asks so much offensively. It's rare when you see offensive players go in and contribute for Sean McVay early on. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. By the way, we have another Dodgers baseball update.
Dodger baseball.
2 runs were scored in the top of the 6th. It was Freddie Freeman getting on. By the way, Freddie Freeman is absolutely on fire right now. Freddie Freeman is raking. He's 2 for 3 at the dish here in today's ball game. But yeah, man, as of late, in like recent games, Freddie Freeman has been an absolute just superstar. But anyways, Freddie Freeman gets on in the top of the 6th, doubles, and then it is Max Muncy with a big-time home run to push the lead to 5-3. It's been a slow burn for the Dodgers, but they've erupted in different spots. A Dalton rushing home run, a Dalton rushing double, scored 3 runs, and then Max Muncy scored 2 with this home run. They've now just taken out Eric Lauer. Dude, if this score holds, they will be 8-0 when Eric Lauer takes the mound. Eric Lauer! That's incredible, dude. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Come on. You have to admit, Eric Lauer, with the Dodgers being 8-0 under Eric Lauer would be pretty cool. That's wild, man. You know? Hey, come on, man. Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Justin Robleski. These guys are your frontline starters. But you know what, man? When Eric Lauer takes the mound, I'm telling you, he's the good luck charm. He's the good luck charm. It's been great. It's so awesome. I mean, there's going to be a logjam, too. Like, what's going to happen when Blake Snell comes back? You know? I would imagine Emmett Sheehan, I can't imagine him sticking into the rotation. Whether they can stick him in the bullpen, I don't know. We'll see. That'd be interesting. I'll be interested to see what happens with Emmett Sheehan. Do they send him back down the mine? I don't know. I'll tell you what. I don't know what you're going to do with Eric Lauer, because apparently the Dodgers can't lose with Eric Lauer. We'll see if this holds up. I'm getting ahead of myself. Phillies is still a pretty good team, man. But we'll see. I just think it's just a funny storyline, dude. Because, I mean, this guy was literally almost out of baseball. And here he goes. He gets back with Mark Pryor. He's the good luck charm for the Dodgers. And for some reason, they can't lose. They cannot lose. 8-0 when Lauer takes the mound. Incredible. I love it. Did you guys see that LeBron reportedly was irritated by Adam Silver saying that he was waiting on LeBron and needed LeBron to make a decision before the league could go through and finalize their schedule, right? And so, again, it was alleged by Andy Baskin, who is a radio host for The Fan in Cleveland, that LeBron was ready to go with his decision, and then he was, quote unquote, irritated by Adam Silver.
Here's what I was told yesterday about the whole LeBron situation. And I'll be honest, Jeff, you and I...
told by a reliable
source, somebody who I trust. So here's what I was told. Last week, LeBron's crew was probably ready to make an announcement, especially because they were in New York.
This is what you heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in New York. That
Fan Fest thing, right?
Yeah, and the world had their eyes on New York because of the World Cup as well.
Yeah.
And so that they were probably comfortable making an announcement as early as last week that they were there. And then people were like telling them what to do. There's a little bit of irritation. And they were not, irritated was the word that I was told, irritated by the commissioner, pushing them to say.
The commissioner irritating LeBron James.
Because we want to get this stuff out there.
We want to get the schedule finished.
And it may not just be LeBron, but it's more about LeBron's group together. So that the irritation got to the point they were like, well, you know what? We'll decide when LeBron is going to tell everyone where he's going. So they decided to hold back on making their next decision, their next move on where they want to play or where LeBron wants to play.
I have no reason to doubt Andy Baskin. Not at all. And again, he's reporting something that from a source that that he trusts. And I'm sure the source is good, you know? But this absolutely stretches the imagination of what is possible. In what world you think, okay, let me break this down from multiple angles. You honestly think that Adam Silver's calling LeBron's camp and being like, yo, you guys need to make a decision? Do you really honestly think that's what's happening? You think the commissioner of the NBA is calling LeBron's camp and pressuring them to make a decision quickly? Why? Because so that the league could get their television schedule set? What? No. That is so far below Adam Silver. Like, that's just not even... I mean, he said that he's waiting for LeBron so that the TV schedule can get set. But for him to, like, reach out... for him to send a voice memo to Rich Paul, okay? That's so far beneath him, man. Like, that's not happening. It's stretching the realm of possible. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And then on top of that, for that to impact the decision-making process or the scheduling of like when LeBron is going to announce the move also is beyond, again, bordering on impossible. Look, I know we believe a lot of things because we just want to hate LeBron, and LeBron is, annoying, and LeBron is this, and LeBron, hey, I've heard multiple people now say LeBron needs attention to live. I've heard that from multiple media places now, high level too, right? The highest of the high. People saying LeBron needs attention to live. Like he literally cannot live unless he gets the attention. And so again, okay, let's say that's even remotely true. For him to then say, okay, well, we've planned this out and we're going to announce and we're going to do these things and it's going to be great. And, and he's like, okay, well, you know what? Because Adam Silver said something to me, you know what, Adam, I'm not going to do it. Like he's 5. like he's a 5-year-old. Bro, come on, man. This is a grown man here. And again, maybe you think he likes the attention. I'm not. Maybe he does. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he loves the attention. But if you think that like a planned out announcement is going to get pushed back an extra week just to shove it onto Adam Silver's like face, like what? This again, we're really pushing the bounds of what is actually believable. And when it is that truly unbelievable, I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think that's actually what happened. Again, and again, nothing against Andy Baskin. He is just telling you what a source told him. But what the source told him feels like what the young kids call cap. That's got to be cap, dude. LeBron, all of a sudden, is like so irritated he's going to push back his decision by a week. I don't know. That sounds, again, almost impossible. And listen, the LeBron haters, they're going to latch onto that and be like, see, I told you, man. I told you this guy loves the attention. He needs the attention.
Attention is his air.
That was, who was that? That's Skip. Legendary LeBron hater. Legendary LeBron hater, Skip. He needs attention. What was it? He needs attention like air? Is that what it is?
Attention is his air. It's so
attention
good.
is his air. Oh my God. Wow. Just wow. And listen, I'm not, okay, let's say attention is his, and like this guy's obsessed with the attention. Let's say that's even true. Do you, again, honestly, do you feel like him delaying his decision would take attention away from him? No, it's the exact opposite. Once he announces, he is at the forefront of the news cycle. So it actually works opposite of what the LeBron haters are saying. That's why I'm saying it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for a lot of different reasons. But the LeBron haters saying he needs attention like air or whatever, it makes even less sense in that regard. If he announces he's at the absolute top of the news cycle, and for the rest of the week, everyone's going to be talking about this decision. How did he come to the decision? What's going to happen with the basketball team? How does he fit basketball-wise? Again, that dominates the entire news cycle for the whole week. On July 20th, Monday, July 20th, if he announces, for that whole week, it's all LeBron. There's nothing else going on, guys. This is why I am out here talking about a random Sacramento A's player foul tipping a ball into his own junk and rupturing a testicle. That's why I'm talking about, like, again, if this was football season, that doesn't even make the rundown, bro. Actually, maybe it does because it's such a crazy story. Maybe it does. But you know what I'm saying? Like if LeBron goes down and then makes his announcement on Monday, again, he just it goes directly against what you're saying, that he needs the attention. It's like I said, it is bordering on ludicrous, and if it's that crazy, I'm just going to go ahead and say I think the source was grossly exaggerating the story to make it sound good, you know? And who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But it just seems beyond ridiculous to me that Adam Silver's making the call to Rich Paul or LeBron and being like, hurry up. What? No, that sounds made up. And then number two, that even if it did happen, that exchange would quote unquote irritate LeBron to the point where he's not going to make a decision. Again, sounds very not feasible and plausible. I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree. Give me a call. 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. All right, we step away. When we come back, it's more of the James Coe Show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.